Good morning and welcome to Time Attack. It's round 4 of our 20th year celebration, and today we are being brought to you live courtesy of our fantastic sponsors, Lucas Oil. So in case you hadn't noticed, the day is running in reverse order, so that means we're going to see pro classes out first, and then followed by club, and then pocket rocket and clubman last. So yeah, if you're lining up your day for what time to tune in, make sure you're aware of that. And today we're here at Snetterton. So normally we're here at the 200 circuit, but today we're here at the 300. So 200's got these really big long straights, but the 300's got this twisty infield, so it's really going to mix up a little bit, and it'll be interesting to see how that kind of levels the playing field with the different cars. We've not been here since 2019 as well, so I really do expect to see perhaps some lap records are getting set today, so keep an eye out. So far, weather's looking pretty good, but yeah, we'll see. I don't want to jinx it. Commentators curse. But yes, I think the cars are getting ready to line out on the circuit. So let's head over to the track and see what our drivers can do today. So the battle for the perfect lap begins now.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Time Attack. As Susie said, this is our first time at Snetterton 300 since 2019, I believe. I've driven this circuit myself in Time Attack in 17 and 18, so the drivers who've been around for a while will remember running this layout quite a few years ago. So we were regulars here at one point, and then in recent years we changed to the 200 layout, which, as Susie mentioned there in that opening VT, is a lot faster because we cut out that infield section and cars go straight onto the Bentley straight out of Montreal. So whereas the 300 of course includes that infield section, which levels the playing field a little bit. So Snetterton used to be very much a power circuit. Snetterton 200 Time Attack rounds very much favored the faster cars, and now we're running the 300 layout, which introduces the infield section. That rebalances things a little bit, but perhaps so for the morning sessions I'm joined here by Kieran, who is, I think, probably quite a lot more experienced than me at the world of circuit motorsport. So yeah, well, how are you? Hello. And what are these differences? 200, 300. What's the difference?
Well,
what's the extra 100? What does that mean?
Oh well, it's in terms of distance here. So we're looking at you know, as Susie said in the preview, in the build up to today's Time Attack, you're looking at sort of the more infield section. So the 200 normally takes you out of the Wilson hairpin, but then straight onto the Bentley straight, as you said. But in the 300, we then turn Wilson into a hairpin. We then go through in towards Palmer, Agostini, Hamilton, and Oggies, take us through the right-hander of Williams, which then takes us on to the Bentley straight. What that does, as you said, is it will test sort of mechanical grip through that middle section, whereas the 200, it was all about straight line speed and just winging it through the corners. Here you've got a much more technical section, which means that you do have to have a car that can really change direction quite quickly in that middle part. The mostly medium speed corners, you've got Agostini, which is a slightly slower, more hairpin-esque corner, not as slow as the Wilson hairpin, so drivers will have to be getting used to making sure that they can slow the cars down efficiently. It's all going to be about making sure you hit every single apex and don't lose too much momentum as you make your way through in towards the track. Then there is Josh Barrett then in that Caterham 620R that we're watching on, who's making his way now through in towards the bomb hole and now in towards Coram in this warm-up session. And I suppose this is a chance for drivers to just sort of understand the track. If it's a track that Time Attack hasn't visited previously, this is a really great opportunity to learn the track. How does the infield section change the characteristics, and how does your car underneath you change as you're looking to set those faster lap times later on today?
Yeah, and I think if you've managed to drive both layouts, of course you can do track days here on both layouts, well, at least back in the day. And if you've ever visited Snetterton with a less powered car, let's say maybe something like an MX-5, maybe even a turbocharged MX-5, once you get onto the Bentley straight, you can read War and Peace in the time it gets you to get down the Bentley straight in a lesser powered car. It's actually, it's almost a boring circuit to drive, the Snetterton,
Oh,
Snetterton 200.
Careful now.
Snetterton 200 in a lesser powered car can feel a little bit like, you know, just sitting around waiting for the straights to finish. But then the 300 circuit is a whole different animal. Like Kieran said, you know, mechanical grip comes into play big time as Montreal then becomes a hairpin and you head into that infield section, which is also quite fast. You know, I don't think any of Snetterton you would call slow, but nonetheless it's still quite twisty, relatively speaking. So yeah, the 300 circuit definitely, if you've driven here in a lesser powered car, you'd find the 300 circuit much more interesting. So we have a new format for okay, an amendment to my circuit maps. I think Google, that's why you shouldn't trust what you find on the internet.
No, it's true. It used to be called Montreal, but it was renamed to
I
Wilson.
heard you call it that, and I thought,
Yes.
huh? Right, okay. Yeah, so we have a new format for this round, I think the previous round as well, where we're sending the fastest cars out first. For those of you who are new to Time Attack, you know, what's this all about? Well, none of these cars at any point today in the Time Attack paddock will race wheel to wheel. They are competing here purely on the basis of their lap time. So essentially, this is an open pit lane session where the Time Attack cars are free to come and go and set the fastest flying lap they possibly can. That's one of the key tenets of Time Attack. And then next, this is very much about modifying and upgrading and building your car. So unlike a lot of other categories which are very restrictive in terms of what you can do, you know, various spec series where everyone needs to have the same model of car, needs to have the same model of roll cage, coilovers, and so on. This isn't that. So actually here the rule book is pretty broad, and whatever you've built, chances are there will be a class it can fit into in the Time Attack spectrum. So if you have your road car, you know, your daily that maybe has had a remap and some coilovers, that can go in the Clubman class. Or on the other hand, if you have, let's say, a GT3 car that you've taken the restrictors off, you know, a purpose-built, factory-built race car, then you can enter that in one of the higher classes. And as you make upgrades or downgrades to your car, it will simply slot into the different classes. Right, so we have this spectrum of cars that we have in Time Attack. To keep things competitive, somewhat competitive, we try to group them together based on how modified they are. So the least modified, you know, road car kind of things will go into one class, and if you've brought something that's extremely built and extremely high spec, we'll tend to put those together as well. Now in the past we used to move through the classes, so we'd have the entry-level classes first and then progress through that, and then at the end of the session we'd have the fastest cars. And now we're doing things the other way around. So actually what you see on your screens, what you see on the track are the fastest Time Attack cars that we have. In fact, Simon Norris there in the Pro Extreme Mitsubishi Evo is actually probably one of the fastest Time Attack cars that we have in the UK and possibly even the world. Of course, there are Time Attack style competitions in quite a few regions. And it's interesting sometimes to compare, you know, what's a high-level car in say, Japan, and what's a high-level Time Attack car in the UK, and, you know, how do these things stack up. Simon Norris's car, this short wheelbase Mitsubishi Evo, would probably be able to hold its own anywhere in the world. A really, really fast and high-level car. Short wheelbase as well, actually. And one of the new additions of this stream, which has been made possible by Lucas Oil, and I think is a really welcome return, are the driver interviews that we'll see throughout the course of the day. Susie in the paddock will be grabbing various drivers over the course of the day. And, you know, we can get a camera there, we can see the drivers. Sometimes the camera might look at the car itself and a driver can point out what they've done to the car, what this upgrade is, and so on. I find that absolutely fascinating. It's one of my favorite parts of the Lucas Oil live stream. And we had Simon Norris being interviewed last time, I think, by Susie, who actually mentioned, he discussed all kinds of very interesting things about the car. For example, the fact that it makes, I think, close to, well, but I think it's definitely at least 1,700 kilos of downforce, but I think it's even more than that nowadays, which is interesting in its own right. But then, of course, there's the short wheelbase aspect as well. So this Mitsubishi Evo is actually a coupe. And from what I understand, and actually we've got some very knowledgeable people who join us on the Lucas Oil stream, who contribute some very interesting things in the comments. My understanding is that there has never been a factory-built Mitsubishi Evolution coupe. Right, we've had Subaru Impreza coupes and various hot varieties, you know, P1 and Type R, for example. But I don't believe that there's ever been a factory-built Mitsubishi Evolution coupe. Now, in some markets, we've had a Lancer coupe, but those weren't Evolutions. I don't think we've ever had a Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution coupe built in the factory. And so when Simon Norris built his short wheelbase two-door Evo, Susie asked if there was some kind of benefit to that. From what I can recall, I think Simon said that it was almost like a marketing thing. Like it was so wacky and so unusual and unheard of that would just attract quite a lot of interest. And I don't believe there's a great, that hasn't changed a great deal, I think. But it's definitely very interesting.
Absolutely. It's always great as well to hear the history of these cars as well, the history of these machines, and basically see them get out onto track. And we're watching on with Luke Sedikovsky making his way now through on this warm-up session. I mean, we're not going to see, all full attack just yet. This is making sure that we are, or at least the drivers are, happy with the car is working as it should in these sessions, but also it's sort of your scouting mission now. If this is a track that you haven't been to before, this is your chance to learn the track, learn where possibly the braking points will be. Necessarily, it's not really a long time you've got out on circuit either, so when you're looking at lap times of, Norris has said at 1:48.5 at the moment, when you're looking at those lap times, if you include the out lap, which is probably going to be around about 2.5 minutes once you leave the pit lane, you're looking at, getting in about 8 or 9 laps, maybe 10 laps in the warm-up session. And all things granted, all things considered, that's not a long time to not only learn the circuit, but make sure everything is systems nominal, if you like.
I think so this is interesting. So this is Martin Henry now in the Astra H VXR. And those of you who followed Time Attack for a while will perhaps remember Martin Henry from years gone by. He's brought the car down from Scotland, I believe. And this is a very high spec Astra. And he's actually submitted quite a lot of information. But we try to survey our drivers now and then to understand, where their build is at, because that's such a big part of the Time Attack story. But one thing that really caught my attention, and again, he's back after taking quite a few years out, is this Astra is actually dry sumped. So he was showing on Instagram how he's doing an oil change on the Astra, and he's got the boot open and he's doing it through the boot because the sump is like in an entirely different place to where the engine is. And we don't often see dry sumps on Time Attack cars. We will have probably quite a few people who are AccuSump fans, although those have their own controversies too. We've got Luke Capehorn in quite a high-spec Astra as well, but I believe that has a regular sump as well. Whereas Martin Henry here with a dry-sumped Astra H. Race cams, solid lifters, all kinds of fancy stuff, rose joints. And so Luke Sędzikowski there coming around the outside of Martin Henry there in that Honda NSX. So like Kieran was saying, the history of all of these cars is very interesting, and Tegua have been very meticulous in how they've documented all of their builds. including this NSX over the years, which has really evolved season after season. And this one in particular, one really interesting little nugget of information that I found on the Tegua blog was that I think it was this year, the start of this season, they put their NSX onto a Multimatic chassis rig, and they concluded that it was 18 times more uncomfortable than a 1998 Mercedes S-Class, which is...
These are stats we need to know.
These are stats we
important.
need to know. Yeah. Not sure how they reached that conclusion. But it was on their blog, and I thought that's incredible, and I'm gonna put that little factoid in my pocket. But yeah, Tegua do some really interesting documenting of all of their builds. And if on the off chance you're building an NSX yourself, then definitely go and take a look. Although Tegua have a whole roster of different Honda projects. Actually, they're doing a GT86 rally car as well, I think. So actually, not just Hondas, but other brands as well, you know, building lots of very interesting stuff. So I'd recommend strongly going and taking a look at their blog for some inspiration. Although, also, actually, one of the beauties of Time Attack, if you're not here today, or in fact, if you are here today, the paddock in Time Attack is fully open. And of course, a lot of these cars, you know, just looking down the pit straight now, at the pit lane, you know, we've got the Luke Capehorn's Astra, and Citroen Saxos, BMW M3s, Honda Civics. You know, these are cars that many of us own ourselves. And so the paddock is a great source of inspiration if you're building your own car. And so not only is there, let's say, the Tegua blog, for which is a great source of inspiration, but there's the Time Attack paddock as well that you could just wander into. Let's say you're building a Honda Civic EP3, and you can go and take a look at the other stuff that people have built and tried and tested on track. So it's very, very cool. Though, of course, I would caveat that by saying, you know, you've got to read the room a little bit, and if you can see that the drivers are stressed out and they're trying to fix stuff and they're rushing around and they're effing and blinding, then of course I'd say, you know, keep a little bit of a distance from that, and you know, don't get too in the way if they're desperately trying to fix stuff. But you know, read the room, have a wander around the paddock. It's a great source of inspiration. How are we looking here? So we have 2 minutes left in this warm-up session. Like Kieran said, this is very much almost like a little R&D session, especially as we haven't been at Snetterton 300 in a while. So we might not know what setup exactly is going to work, you know, what tire pressures people want to run, what suspension settings people want to run, maybe even what map, what aero in you know, some cars' case, anti-roll bar settings and so on. You know, this is going to be a crucial session to understanding that. Now, in the past, Time Attack drivers had all morning. They had 2 whole sessions for this kind of R&D stuff. The new format means that we have only this warm-up to do that. So, you know, putting your thinking cap on and trying to finesse the setup of your car becomes even more crucial in this first session, because the following sessions now, Attack 1, Attack 2, and Super Attack, are all point scoring. So actually, you want to be on the attack throughout the whole rest of the day, basically. You know, this new for 2025 format rewards reliability and consistency as well. And Susie mentioned there, you know, the perfect lap in her opening VT, but of course, these drivers want to be getting that one perfect lap in every single session, bar warm-up. So actually your performance over the course of the whole day becomes even more important, which means that this crucial little tiny warm-up session of 20 minutes becomes even more important to perfecting the setup of your car.
Absolutely, and if we have a look at sort of how many laps have been accumulated, I think the leader of that at the moment is Josh Barrett in that Caterham 620R, who's clocked up 8 laps so far. So again, 8 laps with, he'll get 1 more to have a test of it, but 8 laps is not a lot to grab essential data from, is it? It really will come down to it's shortening the practice session so that you have less time to find that perfect setup, less time to find the sweet spot. Therefore, it's even more challenging and maybe even more a little bit stress heavy to make sure everything not only works but works in the way the drivers expect, and also it is a good combination for the circuit. And with Snetterton, you've got long straights, you've got technical sections, you've got the Wilson hairpin to contend with. So it's a circuit that's got a little bit of everything. So maybe going balanced isn't a bad way to go, but going balanced means you might lose out, say, down the Bentley Straight, which does take you all the way down. It does, if you run too high aero, you will lose and you will have a lot of drag being produced. Checkered flag is waved then to the number 93. That's Michael Osborne, who takes the checkered flag in the Mitsubishi Evo Mark 6. And he's racing in the four-wheel drive club class this weekend, or at least this. And what's the lap time he set in the end? He set his personal best, 2 minute 2.1 in that warm-up session. We only have a couple of cars out on track. One of them, I think, was as well Josh Barrett, who's going to set, if he completes this lap, 9 laps worth of racing. And we've also got Sedzukovsky in that striking Honda NSX, 1 minute 53.7 from him. But in this warm-up session so far, it's Simon Norris who leads the early pace, 1 minute 48.5, and that's a 5.2 second difference between himself and Sedzukovsky. So, is that such a worrying gap with warm-up done and dusted?
Yeah, I mean, it is a big gap, but it is just warm-up. And crucially, they are in different classes. So Simon Norris is actually in a class of his own. He's the only Pro Extreme car that we've had today. And in fact, I believe that's a late entry because, of course, we all know and love Simon Norris, but he was not on the entry list when it was issued to me a few days ago. So not that I'm surprised to see him here, but he wasn't even on the entry list. So I think that's a late entry there. But he's in his own class, and I think a lot of the Pro Extreme drivers, they're really pushing boundaries with what is possible with what was once a road car from a dealership. And so they are, I think these days, not so interested in how they stack up against others. They're trying to just push themselves and their build as far as possible. So Luke Senjakovsky there leading that Pro class then, second overall, leading Pro class. And actually the gap there to his competition, Josh Barrett in the Caterham, is actually nearly 7 seconds. And so I think that gap there is quite significant. That's quite important because it's within the class. But of course it is just warm-up, so let's see. This year, we don't need to wait very long to see some real pace because the next session, Attack 1, is going to be point scoring, and we're going to see drivers really on the pace straight away. So we'll see if this gap is representative or not. Now, of course, this is a little bit of a power circuit, not as much as the 300, as the 200, but nonetheless, you've got that massive Bentley Straight, and then some other very fast stuff here as well. And so you think perhaps that Honda NSX is probably gonna try to walk away from the Caterham in a lot of so let's just have like 750 horsepower on that NSX, and power to weight is very important, of course, and I think Josh Barrett's Caterham probably has a very good power to weight stat. Maybe that's what that 620 actually means. Maybe it's 620 horsepower per ton. I'm not sure. But, it will have a great power to weight, that Caterham, of course. But when it comes to the straights, you need that big beef. You need that horsepower just to punch a hole in the air resistance, right? So once you start getting to the Bentley Straight and so on, that power is going to make a massive, massive difference. Even if their power to weight is kind of roughly similar, that overall horsepower number matters so much when you're trying to punch a hole through the air at high speeds, where drag increases exponentially. We can see our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive cars lining up to go onto the track for their warm-up, and I believe they will be getting ready to do so and hitting the track in just a few moments. So then you can just see the start-finish straight on your screens there, those of you watching the Lucas Oil live stream. Of course, we say straight. This is quite a bendy straight as far as circuits go, and quite uneven as well, as you can see from the screen. It comes over that crest as well. So it's quite an exciting straight as far as straights go. So there's just a little bit of, I think, a little bit of a pause here while the circuit is cleared and prepared for the Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive warm-up session. And so the cars that were on track just now are Club Pro, Pro, and Pro Extreme. Of course, the golden thread connecting those is the word Pro, and those are the very, very, very high-level builds, you know, equivalent to factory-built race car kind of spec, you know, really, really extreme, elaborate stuff. The Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive classes are more for what you might call your track day cars. So, you know, the entry-level classes have not very much modification. The top classes have loads of modification, and this sits somewhere in the middle. So if you've built what you might call a track car, you know, you have to trailer it around. It's you know, not really suitable for the road anymore. It's got aero, it's got engine swap, it's got gearbox swap. It's all stripped out, all, you know, composite panels and so on. What you might call a track day build or a track build, that's the kind of car that these classes cater to. And the 2-wheel drive or 4-wheel drive bit is just a reference to their powertrain.
Yes, and as they make their way out onto the circuit for their warm-up session, you were saying about how, you know, these are more track day cars, but I am very interested and very intrigued in David Dyson's Porsche Cayman, probably one of the newer cars across the grid from 2024, I believe, at least on the entry list. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, no.
But yeah, it's. I don't think a lot of modification would have needed to be done to that number 12 machine for it to be a track day car.
Yeah, and of course, so the Porsche fans and purists in the car, I know they get very worked up about this kind of thing, but the RS bit after the GT4, I believe, is very important in the world of Porschists, because that means that it is, like you said, very much track ready as it leaves the factory. And the beauty of the GT4 RS is that it does kind of work on the road as well, but it's also very well suited to track work. And David Dyson previously campaigned a 911 GT3 RS. Might not have been I'm not very big on the Porsches, but I think that was a GT3 RS as well. And interesting that he's migrated to the GT4 RS, you know, a Cayman, which is considered by some to be a lesser model than a 911. But a lot of people say that the Cayman is a better platform for track work because they are mid-engined as opposed to being rear-engined. And in fact, the 911 Cup cars, even though they're branded 911, they have the 911 headlights and they look like 911s, they've got a 911 silhouette, the engine's in the middle, like a Cayman, because that's the best place to put an engine. And so there are people who argue that actually the Cayman, the lesser model, in inverted speech marks, is actually the more balanced car. And I think a lot of the very pioneering engineering that goes into the fast 911 models, like, for example, the dynamic engine mounts, so that pitch the engine in different ways to adjust the weight balance mid-corner, they have to invent all of this stuff because the engine's in the wrong place to begin with. And these are kind of just workarounds around that. You know, they've committed to that formula in a lot of cases because they want the rear row of seats, which is like a 911 selling point. So the engine has to be in the back, which then means that is a very tricky car to balance. And so let's put in all of this engineering stuff to try to work around that. Whereas the Cayman GT4 otherwise is a very balanced car as it comes. And I just think it's really interesting that David Dyson has moved from an RS 911 to a Cayman RS.
Yeah, but I suppose as well, as you say, if it comes to modifications, you know how easy it is. If it's easier, that might be an option as well. But yeah, always good to see a Porsche in there. There's always one that's going to catch your eye, but for the reasons of that, you know, it's in amongst what you would normally see on the road. You know, your Saxos, your Astras, your M3s, your Nissan GTRs, your Civics, and then you've just got a Porsche Cayman in there. It's going to stand out. But yeah, we'll see how a Dyson does in the session then. Obviously first lap of the session is straight out of the pit lane, so they won't be representative just yet, but we do have some sector times and average speed through the sectors as well. I believe in kph. If it was could be
these are miles.
Oh no, those are speed traps, aren't they? Yeah, those are miles an hour. Yeah, so 144 miles an hour clocked up by the Volkov Motors Nissan GTR R35. We saw that there on your screens then, is that number 12 Porsche Cayman, making its way now through in towards the bomb hole, and then onwards then through in towards the final couple of corners, through in towards Coram and Murray's. This will be a first flying lap, at least in the warm-up session. And yeah, exactly, it's going to be a case of making sure that everything is systems nominal, and then how much do you start to push to how much of your cards, how much of your hand do you show to everyone in your class about how much pace you've got this weekend. There goes the number 12 that goes across the start-finish line, and for Dyson it's a 2 minute 15.5, which is at this moment in time second in class.
A really nice sounding car as well. Just as it was braking there for the first corner, that naturally aspirated flat six sounding really, really nice. I think a lot of cars in Time Attack tend to be 4-cylinders, and they tend to be forced induction of some variety. Not all of them, but I'd say most of them are either 4-cylinder or forced induction, or both. And so to have a naturally aspirated six is quite a unique sound in Time Attack. But I think interesting there, the speed that Alexander Volkov was going in that Nissan GTR there, 144 miles an hour. Through the speed trap, whereas the other cars are, 120, 130. That GTR is so powerful. I think 950 is the horsepower, is the conservative net. It can go even higher than that, depending on how far Alexander turns the dial. And I remember speaking with a GTR owner a few years ago who was looking to get into Time Attack. He never actually made the jump, but he was saying, what round should he do? And I said straight away, Snetterton. You want to do Snetterton is a GTR track. It's so fast. The corners are pretty high speed as well. You've got the two straights as well. It really plays into the hands of a GTR very much.
And one driver who's maybe first time ever at Snetterton is the BIB Performance BMW 135i with a novice cross on the back. Neil Robson out there at the moment. You'll see just on the back of the car then, of that blue 218, the novice cross, which I believe means that they've competed in fewer than 5 meetings. It might be 3. Trying to rack my memory, but it's definitely not many events you've competed in so far.
Do you know, I was trying to think, why does he still have a novice sticker? I think he's done more than 3, but this is his first season of Time Attack, and perhaps of motorsport then. So that novice cross is there for that reason. Maybe he has done less than 5. Yeah, but he's done a few rounds so far. Yeah, genuine BMW 1M bodywork on that 135i, he says. So it's a bit of a blend there, a bit of a hybrid between a 135i and a 1M. They're going pretty slowly, so I wonder whether he's got some kind of issue there. You can see the flashing red cooldown light on the back of his car, which would suggest that he's not pushing. He's cooling his car off, he's cooling his brakes, cooling his fluids, and so on. But he does appear to be going awfully slowly, so I wonder if there's an issue with that BMW. But let's see.
There's Dean Taylor in the Mitsubishi Evo. I do like Mitsubishis just through and through. They're great track cars, aren't they? They look the part.
You're in the right place, because I think Time Attack, for its sins, has many a Mitsubishi Evo. In fact, our very own Susie is a Mitsubishi Evo owner. So I think the Mitsubishi Evolution DNA very much flows throughout Time Attack and its history and even its staff. So yeah, we definitely love a Mitsubishi Evo here. You can see him there making his way around the Mark IV Astra GSI of Johnny Fletcher, the Time Attack household name. And I think much like, for example, Luke Sanjakowski's NSX, we've seen that Astra evolve year on year. At one point, it was just a regular road-going Astra that maybe was even driven to these events and back, which is something that we don't see very much of anymore. I used to do that. I felt like that was quite an important part of the challenge, was to drive to and from, drive to Time Attack, complete the Time Attack, and then drive home, which I think Johnny Fletcher used to do in his Astra as well. But it's a trend that we don't see very much of these days. Yep. So it looks like Neil Wren there has run into some trouble. He's brought out a yellow flag there. I think Neil Wren has, he's definitely had a tough run. I think actually it kind of hurts a little bit to see that. You know, we're meant to be impartial and so on, but you can't be part of the Time Attack fold and not get involved with all of this stuff. And you know, I kind of live and breathe Time Attack outside of these days as well. And I know Neil has had a really challenging time with that BMW 335i. Yeah, so again, it looks like something's brought that car to a stop. Let's see, I couldn't quite work out where that was and whether that's in a hazardous place to put a car. Naturally, if a car is stopped in a place where there's a likelihood something else might hit it, then we'd need to throw a red flag, yellow or red flag for that. Oh, there we go. So Neil Wren's car, I mean, it's kind of out of the way, so perhaps we might get away with a yellow flag there. But yeah, very, very unlucky. And I actually passed him. I was coming back from Scotland with a friend. We were picking up a trailer, and as we were driving one way, we saw Neil with his BMW and a trailer going the other way on the motorway somewhere. And I think he was taking it to get mapped at that point, and then it broke down on the dyno or something. It's just been, it feels like he's been quite unlucky with that car. And so it's yeah, sucks to see him stopped on the side of the road again.
I do. You mentioned, you know, passing a car on the motorway on the way up. I do quite like it. Whenever you go to sort of a meeting, or you know, you see a race car on the back of a trailer,
I love it.
It's the only time I can pass that car, and it's the only time I will ever be able to pass that car, and I relish that moment. Yeah. That's for sure.
I think it's one of my favorite bits is when you're, although it's not only time, there could be no Time Attack that weekend, right? If you're on a weekend or a Friday evening driving in the vicinity of a circuit, you'll see lots of stuff on trailers and all kinds of wacky creations. I love it. And actually, I think that's what one of the greatest things about the UK is how strong motorsport is in this country. And any given weekend, you can go out for a drive, and as long as you're in the radius of 100 miles of a circuit, which is pretty much everywhere in the country, you will see cool stuff being trailered around, and I think that's great.
Absolutely, and one of the cool ones, Luke Capehorn there in the Midnight Motorsport. He's 4th at the moment overall, 2nd in the two-wheel drive class, as he makes his way now onwards towards Hamilton there, and then making his way through in towards the rest. So yeah, it looks like they're happy with that stricken BMW to stay there until at least the end of the session before it can be recovered. So that would have been covered by a single yellow for just about a lap, and then it would be withdrawn, just so drivers are aware that there is a car to the side, so that they don't go through next time and think it's all clear, essentially. So that's the warning for the drivers. That yellow flag has been withdrawn, so now drivers can go through there at full pace again, because importantly, in a yellow flag, you have to slow down. There is a hazard there. And so that's going to be, you know, especially in time attack, that's your worst enemy, the yellow flag.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I guess your worst enemy is a red flag, right?
I don't know, that depends. A yellow flag, it scuppers that lap and potentially more. But I don't know. Well, that's something we can ask the drivers. What's the bigger rival, yellow or red?
Yeah.
that's a question to ask.
Yeah, Luke Capehorn's machine there, very, very interesting indeed. And you can see it's got the BTCC style wide body on. I think that might be a genuine BTCC kit, not a BTCC chassis. That's what I believe. This is a road-going Astra VXR, but it has the body kit of a touring car. Very interesting machine indeed, and it's often at the workshop of a good friend of mine, Ash Gedney of Giz Motorsport, and I'm often there myself, so I get to poke around that car now and then. Incredible build, really, really cool. And I used to campaign a Astra H VXR myself, so it's great to see, firstly, Luke's car up close and being worked on and stuff, just really interesting. But of course, it's also great to see an Astra VXR doing well in time attack as well. 4 minutes remain in this session. Perhaps I wonder if we can take a look at some speed trap stuff. But actually, a lot of drivers now are in the pits, or they've done cool-down laps, in-laps, and so on. So the speed trap data on the timing screen isn't necessarily their best results so far. But I would imagine, especially in the case of Alexander Volkov's GTR, you know, flying around Snetterton, he'd be seeing some pretty high speeds. Just taking a look at some of the spec on Alexander Volkov's car. Actually, I mean, perhaps we might. So that 135i then still on track. So I guess that slow running was really just a cool down lap there.
Yeah, and as you say, that the cool down lap is just as important, because these cars will be going an absolute full pelt, and if you're restricting, you know, sort of air filters, if you're restricting the airflow through the car to make sure you get less drag, that is going to make the temperatures skyrocket through the car. And of course, you're only interested in one lap, so you can do one lap and then you can slow it down, try and get some sort of air through the car. How much you've restricted the air to flow through. But yeah, it's really all about, you know, one hot lap, quite literally, and then you're trying to cool the car down so that you can bring it back to the sort of optimal temperatures again, so you can go again. So it's very different from your racing, where you've got, you know, say, or 15 or 20 minutes, it's just you racing, but you've got to manage the temperatures and the vitals. For this one, you can let the vitals rise just a little bit, because it's only the one lap, so that you can bring everything back down. That's why some of these cooldown laps are so slow, because they're desperately trying to get some sort of air into the vitals and make sure that everything returns to normal. Your water temps, your oil temps, they all skyrocket, and they all can skyrocket on a flying lap, especially if you've restricted how much air the car actually intakes. Yeah,
and I think we see this a lot with the modern turbocharged stuff, where there's so many gubbins and so much stuff packed into the engine bay. Most modern cars are turbocharged to some degree. And then you have the older naturally aspirated things, like, say, a Civic or an MX-5 or a Renault Clio. They seem to be able to attack more and for longer, because they're not dealing with necessarily with the same heat challenges as these newer cars that have got so much stuff crammed in there. With turbochargers as well. You know, there's so much heat being generated that they need to put a lot of work into cooling those cars as well. You know, these aren't factory-built race cars. I mean, they're not race cars full stop. You know, for example, if we take a look at our racing Honda's cars, they're not factory-built race cars either. But they are built for the job of racing, and they, like you said, they can do that for 20 minutes. They're maybe not necessarily pushing those horsepower numbers. They're not generating as much heat. There's a slightly different brief that they're built to. But these cars, you know, they are not designed to go at full pelt necessarily for the full 15, 20 minute sessions. So they'll do a hot lap, maybe 2, and then cool, and then, you know, repeat. Which is a very unique challenge in Time Attack, because you have all this traffic, all these cars, some of whom are pushing very hard, and some of whom are really going quite slowly, actually, and that causes all kinds of bottlenecks and traffic, and, you know, you try to get around that with blue flags and so on, which the drivers make a pretty good job of most of the time. But that's its own skill that is unique to Time Attack. You know, the difference between cars on a hot lap and cars on a cooldown lap and how trafficy everything can get. You know, managing to negotiate that traffic is a big part of the Time Attack skill set. I'm quite intrigued here by this number 24 Honda Civic, single round entry there. Tommy Knight in the Knight Racing machine. And it's going to be one that I think I'll need to Google and socials for the next session, because it's not often that we see, you know, is that an EP? Is that a, sorry, EK, EJ? You know, what is that? It's not often you see one of these in Time Attack these days.
It certainly was on full attacking towards the first corner ridges there, just picking up a little bit of grass on the inside. You'll know for next time. Maybe that's not an ideal line through there, but hey, you've got to try it, see if it works, as we watch on then towards the end of this warm-up session, which is the only session the drivers have to really make sure everything works as it should, as Tommy Knight makes his way now through in towards Williams, and then that will bring him onto the Bentley straight. Because of his Time Attack, we've got the sort of sector times here. So where is Knight in the order right now? He's 7th fastest overall, 5th in class. He has set a personal best through the first sector, and the first speed trap of 111 miles per hour. Might have a bit of traffic up ahead of him, but he should make his way through in towards Brundle and Nelson. We should get the Sector 2 time in. Sector 2 time was yellow that time around, so that means it wasn't a personal best. He makes his way now through in towards the bomb hole, and then flying his way through in towards Coram. We'll see if he continues on with this lap. Coram, where your front left tyre will be screaming in agony, and then you have to make sure you have enough grip to get through the left-hander of Murray's, which then asks a lot of the front right-hand tyre. And then we get back onto the power. We'll see if he completes this lap in the number 24. He will. Tommy Knight makes his way up towards the start-finish line to take the checkered flag. Is it going to be an improvement? No, it is not. It's a 209.8. But he did set a personal best through the first sector and clocked up 123 miles per hour down the Bentley straight. So not bad going.
Yeah, interestingly, it seems that he's also in the Racing Hondas Championship. So I guess, and we see this from time to time, that the Civics will spill over into Time Attack to get some extra seat time that they can then put to use in the Racing Hondas Championship race, which is probably what their main focus is on. So yeah, pretty interesting to see Tommy Knight there doing both. Well, that concludes our Club 2-Wheel Drive, Club 4-Wheel Drive warm-up. And we will be getting our Clubman classes warm-up underway in just a few minutes. So this next one is looking like a very busy session where we have the Classic and Retro, Clubman, Clubman Plus, Pocket Rocket NA, and Pocket Rocket FI classes all on track at the same time. I think this is going to be the busiest of our sessions. And while we wait for the track to go live, I believe Susie has been in the paddock catching up with Eden Young.
I'm here having a quick catch-up with Eden Young. So good morning, Eden.
Good morning, Susie. Here to a lovely and at the moment sunny Snetterton.
Don't jinx it.
No, I'm going to jinx it. I like it when it's a bit damp. So I'm doing my truffle shuffle rain dance this morning. So we'll see. We'll see.
So for the people who aren't aware, amazingly some people might not be, tell us a little bit about the Spicy Micra.
So the Spicy Micra is currently on version 3. We've gone through several versions over the years, hence version 3, version 1, 2, 2.5 and now 3. Version 3 is currently its most obscene version yet, now powered by a K20 turbo, 450 horsepower. We've got the weight down to 850 kilos with a further weight reduction coming later on in the season. But yeah, the Spicy Micra serves as a bit of a test bed for my business. We deal with Micras, so ultimately we make prototype parts, install it on this, come around here, try and break it, doesn't break, and then we can offer it to the market. So for us, from a business perspective, it's really good. But so because of that, the car is always going through a constant state of changes. We're always changing things in between different rounds. Obviously, we've made some improvements since Brands Hatch 5 weeks ago now. And then we've been able to test that to make the car drive it better, and hopefully today it's going to, all these adjustments we've made are going to allow us to perform quite well around here today.
So, and I mean, obviously you mentioned the engine with K20, but obviously bodywork is not quite stock either, right?
No, it's all carbon fibre made by this lovely gentleman to my left-hand side, Rusky Bold Fab. It's what we call poor man's carbon, so it's just skinned over the original panels, but because of that, it's a fraction of the cost of what like a show panel would be. So it does have a bit of a weird appearance to it, as a lot of people point out, but here we're just going for function over form when it comes to the carbon fibre stuff.
And new side skirts this time?
Yeah, we've got new side skirts. Side skirts were planned for the start of the season. We just ran out of time. There is a big diffuser to go on the back as well. But the side skirts I put on literally last week, and it's changed how the car looks from its side profile mega. So I'm really happy with how it's transformed the look of the car. Whether they're going to work or not, we don't know. That's the whole point of fit, test and repeat. So we'll try and get some data, whatever data we're going to gather from here, and then we can improve that for going forward and make some changes.
You've had a bit of an eventful season, but starting off a fantastic battle, like last round with Mark Donnelly in the XR3i.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the fight this year. I held the lap record at Brands Hatch for a total of 15 seconds until Mark Donnelly overtook me. I set the lap record, and Donny then reset the lap record. So, but I just think between me and Dean Riley and Mark Donnelly, you couldn't have 3 cars which are so different, but fighting within like 0.8 of a second. I think it's absolutely mega. I mean, who would have thought a Micra would be up against a VX220 and a Mark III Escort, and literally swapping times throughout the session. So some people might be a bit, I want to win, but if anything, I prefer to fight, and I think that's what keeps me going. And we have such good rapport with Mark and Dean. They're always, you did amazing, that, blah, 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 blah. So I think the camaraderie there and making sure we're not impeding each other, because I suppose you could get a bit tetchy and start blocking people, which I think is a bit of the wrong move to make. So, but no, you couldn't have such 3 cars that are so different to each other, literally swapping positions on the session throughout the day.
And that's what's great about Time Attack, right? It's the variety of cars all on track at the same time, fighting for those lap times.
It's the variety of car, yes. And with Time Attack, you're not restricted to what you can do. Time Attack is probably the only series in the UK where you can build what you want, however you want it, and there's going to be a class that the car's going to fit into. Some other spec series will have stipulations on like power to weight ratios, and you have to buy your parts from a certain supplier. Whereas in Time Attack, we don't have that restriction, which is great for us. We're able to approach big companies because we can use whatever parts we want, and that allows us to go, we want to use your parts because your parts are going to give us the advantage, and that's how we can form really good bonds with sponsors or partners is my preferred word. So yeah, it's really good, and we can come away from this with a part which doesn't work, and then we can then approach another company and go, we need your part because this part's not performing the way we expected. Your part's going to give us that advantage. So it's really good when it comes to doing stuff like that from a sponsor point of view, at least anyway.
And expectations for today?
Expectations today is to be able to drive on the trailer. We have made some further adjustments since Brands Hatch. People who have watched the live stream and videos before, you'll see that the micro is a bit of a handful. All down to some geometry changes which we changed 3 weeks ago. I could bore you with the data, but basically the wheels are doing this up and down suspension travel, and we've got them to do this. So that's all thanks to a whole new tubular lower construction on the rear, on the front lower arms, and a load of changes with some geometry corrections and stuff. So I'm hoping that the car's going to go in a kind of a straight line today. We still think the different torques is we're still fighting a bit against that, but I think the geometry changes alone should be able to get us pointing down these. I mean, Snetterton's essentially 2 long straights. So with a car,
You've got the infield with the 300, right?
We've got the infield. I've never done the 300 circuit before. I mean, it kind of looks like a triangle that you get out your tins of roses and whatever. So never done the 300 circuit, so I honestly don't know lines through there. The first session this morning, I'm just going to try and find my line through there, or at least follow some more. We're saying that Mark Donnelly's never done the 300 circuit either, and Dean Riley's never done it, so there's no point trying to follow those two because they don't know what they're doing either. So, which is nice because it means we're all today on a level playing field. I dare say with some other drivers who've got a bit more experience that comes to new circuits, they might be able to get that line a bit easier. But my target for today was to be Andy York's. He currently holds lap record at a 2:15, and I've been told that if this car doesn't do a 2:05, I'm being disowned. So the pressure's definitely on today.
So no pressure then. Well, I hope it goes fantastic for you today. No issues, and we'll keep an eye out for those lap times.
Yeah, great to see it.
Thanks very much, Eden.
I think that guy and that car, like Eden is such a great ambassador for Time Attack. I think both he and his car, like, embody what we're trying to do in Time Attack, and I think he talked about it so well. But I'm curious for you as a newcomer. So we can see Neil's car here getting recovered. But you know, watching that, firstly, this Micra, 430 horsepower Micra or something like it. It's incredible, isn't it?
It's two things that you never thought you'd hear together. Micra with 430 brake horsepower. So, as he said, he's got to get a 205, otherwise he gets disowned. So that'll be interesting. But yeah, it'd be great to see. It'd be great fun to see. But yeah, that's going to seriously affect not only how the car handles as well, because you know the Micra, the chassis, a lot of work has to go into it. We heard about the side skirts being put on for this weekend, I think, which has changed the profile, and now Eden's very happy with how it looks, and essentially using Time Attack as a chance to essentially stress test parts, which is not a bad way to stress test either. But yeah, it just seems like the perfect embodiment of what Time Attack is all about, is bringing these changes. And Eden's, winning's great, but he'd much rather be in the fight, which is, you know, that's the grit and determination you need.
Yeah. And this is what I was saying earlier about the Lucas Oil live stream, is being able to see these drivers and their enthusiasm and talk to them and put the camera up at the car and look at the different bits. We haven't had that, and you might have been able to in the past listen to the commentary on the TSL website, which a few people did. But having all of this here on the stream that you can look at, you can see the drivers, you can hear directly from them, you can see the car as well, what they've done to it. I love it. I think these interviews are my favorite part of the Lucas Oil stream. There's always something new that I'm learning from these interviews. It's very, very interesting. Also, what he was saying there about a lot of these drivers not having done the 300 layout before. Which makes me feel quite old, because I have done it multiple times, and I would imagine, so you know, there'll be drivers like Johnny. I would imagine Johnny Fletcher's definitely done it, Darren Spooner as well. You know, they're the drivers who've been around for a good few years. They've done the 300 layout, and I've done it in sprinting as well. But yeah, not many drivers have done that, and that's a whole new dimension to the battle that we can expect today. We've got Knock Hill later on, which I don't think there will be very, very few drivers who've done Knock Hill.
Now that's a power track if I've ever seen.
Is
one
it?
as well. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know it at all.
Oh, it'll be a fun one for these cars.
Okay.
For sure.
Okay.
For sure. You'll love Knock Hill, I think.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting. And we have a few drivers who come down from Scotland, and they'll drive for whatever it is, 9 or 12 hours with their trailer, and bring all that stuff down here. And now the shoe's on the other foot, and they've done that for so many years. To all of the rounds, especially like Brands Hatch, which is like literally the opposite end of the country.
Yes.
And it's like, I think they're going to get their payback in a sense where everyone's got to go up there now.
Home turf. They've got to use that advantage. Yes,
and they'll know that track very well, I would imagine. Whereas, I think a lot of us Englishers will not know the track at all. Really interesting. So the green flag then is thrown for our Clubman Plus, Pocket Rocket, and Classic and Retro classes. If you're new to Time Attack and you're wondering what do all of these words mean, like we discussed earlier, there's a whole, like Eden even said just then in that interview, Time Attack will accommodate most builds. The question is, what class do they fit into? And we have the really high-spec stuff first, and then we move down that ladder to these more entry-level classes. Although I use the term very lightly, very loosely, because we have quite a few bits of serious machinery here. But the Clubman and Clubman Plus class are for your road cars. They're not really very modified at all. And in these the cars in this class can't have modified bodywork, they can't have a modified dash, they can only be stripped out from the B-pillar back, no gearbox changes allowed, induction is free, brakes are free, suspension is free in terms of your choice of suspension units. You can't be moving the mounting points or anything. So you can't do a great deal in Clubman. This is what you might call a fast road build class. Then we have Pocket Rocket NA, so the Pocket Rocket classes are for cars with very small little engines. So Pocket Rocket Force Induction is for cars that are up to 1.6 liters, but with force induction. And then you have Pocket Rocket Naturally Aspirated, which is for cars up to 2 liters naturally aspirated. So, power-wise, kind of similar, but crucially small engines. And then Classic and Retro is for the older chassis, although, like we've seen in the case of Eden's Haltech Micra just there, these are quite high-level builds too. And I think both in Pocket Rocket Force Induction and in Classic and Retro, and this is what I was saying earlier, yes, these are kind of entry-level classes on paper, but drivers, our builder drivers, have found ways of building very, very fast stuff in these so-called entry-level classes. So that's great fun. So let's have a look. Quite some Marcin Bachkovic in the FN Civic, Jamie Biss in that MX-5. Then we have Dan Buckingham in the Civic. I believe that might have been Mark Blackburn in the... There's Dean Riley in the DRS Racing VX220 that Eden mentioned just then. So really, really fun battle developing in Classic and Retro. Crazy to think that a VX220 is considered retro these days because they look so modern. And I think the Elise that it is so closely related to does show its age, whereas the VX220 played it, I think, quite safe with the styling. It's a very traditional mid-engine sports car shape with some nice, simple design elements. And I think when you take a conservative approach to the design, they don't age as obviously. And so the VX220, if you were to put some xenon headlights in there, or LED headlights and some modern wheels, you could be mistaken into thinking that's a new car. Of course, it's very small, and new cars, the size. I think the size betrays its age because you don't get small cars anymore. But yeah, crazy to think that that's classic and retro.
Yeah.
But there we go.
The VX220 is such a beautiful car as well.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the most beautiful cars Vauxhall has made, or
Yes.
Opel, or if you're of that volition. But either way, it's a really nice car. I just think, you're thinking early 2000s, which, that's 25 years ago. Are you
It's
kidding me?
It's crazy.
Late
It's crazy.
90s, early 2000s.
I mean, you picked up on this car straight away, right? When we were talking in the morning, you mentioned the VX220 straight away. So I guess you've got
It's a
soft spot for these.
Definitely, absolutely. I mean, for me, it comes from I think
Project Gotham Racing.
Yes.
Yes. I
Absolutely.
love that game. I nearly swore out of excitement.
I
there.
know. I
love
saw
that game.
Number 4, greatest of all time.
4 is the one with the bikes, right?
Correct,
You
yeah.
had bikes in there
Yeah.
too. Oh my god! What an incredible series of games.
What a callback, eh? What a callback.
Yeah,
But
incredible.
that was my introduction to the VX220, and it's just a car. It just looks the part. It just feels the part as well. It
Yep.
sounds great.
Yep.
So I've always had a soft spot for that particular Vauxhall.
Yeah, and then PGR got rolled into what is now Forza Horizon, which I think is a bit of a departure from the PGR, because PGR felt very mature and crisp, whereas Forza Horizon is a bit like Fortnite but with cars.
I would take your word for it. Yes.
Okay, yeah. But PGR was such a great game.
Oh, yes.
And
we could talk about that, but
Yeah.
we've got to
Yeah,
focus
I know,
on,
I
we've got to
know,
focus
I
on
know.
Time Attack.
But it had a lot of the noughties, especially PGR 1 and 2, had a lot of the noughties cars that these days are like classic and retro.
Yes.
Yeah, crazy.
Crazy times. But anyway.
Anyway,
There's some cars having a walk.
there's some real cars.
There
Yeah,
are,
some real
yes.
cars as well. There's Jamie Biss in the cute little MX-5. Oh, he's going to get not quite sideways, but lots of lateral movement there from Jamie in that MX-5, who was kind of on the fence about, I think, coming back to Time Attack this year, but it's really good to see him back. And yeah, not many MX-5. We see lots of MX-5s in the drifting world these days. Although even that's dying out a little bit. I think they're becoming strong money now, for compared to where they were at a few years ago. So it's always cool. Always puts a smile on my face to see an MX-5, especially one of these early ones, doing some kind of grippy track action. And then of course we have the MX-5 for grown-ups, the S2000. I'll just throw that out there to bait the comments. But yeah, we also have Jay Elliott in this Abalon S2000. So in fact, we have the S2000 and the MX-5 together on track. So it'd be interesting to see that little battle. So actually, this is also very interesting. A single round entry, I believe. That's Jay McToldridge of famously of Players, Players Show and so on, who has a very nice A86. Which of course you would expect, given who Jay is and the operations he runs. You would expect him to have a really nice car. And so, yep, he's back with his 8.6 for this year as well. I believe that one is still 4AG powered. So 200 horsepower or so. Yeah. And perhaps we might see some more of that car as the day progresses. There's Mark Donnelly, who Eden mentioned in the Ford Escort, who currently leads the classic and retro standings. And often, it'll be really interesting to see here, because we have some very fast stuff in this class. For example, we have the Lotus Exige 410 of Annie Thompson, BMW M2, Honda S2000, some quite high-level stuff here. Eden Young's 400-plus horsepower Micra, and it's Mark Donnelly in the Escort, who tends to be faster than anybody else in this session across all of these classes that are on track. Be interesting to see if, and in fact, that is the case even now. It is only warm-up. But I was just thinking, given that Snetterton is very much a power circuit, is that still going to be the case? I believe so. Mark Donnelly's car has a Mark 1 Ford Focus ST160 engine, but turbocharged. And so, you know, this isn't a standard Ford Escort by any stretch of the imagination. But it also isn't necessarily as leery and crazy as, say, Eden Young's Micra. You know, this is just a tidy, nice, crispy, fast Escort build. Really, really nice. And if you get the chance, if you're in the paddock, you know, I would try to lay some eyeballs on this car because it's very well put together, very nicely put together. Nothing crazy, but just really, really nicely put together competition car. That in the hands of Mark Donnelly, who's had this car for a very long time. You know, he knows what he's dealing with, and he knows his machinery very well. He knows the limits, he knows where to push, and he manages to really, I think, punch above his weight, or at least you'd think so looking at the car's specs on paper. Yeah, really, really great to see.
Bit of an early retirement from at least this warm-up session. To just see the Thomas Langley 313 Ford Fiesta. That's the Tommy's Timber along the side. The pink Fiesta has pulled into Parc Ferme. Is out of this warm-up session at the very least. So hopefully for that machine, it's a case of finding the problem for Thomas Langley. We'll see. Hopefully we'll see him back out for Attack 1 later on today. There's the number 69 machine, and that would be Eden Young, as Susie was talking to him earlier on down in the pit lane. And new side skirts on that machine. He's looking to battle away as much as he can and really stress test, make sure everything works, and then well, he said we can go from there. And yeah, held the, what was it he said? He's held the lap record for Brands Hatch for 15 seconds. And no one can take that away from him. It was Mark Donnelly that then took it away from him.
So I thought perhaps let's see how we're doing on the old comments on the stream. And I can see we have some familiar faces reappearing. So Odd Boars, like one of the very knowledgeable watchers who I mentioned, who often has some great contributions in the comments, saying if MX-5 drivers could read, they'd be very upset about the S2000 being a grown-up MX-5. I know he was the it's that cartoon with the propane guy, isn't it? There's that meme about. Anyway, there's that meme format that he's bouncing off there. And then he says they need their media with Japanese cartoons to understand, which I want to jump in and echo that sentiment. But actually, Oddballs, I have an A86 that I purely got because of growing up with said cartoons. So I'm very much in that same camp as the MX-5 people. But you could absolutely say the same thing about me. And actually, Eden Young often sends me memes about 86 owners and how they've spent thousands of thousands on a car because it was in a cartoon. Yeah, I get it. Although, in my defense, I had that car before they got expensive. I probably wouldn't spend what they're worth now on one. Mine was very cheap back in the day. I've had it for many years. But it was literally because I grew up on Initial D. So yeah. So I'm also guilty as charged, just like MX-5 people are. James Garrett watched Time Attack at Brands Hatch for the first time this year. Great event. Love the racing Hondas too. Such competitive racing. Thank you everyone for getting stuck into the comments. Keep them coming. Any questions, fire them our way. I think between Scott, Kieran and me, we have a fair bit of knowledge, and what we don't have in terms of knowledge, I'm sure the commenters will be able to fill in as well. We've got some very knowledgeable people here, ex-competitors or just people who are in the industry. So yes, keep the conversation going. Eden Young then in the, big puff of smoke there from the back of his car. The feed froze up there for a second for us. Oh, no, that was oil or something from the back of what's going on there. Yep, that looks like, that does look bad.
He's pulling that off to try and at least get it to the recovery zone so that it can at least be pushed behind the barriers without having to call a full course yellow or anything upgraded from there. And he's pulled that. That's on the inside of Coram there. So there is a recovery place. Whereabouts he pulled that off? It's actually just past the bomb hole, actually. I can just about see the roof of the car. So he should be able to push that in and push it behind the barriers, but it'll be covered by yellow flags for now. So Not the end of the world because it's a warm-up session, but the drivers will have to be aware of that going into our attacks later on today, that the yellow flags are going to very much be their enemy, and they will ruin lap times. But yeah, that's a shame about the machine there, but for Eden, as we'll surely take that back and look to see if there is a fix for it before attack 1.
Yeah, the feed got a little bit choppy there, so I couldn't quite see what happened, but that puff of smoke did not look good. It looked quite oily, like an oily smoke.
Yeah, our producer said the engine blew, is the report.
Potentially, yeah, it didn't look, but I think good job, Eden, for keeping a cool head and pulling well off the track. Doing his best to not bring out a red flag and ruin it for everyone else. So I think Eden did really what he should have done. I think he played that very well, kept a cool head, kill the engine, pull off as far as possible.
The only other thing I could think of is if there was any fluid down there. Did it deposit any fluid sort of down at the bomb hole, or at least beforehand? Because that would sort of be on the exit of Nelson through in towards Brundle, which is a quick section if you're really going full pelt. But I don't think we've got any slippery surface flags down there, so we should be okay for now. But that's just something that drivers might have to be a bit mindful of, especially those that saw Eden pull off the car.
Yeah, I think what we also saw was actually Eden jumped off the track quite fast, right? So he didn't even slow down very much. He jumped straight off and did the slowing down on the grass, which I'm not sure how I get. So I think, as Oddbores has correctly mentioned here in the comments, I think what he tried to do was limit the mess that you just said.
Yes.
Let's not take the whole straight to slow down and put oil all over the place. Let's jump off the track immediately, which, you've got to be very, the grass is tricky to slow down on and so on. So I think that carries its own risks. But I think what Eden there did was he also tried to limit the mess for other drivers. So I think big up Eden there for really doing everything right.
Yeah, quick thinking and making sure the track is as in a good a state as possible as well. Doing that as well, making sure there are no fluids deposited down, especially in what is quite a relatively high-speed part of the circuit towards the end of the lap.
Jay there in the A86. I don't actually know a great deal about this car, but judging by the headlights and taillights, that looks like a UK model. But yeah, I believe this has a later 4AG swapped in. So yeah, 200 horsepower or thereabouts. And I recently learned, so Italians have a word for being cool without really trying. And there's a friend of mine who's got a MX-5, of course, and it's so cool, but it doesn't have any scene-y stuff. It's just how it is. And that's sprezzatura. And I think this car is quite similar in terms of it's not flashy, it's not got loads of stickers on, it's not like a try-hard car, but it's just cool. It's cool, like it's very understated color, but it's got like the big arches that it needs. And I think this is very much a sprezzatura car as well. I think Jay is also a very cool guy without trying, and his car reflects that. Yeah, so nothing shouty, nothing flashy, no big wings, no like fluorescent colors. It's very low key, but it's quite cool as well. Annie Thompson in that Exige begins her next flying lap. As does Jay Elliott in the S2000. Just taking a look at our... Yeah, so those of you following, if you take a closer look at the timing stuff, you will see... there we go, that's extended now, so the full... But basically, we have two Clubman classes. We have Clubman and Clubman Plus. You might be wondering what the difference is there. Given that, well, actually, the modifications permitted in Clubman and Clubman Plus are actually the same. The difference is that where possible, let's say we have lots of cars in Clubman, which we kind of do this year, we have a few, and we have a Honda Civic and a BMW M2, or in the past, we might have had a Vauxhall Astra and a McLaren. Yes, they have the same kind of mods, but like these are very different cars, and is that fair to have them in the same class? And that's how Clubman Plus came about, where there's things like GTRs, McLarens, Big Power, BMWs, and so on. And then we have little Renault Clios and Civics and stuff like that. Even though the mods are the same, they get put into different classes just because that feels more right. From what I understand, there's no hard and fast rule on how that happens. So, for example, the Golf R and the Exige are in Clubman, the S2000 and M2 are in Clubman Plus, and that you can cut that pie up in different ways. But that's what Clubman and Clubman Plus mean. So you can't move from one to the other if you do more mods. It's the same mods, it's just the underlying cars. One is much faster than another from the factory, so it just feels right to separate them out. Because mods haven't really come into play yet. These are very light builds. So let's just put the faster stuff, the inherently faster from the factory stuff, in the Plus class. Annie Thompson in the Exige then begins her next flying lap. So speaking of Clubman and so on, so where is she? Do we not have a mouse or any of that stuff? Oh, might this scroll around? No. Oh, okay. So, well, anyway, the checker flag is out actually, just as we were prepared to scroll around the timing board, but no worries. So that concludes our Time Attack warm-up for all of our classes. So I think some very interesting stories already beginning to develop.
And we like stories, don't we?
We like story. Time Attack is all about the stories. I think that's well observed. Definitely, definitely. I think that's a great point. Time Attack is all about the stories. But that's not to say that the Racing Hondas Championship has a shortage of stories either. I think we might have a bit of a delay if Eden Young's car is not yet recovered, which I would imagine it hasn't been yet. Maybe it has. But so we might need a little bit of a break just to recover that car. And then after a short break, we will jump straight into the Racing Hondas Championship free practice in just a few minutes. So thanks, and see you on the other side of this ad break.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Snetterton for round 4 of the Racing Hondas Championship. We're here today on the 300 circuit. Quite tight corners, so I think our drivers are going to have to be on top form today to get them overtakes in. Now, we've got Kevin leading the Class A Championship at the moment and Dan leading Class B, and we can't forget Matt, of course, leading Class C. Now, will our champions be able to hold on to first place? Stick around and stay tuned.
So, from Time Attack, we move straight into Racing Hondas for the first of 4 sessions today. It's a rather slightly gloomy and overcast, but still quite muggy, a little bit Snetterton in Norfolk. Scott Woodward is here once again. Morning, everybody. Welcome back to the racing elements of these Time Attack events. It's great that we have all the Time Attack shootouts over a single lap over the 3 classes, but we get some racing action to fill in the day as well. And we've got the first of the 4 sessions, which is a simple free practice session to get the drivers up to speed with this 300 circuit, which for many drivers will be racing for the first time. It is, in fact, the first time this championship has visited the Snetterton circuit and raced on the 300 layout, because the last 2 visits, the first 2 years we had the championship, in 2023 and 2024, were both on the shorter, more original layout of the 200 circuit, whereas we are on the first time the full 300, which is the technical infield section. And that means that the drivers will be handling the circuit a little bit differently. Some of the drivers will be glad for some dry running this morning, given the fact that the testing that they did on Thursday was a complete washout for some drivers, and they weren't able to turn in proper laps in hopefully dry conditions. But with the rain at the moment holding off, even though it is quite cloudy and overcast overhead, we fingers crossed we should get a dry session and dry running all the way through the day. So the championship itself then coming into the weekend. This is the 4th event of 8 this season. Of course, we're going to be back here later in the season at the season finale in October. But we've so far had this in this session, on this championship, we have had rounds starting off at Cadwell Park. Then we went to Donington Park and Brands Hatch last time out in the beautiful early summer sunshine. We've had 6 weeks off, so it's kind of like a early summer holiday for our Racing Hondas drivers. A couple of them have been keeping busy racing in other championships and series, getting some more track time, but they're back here for the Racing Hondas Championship. 3 classes of car, and it should be quite an intense contest, particularly in classes A and B and C, of course, where we have different specifications of car from start to finish. So we'll go through some of the runners and riders of the championship so far. There has been some comments and some quotes from drivers and some eventful notes going on throughout the first couple of days of testing and running. One drama, in fact, before Ryan Cunningham, the championship leader, as the green flag flies on the circuit, and the first couple of cars led out by Lewis Barker's bright green and black Honda Civic EP3 onto the circuit. One driver who had some dramas in qualifying, in testing earlier on, was the defending champion, number 1, Ryan Cunningham. He runs in Class B after he was Class C champion last year, and that also led him to winning the overall title. He blew an engine in testing on Thursday, and according to Matt Rowling, speaking to him earlier on this morning, he put in what was called a scrapyard screamer, so it has got a new engine in there, and so he'll be hoping to make the most of that for this one. So 3 classes, Class A, Class B and Class C. Class A is something of a what we call a prototype class in inverted commas. These are cars who are far from standard. You'll see a few of them coming through the shop. Will Self's EG Civic, the white one there of Dave Buki. Good that we've got James Allen back out once again in his almost sedan EG Civic. Just behind him there is good to have Dan Brown back on the circuit as well. His one and only appearance of the year thus far. That's a 1994 Civic EG Barley Edition. Not quite sure what makes it a Barley Edition. That's one of those very random, very 90s, interestingly named trim levels for Civics in the time. So we mentioned this practice session is purely just that. So there's going to be no bearing on what happens in qualifying, any points towards the race. It's purely for these drivers to get out there and just learn the circuit and just get themselves up to speed. Because as I mentioned, some drivers who were here on Thursday testing won't have driven this circuit in the dry yet. They've only had it in wet conditions. The summit was a bit of a washout, so they'll be hoping that it stays dry, doesn't rain, and allows them to get some proper data in that they can use in a couple of hours' time when they go out for the proper shootout for qualifying later on before lunch. So they're making their way around to get a feel for the circuit. A couple of the drivers, as they were leaving pit lane, just giving a bit of a weave to the tyres to try and put some temperature and some pressure into the tyres a little bit to get themselves warmed up. So really, the times don't really count for too much here. They might give a small indication of what to expect in qualifying, but different drivers will be on different run plans. They'll be on different objectives for this session. They'll be looking to try and bed the car in. If they're looking for a qualifying run to go for the fastest times possible, it's all going to be dependent on each different driver and each different team, what they want to get out of this session, whether it's just getting laps in to learn the circuit, to better set up into, in the case of Ryan Cunningham, betting in a brand new engine, just different things for different drivers. But nonetheless, who are we to complain about having a few race cars on track at about 11:15 in the morning. So, first few cars coming across the line. The story of the season so far has been a great battle at the head of the field, particularly in Class A. It's Dan Thackeray who leads the overall championship. He's also leading the championship in Class B. We should mention with anyone that's watching for the first time for this championship that the point system is very much unlike the old school BTCC points back in the mid to late 80s, where you have 3 different classes, but you also have an overall championship. And the overall champion is determined really by how many points you can score within your own class. So even though Dan Thackeray is in Class B, he has won his class all but once so far this season, so therefore he scored enough times. As we've got a Civic expiring down towards Agostini, that is John Stack's Civic, sadly, and that car's pulled off, thankfully, way off the racing line, off the road. So there will be a yellow flag down there to signal drivers there is a car that has pulled up and is stationary on the edge of the circuit, but it's not on the racing line, it's not on tarmac or anything like that, so it should be drama-free for the most part. And then that car will be pushed away. He's conveniently put it into an area where the marshals can quickly push it away behind the barrier. You're seeing on the screen Tommy Knight, who's in the bright blue Honda Civic EG, one of the front runners in Class A. And that car has had some work on it by the Europa Crash Centre squad. Another car on certainly the screen is Bob Barron. Now, Bob has been one of the stories of the season so far. This is only his 4th ever event, hence he's still got the rookie cross on the back, the yellow square with the black X, as is also there you saw Luke Crassus Melu. There's his teammate Fraser McNeil. Now these guys come across all the way down from Scotland. They do have done some running in Knock Hill Series, and they of course come down. They do enjoy the championship. And even though you'd argue visibly that Fraser McNeil's car looks faster because it has that rear wing on the back, Bob Barron has been the pace setter. So seeing below me as well, James Kiff, who was a newcomer at Brands Hatch, just leaving the pit lane. I thought he was. He's going back into the paddock. So James Kiff, who's in the white Honda Integra, had a really good debut in cars after he's been racing in karts for so many years up to that one. He got a couple of really solid results back at Brands Hatch. And there's Tommy Knight. Now that car's had some work on it done by the Europa Crash Centre team. Now it's been emblazoned with the Europa stuff on it. It's had a couple of different new updates of air on that car too. Really happy with the progress he's posting on social media, and really pleased with everything and all the efforts that have been put in to put that car in. It is not meant to really have favourite cars or favourite looking cars in the championship. I can say favourite looking car, and for me it has to be that blue EG Civic. It's the colour, but also the fact it's the EK Civic. I'll get that right. It's an EK Civic. It's the newer shape, kind of very mid to late 80s that car, no, mid to late 90s that car came in. Car behind it, Fraser McNeil, one of the 2 kilted K-Swaps drivers that we saw. On the screen now, if you're watching on the stream, if you aren't watching the stream, be sure to tune into the YouTube channel, find the Time Attack YouTube channel, as I was going to say. Also be sure to check out the stream on, I think it's also on the Teguiwa YouTube channel and also on Lucas Oil's YouTube channel. So if you're watching any of those on top of that, just been told on me that's correct. So if you're watching on those 2 streams, hello to all of you guys watching on the Teguiwa and Lucas Oil streams, particularly if you've got any drivers, any of our competitors, our sponsors and partners from the US. So thanks for tuning in, and also thank you to Lucas Oil and to, of course, Teguba for being supporters of the Time Attack and Racing Honda's paddock. Another car we're glad to have back, which is, I think that's Nicholas Allett in car number 16. That's a bit of a single round entry, so that's not scoring any points. But good to have a few single round entries that are here as purely as invitations. They're not going to have any bearings on the championship. Speaking of championship, one of our other contenders on the screen now, Kevin Talbot, who is in that beautiful looking DC5 Integra, the only DC5 in the field. Hopefully we can get some more, maybe the rest of the season or even into next year. Now he's joined Honor Motorsport for the rest of the season. He's still sponsored by KC Imports, which I think is one of his regular sponsors, but he's now running with the Honor Motorsport squad, and they both run, if I'm correct, it's Duncan Holloway and no other drivers that they run as well. I was about to say Sammy Milan, but that's Kinetic Motorsport. Once I've even got my spreadsheet up, I'll be able to say exactly what they do. I was updating that last night. That's the rest of the it goes through. So Honor Motorsport are in Class B. They have Duncan Holloway as one of their drivers, and the other is James Kembry. But I don't think we have James here this weekend, but we do have Duncan Holloway. In terms of times, for what they're worth, we're halfway through the session. Liam Collins is fastest in the Honda Integra. One thing we should mention here is that there are no lap records existing for this particular layout of Snetterton. They have been to Snetterton before, as I mentioned, but not on the full 300 circuit, only on the 200 shorter layout, which, if you look at it, very much mimics the old Snetterton layout before they made the changes right at the beginning of the 2010s. And they've been there before, but never set any lap records. So whoever gets pole position and sets the best lap time in the race between the two races, we are going to set some brand new, yet to be established lap records. So we'll see drivers going for that. Liam Collins has a habit for going for fastest times, of being one of the fastest drivers out there. So just seeing Duncan Holloway going out of the pits below me in the commentary box position. So Liam Collins will be looking for that. Will Self in the Honda Civic is second. Then Phil Wright, who's the 2023 champion, is third. Kevin Talbot, who we're looking on the screen here, is fourth. And he's actually on track following Dave Buki, who is the head of Kinetic Motorsport. And he has got this car out, this beautifully prepared Honda Civic EK9. Good thing we've got about 3 or 4 EK9s in the field. You've got Tommy Knight's car in there too, Dave Buki's. Also in there is James Alford, who is in 17th at the moment in the category. So 3 or 4. There's Liam Collins on the screen if you're watching, just coming down to the end of the pit straight into Richie's corner. He is fastest, only man under 2 minutes 7. 2 minutes 6.837 for Liam in the Honda Integra. Good to see we've got some DC2 Integras in the field. Liam Collins is one, and James Kiff is another. Also at the bottom of the pit lane I'm watching, I can see Callum Houchin going out, and he's one of the 2 Class C runners, which we only have 2 this weekend. I say only. We would have had a third, but after the incident at Brands Hatch that involved one of the main men behind Time Attack, at least at the moment, one of the 2 men who run Time Attack, which is Andy Barnes, and had a bit of an unfortunate incident with himself and Matt Rowling at Brands Hatch. Both are fine, but the number 99 Civic FN2 not quite in the condition to be able to race again, at least not for the near future. So only the 2 cars in Class C, but that's quite an interesting battle, which we'll look at momentarily when we see the table. In terms of the championship coming into the weekend, and in terms of the drivers to watch out for, as I mentioned, it's going to be key to look out for the battles in between in all 3 classes. When we look at the standings for the 2025 season, remember, it's an overall championship plus the 3 classes. We'll go through class by class. So Kevin Talbot leads the way on 82 points coming into the weekend, with Phil Wright in second place. Will Self is on 62 points, 6 behind Wright, who's in second. Liam Collins, who's one of the fastest drivers out there given lap time, currently sat in 4th at the moment. And then it's Tommy Knight in 5th. Bob Barron, who is one of the sensations of the year, in 6th. His teammate Fraser McNeil is 7th, and it's James Alford, Dave Buki and Rick O'Connell in the top 10. In Class B, this is where we find our overall championship leader, Dan Thackeray. He's on 95 points ahead of Ryan Cunningham in 86. But quite a gulf to 3rd place Spencer Fortag, who's only a point ahead of Sammy Lintzner after Brands Hatch coming into this weekend. Lewis Barker 5th on 37 points. Sammy Milam is on 33, and Trevor McConnell, James Kembry, Harry Greenhill, Duncan Holloway and Jackson White. And then Class C, it is currently a 11-point swing between Matt Rowley and Callum Houchin, 45 points to 34. One thing I found quite interesting is that not only do Matt Rowley and Callum Houchin, who share an awning, so too in this circuit at least, to Dan Thackeray and Ryan Cunningham. So we've got two of the main championship battles in classes, and the top two contenders in each both share an awning, which you would have thought made it quite awkward, but they seem to get on quite friendly. And that's the whole point of this championship. Not only is it great on track, but it's fantastic off track, and the offering that Racing Hondas it provides is excellent for not just anyone in a racing, or anyone in a racing Honda, but it's not just a particular sole generation of Honda Civic, and there's nothing wrong with that. There are some good championships out there that do run a spec championship for Civics. There's a couple that are out there and they do their own thing, and that's a good job. But the great thing about this championship is the variety. As you can see here, Will Self in an EG shape, that's a kind of early to mid generation Honda Civic, and these cars are just as fast in Class A as the more contemporary DC5s or the lots of EP3s that still compete in this championship. So it's really nice to see you've got this variety out there, and it's open to just about any version of Honda. So any car that kind of runs essentially is known as a Honda. You can run a CRX, you can also run an S2000 if you want to, you can run an NSX if you feel confident enough to push yourself against all the Civics. You can run a Honda Jazz, you could run, I guess if you want to do a Honda Beat, if anyone knows what those are, very much a very tiny kind of K-car convertible machine, but you can run one of those if you want to. But practically almost anything. I think the most random car that you probably could see, in my opinion, is if someone brought out a Honda Insight. If you know what that is, it's one of the early kind of hybrid cars, but if you look at the rear end of it, it's very streamlined. It looks like one of those covered, but the rear end of the car's got this rear wheel covers on it, or covered rear wheels, like you'd see on an old school kind of 70s or 80s Group C prototype or a sports car. So it's quite a good way to keep things efficient. One driver I'm actually quite glad we're seeing back again after he was out at Cadwell Park last time at the start of the season is James Allen, who is a single round entry, but he is in a car it was dubbed a brand new Fast and Furious style Black Civic EK. I don't know if it's running a spoon engine or not, or any green underbody neons, but it's certainly a car that's one to look at. And of course, all three of those Garage 24 cars under the same awning. This is one of them, Will Self on screen at the moment. Good to see Dan Brown back as well, who was last year's Class A champion. He's only back for this round because that car apparently is going to be off doing some laps of the Nürburgring and Spa, but good to have Dan back out there. Did have a bit of an awkward moment when I think the rear window on his car blew out when it was being trailered to the circuit just a couple of days ago. I think he put out a message in the chat to ask if anyone has either retrieved it or has a spare rear window for an EG Civic, then please let me know. Will Self has gone to the fastest time, and by some margin, by almost 7/10 of a second, 2 minutes 6.143 for Will Self. That's good progress for him. If you look at how the season has gone so far, Will did win a race at the start of the season. Yeah, he won the first race of the season. Has also taken 3 second places. 2 of them came at Donington Park. 1 came last time out at Brands Hatch, and then he won the very first race of the season at Cadwell Park. And he was determined at the start of the year that he wanted to challenge for the championship and really go for it. And the fact that coming into the weekend, he appears to be in strong contention, given the fact that he's currently at the moment third and 6 points off the top. It's quite interesting. A couple of cars have already decided to call it quits for the session, 2 of which are 2 of our front runners. One is Liam Collins by the looks of it. The other one, yes, Liam Collins is in. The other one is Kevin Talbot. He's decided he's done with the session as the timer ticks down ever closer to 0. Only about 8 seconds left. A quick mention to the rest of the class. We should mention also too to give them a note as well. So for the record, if we look at the top 5 in Class A for this session, Will Self fastest, Liam Collins second in the Integra, third is Tommy Knight in the blue EK Honda Civic, fourth is Phil Wright in his 2002 EP3, and then James Allen is 5th fastest, the single round entry, so he won't score any points. He's currently 5th fastest with a 2 minutes 8.292. Class B is led by Dan Thackeray, so Dan Thackeray leads that class. It's then Ryan Cunningham second quickest. There's 3 places on the timing screen between them. So Dan is 10th fastest overall, Ryan 13th. And Sammy Milam, who is best of the Kinetic Motorsport cars. Good to see Sammy getting some pace in 3rd fastest. 4th is the number 15 of Lewis Barker, and then 5th is Sammy Linster ahead of Spencer Fortag, and then in the Class C scrap it's Matt Rowling ahead of Callum Houchin at the moment. The gap between them lap time wise, well, it says it's 6.2 seconds, maybe because I was going to say that they haven't set that many lap times, but Callum Houchin's struggling in this session. Just seeing him wander down the end of the pit lane here in his FN2 Honda Civic with the, looks like it's the Type R version with the, what I call the kind of the wraparound rear wing. As the checker flag comes out, there's a bit of a track race down the straight between James Orford and Dave Buki in their pair of Honda Civic EKs. But the checker flag is now out on the session. James Allen getting past Ryan Cunningham down the straight. But the checker flag is out, as I mentioned. It doesn't really give us too much of an indication. It'll give us some idea towards qualifying, but it won't be definitive order because we will see drivers going on a proper low fuel run to get us the quickest time possible to be on, hopefully on pole, at least in their class for race 1. Now, the timing screen is also telling me that Dan Brown, who's 8th quickest, has not come through yet, and is apparently, according to the timing screen, stopped on circuit somewhere. We've got a bank of CCTV cameras here in the main commentary box for the circuit that we're using. I can't immediately see Dan Brown's car anyway. Usually when you get on the timing screen, if you're watching on TSL or listening on TSL, you have the yellow triangle with an exclamation mark. It usually suggests that they haven't come through, and it suggests that they've stopped somewhere on track. If it comes to the pit lane, you'd have a little grey cog. I've just been told by my producer on I can't see the car anywhere, so possibly either he's pulled off and in and maybe been pushed back behind the barrier. I know we lost earlier in the session Jason Stack. His car expired, had an engine issue running down towards Agostini. So something has happened to Dan Brown's car, so fingers crossed that car will be okay for qualifying in a little while. So just before we wrap up and hand back to our time attack contenders for their first proper attack 1 coming up. Just a quick rundown again of the running order very, very quickly. So Will Self then is fastest overall and in Class A with a 2 minute 6.036. Right at the end of the session also, it was a 2 minute 6.398 to put Tommy Knight in second fastest in his EK Honda Civic. Third was Liam Collins in the Integra, but he gave up the session right towards the end. Fourth is Phil Wright in his 2002 Civic, and fifth is James Allen, the single round entry in his 1995 EG sedan. Then we get to Kevin Talbot, who is 6th fastest in the Integra DC5, from Dave Bucke, 7th fastest in his white Civic EK9. Dan Brown's car, which we know not what has happened to him, but he's currently 8th fastest at the end of the session. Bob Barron back down in 9th. He's had some tweaks done to that car since Brown's hatch. And then Dan Thackeray in the top 10, who rounds out the top 10 overall, but also is fastest of the Class B runners. So Class B, look at the moment so far, still the pace being set by Dan Thackeray. 11th fastest overall was James Alford in his EK9. Then it's Fraser McNeil in the yellow Honda Civic EG's 12th fastest. 13th fastest is second place in Class B, defending champion Ryan Cunningham. James Kiff, who didn't do that many laps in practice, only did 3, ended up 14th fastest and then pulled into Parc Ferme and back to the paddock, so still some work to do with that car, I presume. He was ahead of Sammy Milam, who was 3rd in Class B, and Sam Lintzner in 4th fastest, and Lewis Barker in 5th fastest, from Spencer Fortag in 6th, and Duncan Holloway and Luke Crassus-Benny rounding out the overall top 20. And then it was below that, we had Matt Rowling, who was fastest in Class C from Callum Houchin, and Nicholas Allett was 23rd. And the end of our timing screen actually only goes as far as 23rd on the TV screen I have. There's a couple more cars in the field, but we will get to those very shortly. So that's the end of the Racing Honda session. The next one coming up on track now is more of our time attack contenders, and they will be getting ready for attack 1. And that first session will be for the fastest cars in the field, which will be for Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme, then Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive, and then it's the CNR, Clubman and Pocket Rocket categories before Racing Hondas are back on track at scheduled 1:15 for their 15-minute qualifying session. If you want to follow all the sessions, not just on here, you can head to tsl-timing.com and scroll down to the Snetterton event and follow along with us. Just at the end of that timing screen, the only other car we had below the 16th of Allett was John Stack, who's another single round entry after his car pulled up with an engine issue. So that's me done for the moment, Scott Woodward. So be sure to stay tuned for more action from Racing Hondas after Attack 1 coming up for our 3 time attack groups. Stay tuned. Alexi and Kieran will be back on the microphone in just a couple of minutes on the other side of these messages.
All right, it is now Attack 1, and our Club Pro and Pro cars are on the track. A bit of an interesting break there, so apologies for that protracted pause, but actually we started slightly ahead of schedule and immediately had a red flag, so that we had to... So it's just one of those. So in the meantime, Martin Henry was one of the first cars out. Seemed to have some problem with his drive shaft, lost drive, and immediately brought out a red flag, and everyone had to come back in. And it was just one of those days. But we're back. Attack 1 is now underway in earnest. Simon Norris there flies across the timing beam. It's not a timing beam because we have transponders, I guess, but does the thing to begin his next flying lap. Let's see how it goes. As always, those of you watching us on the live stream, please do feel free to get stuck in the comments. Martin Ringer there. So, of course, we welcome feedback as well. Martin Ringer saying, don't like brakes and transmission when you could be showing interviews and a bit more detail about the cars. I think that's an interesting point, Martin. I think we will take that on board. There's only so much we can do because it's a small team and there's lots of admin and SD cards and all kinds of other logistics, and we need the little breaks to sort some of that stuff out. But thank you for the feedback. We'll definitely consider that one. So Simon Norris there in that short wheelbase Mitsubishi Evo, who we saw in warm-up, was significantly faster than anyone else. He is in a class of his own. He's the only car today representing the Pro Extreme class. I think that this is quite interesting. If you look at the Time Attack rule book, which is available online, if you're interested in getting involved in Time Attack as a driver, it's pretty easy, actually. You just need to have a car, basically. If you have a car, then there will be some class that you can fit into. It's got to be safe. It needs to have a fire extinguisher. It needs to have safety harness. And I think that's the bare minimum that you need. We do have a control tire in Time Attack as well. So, when it comes to buying your tires, you need to get the correct one. But that's not really like a change you need to make to the car, because you need to buy tires anyway. You just need to buy this specific tire, which is the Yokohama AD08 track day tire, but it is also road legal. But where was I going with that? Simon Norris. Yeah, so any car is pretty much eligible for Time Attack, provided it's safe and well put together. Let's just want to check what tire it is that we run in Time Attack. It's usually on the program. I think it's the AD08.
Meanwhile, as well, we're watching Josh Barrett make his way through in towards Agostini, and then he'll make the short run up towards Hamilton before tackling the remaining section of the infield through in towards Oggies, and then on through Williams, that then takes him onto the Bentley straight. But Simon Norris in that Evo 9, top of the standings at the moment, 1 minute 47. He clocked, I think it was about 150 miles per hour down the Bentley straight. So,
wow.
Yeah, massively quick. We watch on then with that Caterham now making its way through in towards the Bentley straight, and then towards Brundle and Nelson. We'll be able to see what sort of sector times that it's going to set for Barrett. It's 43 second on the dot. 43 seconds exactly to 3 decimal places as he makes his way through now in towards Nelson, now towards the bomb hole, which the front and rear wings will work in tandem through this high-speed section. And that front left tyre, it gets and screams in agony through in towards Coram. It goes on for a long time, that fast right-hander. It's a medium-speed corner, so you get plenty of heat running through into that front left-hand tyre. Then it's a quick flick in towards Murray's, as we then get back onto the power and onwards towards that start-finish line. And what lap time will this be for Josh Barrett as he makes his way across the line? And it will be a 2 minute 2.1 from Josh Barrett. Managed 131.8 miles per hour down the Bentley straight.
So, sorry, an important correction there on the control tyre. It's actually the AO52 the Yokohama Advan AO52. That is our control tire for this year in Time Attack. So both the racing Hondas and most of the Time Attack classes need to run this tire. Although the pro cars that you see on track now are free to run slicks as well. But I just remembered what I was saying about the rule book. So yes, if you want to get involved in Time Attack, go take a look at the rule book. That's very important. But the technical regulations, like we discussed earlier, for a car to fit into a class, it needs to kind of fit certain criteria. That's fine. And it's quite explains in detail about the aero and the engine rules and so on per class. But the Pro Extreme class that Simon Norris is in, the only car that we have in the Extreme class today, if you look at the technical regs for the Extreme class, it's basically each one, like each subheading, like let's say aero or whatever, is then like, there are no restrictions. Or something like that. It's like, just do whatever you want. Whatever crazy stuff you want to do, go for it. Nitrous, race fuel, whatever. So I think that's quite funny, where most of the other classes have some quite specific information in there. When you look at the Pro Extreme class, it's just like, no, do whatever you want, which has always tickled me. So yes, and you can see that bearing fruit there, where Simon Norris at the moment, 8 seconds clear of anybody else. So yes, a very boundary pushing car. Also, thanks to the Lucas Oil live stream, you can also see in the bottom right corner of your screen a QR code to let you vote for your Lucas Oil top driver, your driver of the day. So for those of you following the stream, you can scan that QR code in the bottom right of your screen and go and vote for your driver of the day. Ilya Krylov there. Interesting. So I was actually talking. Ilya's a good buddy of mine outside of Time Attack, and I mentioned to him that in these pro classes you can actually run different headlights and so on. In the lower classes you need to run standard bodywork, standard headlights. In the pro classes you can do some different stuff here. And a lot of the cars now run these little LED strips as headlights. And in the previous rounds, I couldn't quite tell. These LEDs on Ilya's car were so small that from the commentary box, I couldn't quite tell whether his headlights were on or off, whether he was indicating or what, because, the small little dinky LEDs. And, I think he had that feedback from a few places. He went off and thought about it. And I think actually credit where it's due. At the front of his Clio and the back, actually, he's got these funky little caravan-type LED tail lights, and also, of course, the big tail light, big brake light along the top of his wing. But the front of his car has got quite a lot of LEDs that I think are actually quite prominent. So I think Time Attack is about this constant evolution and improvement, even when it comes to these little details like your front lights. And in Time Attack, this is very important, actually, because your lights, if you were following earlier on in the morning, we were discussing, the problem of dealing with traffic and cool-down laps and hot laps. And some drivers, when they're cooling stuff down, they're going quite a lot slower than those on a hot lap. And so how do you signal what you're doing to drivers around you? You need those little visual aids, because your brain might take a few moments to estimate the speed of a car ahead. And so if there's a signal on that car as to what it's doing, that might help you more quickly understand whether it's on a cool-down lap or a hot lap, and so on. And so we have this etiquette and this system of lights where if your headlights are on, that means you're on a hot lap. And so a car ahead, if they're on a cool lap and they see a car coming up with its headlights on, they know to get out of the way. It's all very, very sporting and very collaborative approach. And likewise, on the back of a car, to signal that it's on a cool down lap and going slowly, it has the little red flashing LED, So the red flashing LED on the back of the car signals that that driver is ready to yield the line and move offline to let through a car that has its headlights on and is on a hot lap. So there's this system that drivers use to signal to each other and to officials and to marshals whether they're on a hot lap or a cool lap. And so it's very important that, you know, if we have standard headlights in the lower classes, that's fine. But as we move up into the extreme and the pro classes, that we have some smoke there from Darren Spooner's car coming from one side. Looks like perhaps there's maybe a tire clearance issue or something like that, because it looked like it wants to pull to one side, and there's a bit of smoke looked like coming from the front right wheel arch. Not quite sure. I only caught a glimpse of that. But he manages to jump straight into recovery area. So again, you know, Darren Spooner, very experienced time attack competitor. So he knew what to do there and managed to park it up nice and safely out of the way. Of course, that's not always possible. And, you know, it sounds like when I'm saying one driver is doing particularly well at this, that the others aren't. Actually, I think all of our drivers tend to behave very well in these situations and immediately jump off the track. You know, there are some rare exceptions, but especially the novice drivers. But I think most drivers are very responsible in that sense. But sometimes that's not possible, and you might, while you're just considering your actions, you might have passed the nearest recovery area. You can't go counterflow, of course. You have to keep going in that direction, and there's no more handy place left to park. So sometimes you need to think a bit quickly, and if you see a nice spot to park the car, you've got to jump on it. And I think that's where that judgment comes in. It's not always possible. I think especially at tracks like, well, actually, even here, I was going to say Cadwell Park especially, where there's very little runoff. But even if you look at the main straight here at Snetterton, there's not really anywhere you can go. Even if you park on the grass, you're still going to be very close to the track. So sometimes you're just unlucky, and despite your best intentions, you try to park as far off the track as you can, but it still might bring out a red flag because the fence and stuff don't let you get as far off as you might like.
Yeah, that's exactly what we saw with earlier on with Martin Henry. He pulled it to the inside of Rich's, right to the inside of Rich's, but because it was only on the grass, it was right on the inside, it was the safest option to suspend the session, to recover the car and then restart it once everything was all in the clear. As we see then looking to finish up the lap there is Bradley John. He makes his way across the line.
Very fast.
It's a heck of a racket, isn't it?
Yeah.
New personal best then from John, 1 minute 55.1, and managed to clock 146 miles an hour, nearly 147 miles an hour down the Bentley Straight.
Aaron Wiltshire-Smith in the YouTube comments on the Lucas Oil live stream, keeping me honest there, saying it's the AO52 for Time Attack. So thank you. We have quite a few knowledgeable people watching the stream. So absolutely do chip in if you have information or corrections or questions. Then that's very much welcome and encouraged. So thank you for that, Aaron. It is indeed the AO52 tyre that is our control tyre here in Time Attack.
I will say as well, we've got 3 minutes and 10 on the clock. It might be due to the red flag we had earlier on and the clock was stopped, but we have just over 3 minutes, so flying laps still can be set at this stage, but not for the Clio, for Ilya Krylov, who brings the Clio into the paddock area to put an end to that Attack 1 session for the Clio, second fastest in the Club Pro class.
Yep, and this is Attack 1. So actually these laps do score our drivers points, unlike previous years. So Attack 1 does now count, that does score points. And actually the pace that we're seeing now will be more or less representative of what these drivers can achieve, these builder drivers in the machine that they've brought. Because now there are points up for grabs, not as much as in the Super Attack later on, but nonetheless this session does still count. So perhaps let's just take a look at these lap times then. So Simon Norris currently faster than anybody with a 147.3. Then we have Bradley John leading the pro class with a 155.1, ahead of Josh Barrett with a 2.20.7, and then Martin Henry third in pro class with he failed to set a time. Actually, he brought out the red flag at the beginning of the session, but as he went onto the track, his name is on the timing screen. Then in pro class, It's number 93, Michael Osborne of the Osborne Motorsport Evo 6 with 159.9. He leads the Club Pro class ahead of Ilya Krylov with a 202.7 in the Haltech Micra. Eric Holmes in the ENS Motorsport Mitsubishi Evo 6 RS with a 204.3. And then we have Darren Spooner with the Peugeot 205, the Spooks Racing Developments machine, 209.3, who we saw pull off the track and park up somewhere a little bit earlier on. Like Kieran says, there's a little bit of time left in the session for a few more flying laps. I'm not sure if we're in the point of the day yet where we're going to see some Hail Marys, but you know,
when can't we? Yeah, these are drivers at the end of the day. They're going to go for it whenever they can.
Yeah, sometime, you know, when the red mist descends, then you can't help it. I think that's a really good point. And, you know, you'll try to be rational and you'll try to, be measured. I mean, I actually smashed up my time attack car in warm-up. You know, like sometimes when you're on track, you just think, let's just go for it. And, you know, it's not always the wisest thing to do. And in all the briefings, we always say, you know, warm-up is just warm-up, like chill. And I'd like to think most drivers do. But when the red mist descends, you just you know, you're like a bull with a red rag, and you want to go for it.
Yeah, that's too familiar with drivers. Essentially, you know, drivers put them on a racetrack and they just think, right, I'm going to go for the fastest lap here.
Yep.
It's only the second lap out of the pits, but here we go.
Yeah.
This is it now.
Yeah. I will say, in my defence, there was oil on the track. I wasn't like fully. I got an excuse lined up.
You've done this before.
Yeah. Right, checkered flag is out. No change or new times to that leaderboard. Very handy, actually, on the Lucas Oil live stream in the top left. So I was working off the timing screen, but actually on the live stream, you have the full names of the drivers chunked up by class with their lap time. That's really handy, actually. I think actually that the stream this year has been incredible. Great stuff. We had that great interview with Eden Young as well. Perhaps we might have some more of those throughout the day. I know Susie's working very hard and, you know, sniffing out all the stories of the paddock. So let's see how that goes. So we can see our Club Pro machines. They're making their way back into the pits. They will now be going into Parc Fermé just to check that the cars are still all compliant. We have scrutineering in the morning, but of course some drivers might choose to pass scrutineering in the morning and then go and fiddle about with the car during the day and do something illegal to make it faster, which is why we have Parc Fermé. And a lot of motorsport has Parc Fermé as well, so that after the session, you check the cars are still compliant. So all of these sessions are point scoring, Attack 1, Attack 2, and Super Attack, so all of these sessions have Parc Fermé as well. That concludes our Pro classes Attack 1. And we will be getting our Club classes Attack 1 underway in just a few minutes. So there we go, green flag. That green flag is now thrown, which means that our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive cars head onto the track. While they take a few moments to get warmed up and up to speed, I believe Susie has been chatting to Neil Wren earlier on in the paddock.
So I'm having a quick catch-up with Neil Wren, so good morning.
Hello. Thank you. Here we are again.
Yeah, it's very good to see you back because I was a little bit worried we might not see you at this round. So tell us a bit about what happened at Brands Hatch.
Yeah, so I had a bit of a whoops at Brands at Paddock Hill. As many people who have driven there know, there's a bit of a crest as you go into there. And I think I kept my foot in a little bit too long. So I came over that crest, braked a little bit too late, everything locked up and just went straight on into the wall. So wasn't ideal. But on a plus note, I had just done the fastest lap I'd done. So swings and roundabouts, really.
But the car's back, it's in one piece, so was it a lot of work to get it back together?
Yeah, most of it was just a case of bolting off all the damaged bits and bolting on some new ones. So crash panel, bumper, bonnet, all of it basically just flew off on impact. A couple of bent arms, changed the steering rack, just precautionary. But thankfully I sort of work with these a little bit as a sort of side note anyway. So I had a few bits kicking about that I could use, which was pretty useful in this particular instance. So
that's pretty handy then.
it is.
And so you've had a bit of a rocky season as well. So it's been quite eventful for you.
Yeah. Yeah. This car has been testing my patience. I think that's fair to say. It's one of these things where I'm very stubborn in terms of once I get an idea in my head that I think will work, I have to make sure that it does. And so I keep coming back, but little things keep fighting me. So, you know, be it the engine tune or crashing into a wall or various things, you know, or a sensor fails or whatever it might be. I just have to keep coming back thinking this time it'll be fine. So we're still searching for that this time, we'll be fine. I had, I think, one decent event in it last year, but even then it wasn't perfect. It was just a case of we managed to do all sessions and broadly trouble-free, you know. So that's kind of all I want. Just a little bit of trouble-free running would be brilliant. And yeah, you know, anything else in there from that will be great. I know it's got potential. That's the thing. It's clear. It's just getting it to do it.
So tell us a bit about the car, because you're in Club 2 all drive and it's quite a competitive class this year.
Yeah, so the car is a BMW E92 335i, so it's 3 litre twin turbo straight six. Out of the box they're sort of fairly sedate but still quite fun. I did daily drive one for sort of 6-7 months before deciding to convert it. It wasn't this one, but a different one. But they're very easy to get power out of. So, I mean, the engine in this one is still stock. I don't actually know how many miles it's got on it. Probably well in excess of 100, 120k, something like that. But it's just got some bigger turbos, bigger intercooler, better radiator. It did start life as an auto, so it was a little paddle jobby. But again, I broke one that was a manual, so I was like, right, I'll swap that. And yeah, I've just done it from there. So it's still relatively mild from what you can do, because I just want to keep standard engines really, because you don't necessarily want to go down the road of building stuff, because I mean I've done that, you know, years ago. I did it with a Civic many times. Almost the engine was a kind of consumable, you know. If you got a season out of it, brilliant, but I don't want to be doing that with something that will cost me 4, 5, 6 times as much to do. And you know, prior to the Civic I did do that with a Skyline and know that pain. So that's actually why I went to the Civic, because I knew it would be cheap. But now I'm sort of back in, you know, the sort of bigger, lazier engines, just to, you know, easier to extract power, basically.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, you've got a bit of a history with Time Attack as well. So yeah, tell us a little bit about that. So
I'm one of, I think, 2 original people that did GT Battle that are here today. I think myself and Simon Norris. Back then it was with a Subaru Impreza. So back then it was very sort of Japanese focused, everything. It was either Impreza, Evo, Skyline, you know, S2000, whatever. And then it just progressed over time. So I mean, I've been involved on and off for the last 20 years, which sounds really bad. But you know, it's a great thing to be involved in. So, and that's why I keep coming back. I did have a little bit of a hiatus. But yeah, you just come back and it's just a, you know, super friendly paddock and everyone gets on with each other. Although it's competitive, it's not in a bad way. So, you know, that's why people keep coming back, I think.
Yeah, it is one of the friendliest paddocks, I think, in motorsport. A fantastic group of people. Well, it's we're very glad to see you back again and very glad to see the car back. So fingers crossed and good luck for today.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Neil.
Cheers.
I think that's another fantastic interview. Very interesting there to get the full story from Neil himself. I did see this getting recorded. This was recorded in the morning before any of the running was done. And then we saw, after all of that, this is what we touched on as well. After all of that, you know, I just want to have one nice session or one nice day out of it. We then saw the car stopped on track during warm-up. Which even at the time I mentioned, you know, that hurts to see because he's having actually quite a tough time with that car. But luckily, as you saw, we had the two pictures side by side. That car is back on track. Neil is back on track in that 335i. He sees the potential there. He knows these cars quite well, and so he's still trying to make that formula work. I think big up Neil for that. I think that it's something that quite a few of us can relate to. Andy Grady, it looks like, is pulling off the track. Number 998. Yeah, that is Andy Grady with the Volkswagen DSG gearbox in that Evo. So he's pulled off for some reason. So let's keep an eye on that one. Meanwhile, in the comments on the Lucas Oil live stream, we've got the first Black Drift King 180 SX. The stream has been a game changer this year for people like me that can't make it. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that feedback. That's really encouraging to hear. I think we're putting a lot of work into this, so it's great to see that people are recognizing the effort that's going in. Yeah, I love it too. Like I mentioned, I especially love those interviews. I think they're so interesting. And you know, we've got some time there as well to really hear the full story, and maybe in some cases where the camera's in the garage, we can look at the car as it's being discussed. Incredible, love it.
Yeah, it is great, and it's great that we can be a part of it as well.
Yeah,
it's part of that experience.
It's so exciting. Craig Cotton of this parish, a Time Attack driver, loved the live stream, but he would rather be on track with the four-wheel drive boys. That's fair enough.
That's fair. That's fair.
That's fair. That's fair. So this is Mike Butler in that BMW M3. Stop the Family Farm Tax JCPE BMW M3 with that ALMS GT2 kind of style when they were the factory E92 M3 race cars maybe about a decade ago. So he's channeling that look. Mike Butler also has been around in Time Attack for quite a while. Not quite as long as Neil Robson. Sorry, I was looking somewhere else. I'm getting confused now. Neil Wren, who, like he said there, he was one of the original GT Battle drivers. Time Attack used to be known as GT Battle back in the day, a long time ago. This is the 20th anniversary year of Time Attack. And in the early days, it was known as GT Battle. Lots of Japanese cars back then. You know, lots of Evos, Skylines, Imprezas, Supras, RX-7s. It was a very different world back then. And Neil Wren, one of the drivers to have competed then and still competes today. I don't think we have many drivers who've been around for quite as long. I wonder whether, like some employers, maybe we need to have a 20-year lifetime achievement kind of award.
That'd be an interesting one, wouldn't it?
Yeah, for sticking around for 20 years. I think it might just be Neil Wren who gets that, though. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Johnny Fletcher, maybe. Stu Summers, maybe. Yeah, that would be an interesting one. Right, let's have a look at some lap times then. We're just over halfway. There's Neil Wren just on your screen there. Let's take a look at some lap times. So currently faster than anybody on track right now is Alexander Volkov with a 159.0 in that Nissan GTR. He's briefly in the pits just then, but he's now back out on track. And he leads Andy Grady. A very interesting battle between these two. Volkov in the GTR, Grady in the Evo. 3.5 seconds between them. Andy Grady with that Volkswagen gearbox really pioneering stuff. And I think that the story is that he broke enough manual gearboxes that he thought, right, let's just try something else, because these gearboxes for a 2009 Evo, 2007 Evo are getting pretty hard to find now, whereas the Volkswagen gearboxes are actually very common relatively. The problem is that there's lots of computer stuff going on there, so it's very hard to get those gearboxes to play nicely. And Andy Grady believes that he's got the only car in the world, the only Evo in the world that has got that gearbox to work. That is the DQ500, which is the all-wheel drive version of that DSG gearbox. Around 800 horsepower, so I believe, on that car. So yeah, interesting battle between these two. Of course, Snetterton being a power circuit, Alexander Volkov there, it's his battle to lose. Really, he's he's definitely got an advantage around here. Then next in Club 4-wheel drive of the 206.9, Dean Taylor. And I believe, yep, that's our Club 4-wheel drive standings at the moment. Leading Club 2-wheel drive, David Dyson in the GT4 RS Cayman with a 203.2, that very pedigreed, track-built machine. 2024, I think, big up David Dyson for, not just parking it in a garage and bringing it to Cars and Coffee on Sunday and giving it a little polish. He's actually using that car hard in competition, even though it's pretty much dealership fresh. So I think that's very cool. And that's he leads there with a 203.2, leads his class ahead of Luke Capehorn in the Astro, 203.8. Johnny Fletcher in the Mark IV Astro, the slightly older one, 205.8. Then we have the number 176, Richard Smith in the DRS Racing Honda Civic Type R, ahead of Andrew Kime in the Citroen Saxo, 207.8. Stu Summers also in the Citroen Saxo, slightly newer one, 208.2. Neil Wren in the BMW 335i, 208.6. Mike Butler in the E92 M3, 211.7. Then we have the single round entry of David Frost in the Dream Automotive TBOM Honda Civic. How do we get the screen back on? Is that a... There we go. Yep, David Frost with a 215.3. A few cars have attempted an out lap and an in lap there on the timing screen, but they haven't actually set a flying lap yet. We have 6 minutes left in this session. Those of you following the Lucas Oil live stream, you can see that lovely blue Mitsubishi Evo there of Dean Taylor, next level detailing. Currently then, Dean Taylor with a 206.9, good enough for third in Club 4-wheel drive and 6th overall. Very, very tidy machine indeed.
Yeah, he's making his way now through in towards Coram here to try and make his way through then. Where is he currently in the standings? He's currently third in the 4-wheel drive class. Might even get a bit of a tow here as he makes his way onwards towards the start-finish line. As one car maybe trying to finish a lap, another car trying to start. Always a little bit of a slight headache when it comes to it. Did he make an improvement in that lap time? Yes, he did. It's no change of position, but it's a 2 minute 2.6 now, which gets him within 2/100ths of a second of Grady's lap time there in the 998. Of course, Andy Grady retired from this session, so he will go no quicker than a 202.5. And for Taylor here, this is a golden opportunity to try and take second place in the 4-wheel drive class. As there's the Saxo there. I believe that's going to be looking to make its way on towards the Bentley Straight shortly. And powers its way onwards there. That's the 45, I believe. I think I'm reading that right. That would be the Citroen Saxo from 1997. And that will be Kim there, who is currently 2 minutes 7.8, which is good enough for 5th place in the 2-wheel drive class. There's the 176 in the, looks like the Civic there. That's Richard Smith, who makes his way across the line. And slower lap time that time around, just to cool everything down, go for another flying lap with just over 4 minutes left on the clock. There's third in class in the four-wheel drives, Dean Taylor. He makes his way down the Bentley straight and has set a personal best through Sector 1. It's a yellow Sector 2, but it is an improvement in the speed trap from him. So he's quicker down the Bentley straight this time around, as he'll make his way through in towards the final few corners now through the bomb hole, and then he'll make his way through in towards Coram on this flying lap. We'll see if there is an improvement. He only needs to find 3/100ths of a second, and he'll take over second place in class through that long right-hander of Coram, which goes on, feels like it can go on forever there, and then you have the quick flick into Murray's. He'll get the power down in that number 71, and will he make his way up towards the line? No, he won't. He'll make his way into the pit lane. So with 3 minutes 20 on the clock, I would hazard a guess to say that could be Taylor's session done and dusted.
Interesting, because he got so close to Andy Grady there, didn't he? Yeah, it's what, 2/100ths of a second between them.
Yeah, it's, I think, possibly somewhere in the middle sector, because he said a yellow sector there, 43.7. So I don't know if that was a case of, was it not off track? Did he make a mistake? Either way, he's brought the car in. We'll see if he does get to make it back out there and see if he does have another attempt at it. But at the moment, he's less than 3/100ths of a second away from grabbing second in class.
Yeah, so Oddbores, there's a little technical point there. Oddbores in the comments mentions I'm sure the Tegua NSX is running a DSG too. Well, I mean, firstly, when I was saying Andy Grady is doing the pioneering stuff, only one, I mean specifically in the context of the Mitsubishi Evo platform. But you also made me think, well, really, does the Tegua car have a DSG? But actually, no, looking again, Tegua are so thorough with their documentation. I personally thought it was a Samsonas, but actually it's a Hollinger MF two-wheel drive 6-speed sequential, which maybe, Oddbores, you're quite knowledgeable. Is that based on a DSG, or is that, you know, their own thing? Yeah, curious to hear your thoughts, but it's not a DSG, you know, plucked straight from a Volkswagen at least. It's some kind of Hollinger sequential jobby, very high spec, I'm sure. A minute and a half remaining in this session. I think Alexander Volkov pretty comfortably in the lead there. And you can see Andrew Kime on your screens in that little Saxo, just three-wheeling there, as short little wheelbase front-wheel drive cars tend to do.
That must be so much fun to chuck around the track, mustn't it? In a little Saxo. I mean, I say it's little. That'd be a little bit of an understatement with the modifications that have gone under. It's no longer little anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kime there, currently 5th fastest in the two-wheel drive class as we head into the final minute of the session. As we watch on there, just tackling the track, Johnny Fletcher in that Vauxhall Astra. He is currently 3rd in the two-wheel drive class. How much time does he need to find to grab another place? About 2 seconds, because it's Cape Horn in the number 420 that's ahead of him in another Vauxhall Astra, the Haltech RWF. So a bit of time to find there, as there is the 218, which started this lap sort of giving way. So it's probably very likely that Neil Robson, his Attack 1 session is pretty much done and dusted. He won't be able to find any more time than he already has. What was it through the first sector? Yeah, he had just come off the back of a personal best lap of 2 minute 13.9, which is good enough for top 10 in the two-wheel drive class. But checkered flag is about to be waved in this session at whoever decides they want to come across the line, because quite a few are making their way into the pit lane then. So the first to make their way across the line will be the 176, and that is Richard Smith in that Civic Type R. So he's the first to take the checkered flag there, as we watch on then the Saxo making its way then through Coram now to see if there is any way that there can be an improvement here. Kime making his way through in towards that final corner of Murray's, and then will try and power his way onwards towards the line. Will he? No, he decides to pit in and call that time on his session. See a BMW make its way onwards towards the start-finish line. The 2:18 there of Neil Robson heads across the line to take the checkered flag. No improvement on that lap time. And looking up and down the order then, we still have Taylor out there, the number 71. I thought he came into the pits, did he not? Maybe he, it does say actually he went out there for an out lap. So potentially he went back out there even though he knew he wouldn't have enough time to set a lap time.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps there's something that he just wanted to try. You know, does this work? How does it feel? Which even, you know, the out in lap when the checkered flag comes out. Sometimes, you know, some drivers do like to go out in the final seconds just to try something, see if that'll work for the next session. Which that concludes our Club 2-wheel drive, Club 4-wheel drive Attack 1, which will score our drivers some points, so they will all go into Parc Fermé, make sure that their cars are all compliant with the technical regulations, and then be awarded some points based on how well they do. This will all take a few minutes. In the meantime, we can see the Clubman class cars lining up for their Attack 1 session, which will be getting underway in just a few minutes. So, looks like we're getting the track ready for our Clubman Plus Classic and Retro Pocket Rocket Force Induction and Pocket Rocket Naturally Aspirated Attack 1, which, if you're only recently joining us, we've got a new format in 2025 where 3 of the day's time attack sessions score points for our drivers. In the past, it was only the afternoon sessions. But now we have Attack 1, Attack 2, and Super Attack, all of which will score points for our drivers, meaning that now they need to aim for not only outright pace, but also consistency and reliability throughout the day's sessions. I'm not sure if we had any. We did have some kind of stoppage on track, didn't we? Maybe, which is why it's taking a few minutes.
Yeah, Grady stopped, didn't he?
Yes, that's it. Yes.
So a little bit of a recovery for Grady's car to bring it back to Parc Fermé, and then hopefully we will get underway shortly. We still have some cars from the previous session in our 2-wheel and 4-wheel drives who are making their way now back into the paddock areas. There we just see the recovery of Grady's car being underway. It was a shame. We'll see, we'll hopefully hear and see what the issue was. That obviously it wasn't quite, I wouldn't say safe enough, but it wasn't quite non-terminal enough, if you like, to at least try and limp it back to the pit lane. And unfortunately for Grady, he had to stop just on the infield at Coram in the bomb hole. So yeah, for Grady then, he still finished second in class in that time attack session, in Attack 1. So not a bad result, but unfortunately for him, he's going to have to almost do a diagnostics and see whether he can get that out for Attack 2 later on today.
Yeah, good point. Good point. I think actually a lot of these drivers are just here to test themselves and their cars and, you know, develop their car and so on. I think Andy Grady is one of the few drivers who is so focused on the competition. And yes, second isn't too bad, but he wants to win. And in previous interviews with Susie from other rounds, or, you know, in personal conversation with him, he is so focused on the championship and he really wants to win. He's really got the what is it? The bit in his mouth or something like that?
Bit between his teeth.
Bit between his teeth. Very much so. So yeah, I think he would have known that beating Alexander Volkov around Snetterton is going to be tough when there is about 200 at least horsepower difference between them. Andy Grady's car is lighter, so again, you know, the power to weight perhaps isn't as bad as the outright power difference. But at Snet, it's the power that makes the difference. Like, you know, like in a Caterham, you could have all of the power to weight in the world, but you need the outright horsepower numbers to punch a hole through the air resistance once you're at the higher speeds.
Yeah, and the power to weight ratio does work in the infield section when it gets more technical. You know, you've got the flying corner through in towards Palmer, then towards Agostini, and as you make your way then through in towards Hamilton, Oggies, and then on through Williams, and then takes you onto the Bentley Straight. Yes, you do need that sort of, you need the car underneath you that does a good job of handling and taking you through the corners. But you're right, a crux of this circuit is the fact that it's got two long straights, the centre straight, start from the straight, and the Bentley Straight, the back straight, which of course we're seeing cars this weekend hit 150 plus miles an hour. And we saw in the Caterham in the warm-up, for example, hitting 138, 139. So you're talking 10 to 15 mile an hour difference down the straights. That is, as you say, going to add up substantially, and it will far outweigh how good the Caterham is in the technical sections.
Yep, definitely. I also thought it was interesting. We had that nice shot of Andy Grady's car on screen, and I think it's a very attractive wing where the end plate blends into the uprights. I think unlike a lot of cars here that run that GT wing style, where the uprights are in the middle, on Andy Grady's car, it's kind of lotusy in terms of how the end plate then blends into the upright. Anyway, enough of that filling time stuff. We finally have a green flag ready, and well, not only ready, it's been thrown. So our Clubman classes now hit the track for their Attack 1, their first time on track, where there are points up for grabs for these drivers. And I think we had that really fascinating interview with Eden Young with the Haltech Micra, talking about that battle in Classic and Retro between him, and then we have Mark Donnelly in the Donnelly Racing Ford Escort, and also Dean Riley in the DRS Racing Vauxhall VX220. So interesting to see how that battle pans out, but also, of course, elsewhere throughout Clubman Plus, Pocket Rocket, and a Pocket Rocket FI as well. But I think the closest and most exciting battle out of this little group of classes has been at the sharp end of Classic and Retro. And of course, we're also throwing in some new cars into the mix as single round entries. So for example, Jay McToldridge in that Players Produce Toyota A86. So yeah, let's see how it goes. I think for me personally, Classic and Retro is probably my favorite class. And actually, like Kieran was saying, in the case of the VX220, you know, when we were perhaps teenagers playing various video games, car games, and so on, a lot of the cars that are now apparently Classic and Retro, back when, not too long ago, felt like very much the hero cars of our youth. So, for example, that VX220, the Nissan Micra K11, maybe less so. I don't think that was on the cover of any car games.
It should have been.
It should have been. It should have been. It should have been. Annie Thompson there in that Lotus Exige 410. Also, for those of you following on the Lucas Oil live stream, there is that QR code on the bottom right of your screen to vote for the driver of the day. So if you've enjoyed the live stream, if you've enjoyed following the Lucas Oil live stream, then perhaps maybe also get involved in the driver of the day vote as well. Just scan that QR code and vote for your favorite driver. Easy peasy, lemon peasy, and that's a job done, and everyone is happy, especially whoever will be voted as driver of the day. Yeah, Annie Thompson in that Exige. Very well sorted car, as in from the factory. It doesn't need very much, of course, for it to do well on track. That's kind of what it's built for, but of course you can also drive it to the shops as well. So it's similar kind of thing to David Dyson's GT4 RS. They're in different classes, and I'm sure there's a reason for that, but I'm not sure what that reason is. But, you know, the Exige's in Clubman, but it's that similar track day special factory-built road car. Very attractive car, running that Toyota 2GR FE V6, which apparently is meant to be really reliable, but I've got a bone to pick with that engine. I've got one in my MR2. I'm trying to build a budget Exige, basically, and I've got an MR2 with that same engine, put it on track, blew it up, then rebuilt it with my buddy, put it on track, blew it up again. So I'm just kind of salty about 2GRs.
You really do have a bone to pick, don't you?
Yeah.
Quite rightly as well.
Quite right.
As it sounds.
But like there have been reasons why, you know, silly stuff that have caused this. But nonetheless, you know, triggering. But it's great to see it working as intended. Oh, something's just fallen off Annie Thompson's car. It looks like maybe that was a number plate. Something's just fallen off. But yes, that supercharged 2GR working beautifully in the Lotus Exige 410. So great to see. But something did fall off that car. Or maybe she ran something over and, you know, it flipped into the air. It looked like a number plate. I think it's not the first time, actually. We had some car lose their number plate last time at Brands Hatch as well, I think. So it, you know, can happen. I think especially in these lower classes, where a lot of these cars do have number plates, you know, given that in a lot of cases they're road legal or even road going cars. So yeah, don't know what that was, but some bit of debris flapping around on track. Jamie Biss there in that MX-5, and you can see his headlights flipped open to signal. Is that what you're?
I was going to say, yeah, the pop-up headlights. There's something about it, you know. I know it never caught on. There's reasons why it never caught on, but doesn't it look right?
It looks so right. It looks so right. And of course, the irony being, and I thought about this when I was, you know, thinking about my A86 build for Time Attack and so on, which also has flip-up headlights. So in Time Attack, you put your look at it moving around. That what a great car. Also, Jamie Biss, very handy driver too. But the irony is, if you flick the headlight on when you're on a hot lap, and of course that's also, you've just added loads of drag to yourself. So of course what you want to do in one of these cars is put your headlights off and down for when you're on a hot lap. You want to minimize your drag. But on something like an A86 or, you know, an NSX or a MX-5, when you put your headlights on, you've actually made your chances of a hot lap worse, even though that's what you're meant to do. But suddenly you've added a lot of drag.
Counterintuitive, isn't it? At that point? Yeah.
It works the wrong way around. So I was trying to think, how do you tackle that? You know, do you need to run flush headlights?
Yeah, but then it wouldn't be.
But it wouldn't. But then it wouldn't be right.
The MX-5 of that era.
No,
if it had flush headlights, would it?
Yeah, no, it'd just be wrong. So yeah, I don't know what the solution. Well, the solution is you just take, you know, MX-5s aren't terribly fast anyway. So perhaps maybe that's the thing. You think, well, you know, it's not going to be particularly fast in a straight line, so may as well add some drag in. It's not going to make that much of a change. As long as your air conditioning is off, which is the
gives you full brake horsepower.
Gives you full brake horsepower on an MX-5, then you're fine.
It's 4 brake horsepower. I think that's an arbitrary number I've just pulled out of the air, but it's something. It's a minute detail of how many extra horses you get if you turn the air conditioning off. But
well, on an MX-5, you know, 4 horsepower is a big difference.
That's why I was saying it's an arbitrary number. It might not necessarily be 4 horsepower because at that point, that
even
might be
half a horsepower, like they'll take it. They'll take it.
I was going to say because at that point, that's about 5% of the total
exactly.
engine output,
Exactly.
isn't it? So
people pay thousands of pounds for a 5% horsepower increase on an MX-5. You can just switch the aircon off. Jay McToldridge in the A86 looks like he's run into trouble. He did look like he was stopped previously, but he's managed to get it moving again. Not too sure what's going on there.
Yeah, had the right-hand indicator on, just indicating to others that he's going to stay right on the circuit, which, of course, in these obviously closed cockpit cars, they have the indicators on, so you're able to half communicate with other drivers about where you're going to position the car, especially if you run into a problem or if you're in an outlap. You can flick the indicator on just to advise to everybody, right, I'm planning to stay right, pass me on the left. It normally does work. You've had some sort of communication breakdowns, they can always happen, but at least with the indicators you've got half a chance of telling everybody there might be an issue. And if they're looking out for the indicators, the drivers, they'll know that it's probably going to be a slow moving car without the need for the intervention of the white flags, which indicates there is a slow car in the next section.
Yep, Stephen House there in the 286 611 Motorsport R53 Cooper S. 350 wheel horsepower on this car, which is bonkers for a Mini. It's still on a Mini engine. It's not been K-swapped, but it is turbocharged instead of supercharged, which is how they came. So this one is turbocharged, 250 wheel horsepower, very, very light as well. So Stephen House has been around in Time Attack for a while. I've competed against him in some other stuff outside of Time Attack. Super nice guy, super chilled, very fast driver. Loves the Mini platform. And this is a new to him car for this year that you can see all these odd looking panels are miscolored because they're actually composite. So you can see a big lockup there from him. And so you can see the rear quarters are body color because, you know, that's welded onto the car. But all the detachable panels are a different color because they're all carbon fiber, I believe. And so it's super light, 350 wheel horsepower as well. So yeah, very serious machine there. That Stephen House is piloting around. Number 334 there, Stephen Wilkinson in the Team W racing machine, a Renault Sport Clio, but this one is K-swapped with new gear ratios, solid mount subframe. And you can see there it's got some different looking bodywork. So those are fiberglass bits of bodywork. So again, chasing those lightweight gains. So quite a serious little machine there. Also in the comments then, people still getting involved. Nice feedback there. Mike Carlton has become addicted to Time Attack through sponsoring Dean Riley in the Classic and Retro. That's the VX220. Really enjoying the fantastic coverage. Thank you, Mike. Simon Calver, hello back to you, Simon. Thanks for joining the Lucas Oil live stream. Jamie D saying Lotus crossed the pit lane exit line. That'll be one for our officials to ponder. I'm not too sure what the rules are for this in Time Attack. Do we follow the standard Motorsport UK Blue Book or what? Not sure how that works, but I'm sure our officials will be furrowing their brow and pondering that one. So let's see. It's quite busy on track, isn't it?
I was going to say, yeah, look at this Armada heading our way down towards Brundle and Nelson, all sort of making sure that...
They're also jumbled. It's like such a mishmash of cars as well, right?
Eclectic is the word I would use.
I love it.
But yeah, headed by the Clio here as we make our way through in towards the bomb hole, as Stephen Wilkinson, I should say the Clio RS, to give it its full title, making its way now through in towards Coram. Whereabouts is the 334 in the standings right now. Currently fifth fastest in the naturally aspirated pocket rocket class as we make our way through in towards Murray's then. Getting back onto the power. Just under 8 minutes left for our drivers to set their laps in each respective classes. There goes the BMW flying past, swooping past to set a lap time as well. They'll both make their way across the line. But at the moment then, it's Mark Donnelly who leads the Classic and Retro class, 2 minutes 7.118 for Mark Donnelly. In the Clubman class, it's Annie Thompson, 2 minute 9.337. Clubman Plus is just Elliott at the moment, at a 2 minute 12.151. And then in our Pocket Rockets forced induction, it's Stephen House with a 2 minute 13.214 at the top of the order. And in the Pocket Rocket naturally aspirated, it's Ryan Barker, 2 minute 12.094. Closest gap we have in terms of lap times is the Pocket Rocket forced induction. We've got the 185, which is Gary Papworth on a single round entry. So he's only here for today, and he's already putting a good lap time in there. 2 minute 11.3. He's just come across the line to set a new lap time to get himself even further clear of Stephen House and Thomas Langley, who are both in the pit lane.
Interesting also, so we can see Mark Donnelly in that Escort there. very small, very nimble, very compact machine, and just behind, lurking like a great white shark, you can see the BMW M2 there of Richard Stevens, the AirTech Motorsport BMW M2 single round entry for today. But just looking quite threatening there in the back of the shot there. So this AirTech machine then currently has with the best lap of 2:12.1. So good effort there from Richard Stevens, the single round entry here for today in the Clubman class. So those of you using the older entry list, since changed a little bit, so he was in the entry list as a club sport, which isn't quite right, and so understandably he is in the Clubman class now, which is probably where he belongs, in that AirTech Motorsport M2. Mark Donnelly in that little Escort, and you can see Dean Riley there just behind in the VX220 as well. And actually just behind them then we have the, oh, never mind that, because we have a car stopped on track. That is Joe Bullen in the Joe 90 Racing Mini R53 Cooper S. So he's stopped out on track. Couldn't quite work out where that was.
I think that's towards the bomb hole, maybe even Coram. Yes, I've just been confirmed by producer of the year that he's by Coram, so he's pulled the car off. It seems to be a popular place at the moment, unfortunately, today for drivers to pull off. They don't quite make it to the pit lane, unfortunately. But yeah, that will be covered by yellow flags at the moment, although I'm just having a look over my shoulder. I can't see any yellow flags, so perhaps they've been withdrawn because the car is far enough on the inside to allow cars to just attack through there at full pelt. But yeah, that's a shame for the number 90 there of Joe Bullen. He was running, or he was 6th fastest in the Pocket Rocket forced induction class, but he will go no higher than that. And Rushforth in the number 74, if he gets the car back out onto track, has a chance of grabbing 6th in class.
We had a few nice shots there as that was happening of Michael Greenhugh's Team Lar Motorsport Vauxhall Corsa. If you caught a glimpse of that and you were thinking, is that a Corsa B in Time Attack? You are absolutely right. That is what that is. And that's running the Volkswagen PD130, the legendary 1.9 TDI. What's going on here?
So
we've got a piece of trim hanging off.
A bit of damage to Gary Papworth's Mini on the rear right quarter. So it just looks like it's hanging off for now. But that's more something the officials will probably look at and see, well, if it's unsafe, then they'll probably call it in with the black and orange mechanical flag. With 3 minutes 30 on the clock, it's going to be, he'll see the black and orange flag if it is deployed, and then they'll have to pit in next lap, and that will be the session over anyway with the checkered flag. So it's just a case of, is it safe enough to keep it out there? We'll see, but he's currently flying, and currently the fastest in the Pocket Rocket forced induction class.
Oh, what's going on? Something's just... It looked like there was a bit that just flew off that car. So
there's a bit of rear locking, I thought, as well, going in towards Brundle there.
That could have been a chunk of tyre or something, because it looked like it came off the opposite side to where that wheel arch is. Yeah, a very interesting one, that one. Little puffs of smoke there on the upshift as well, which isn't the end of the world, but it's not a good thing either. Marcin Bachkovic here in the FN2 Honda Civic, number 23, Mars B Racing. Currently running 2nd in Pocket Rocket naturally aspirated regular class podium finisher. In that, it's not a Civic that we've seen too much, this shape in Time Attack. We've had quite a few of them in the Racing Hondas Championship over the years, but I don't see them too often in Time Attack. For some reason, where they have that beam rear axle instead of independent rear suspension, people tend to kind of dismiss them a little bit. But as a result, they've become really bargainous in recent years, especially compared to EP3s and other types of Civic. So yeah, very capable machine, as we can see, as Martin often puts that car on the podium. 1.5 minutes remaining in this session, but still all very competitive. And I think, yeah, lots of cars, very busy session. So let's see. I think we might see a few more shuffles around in the closing moments. And you can see that BMW M2 lurking in the background, waiting to pounce on its prey. I'm sure that's probably quite a fast machine indeed.
Keep an eye as well on the Classic and Retro. They're currently top, Donnelly versus Riley. And we'll look to see. It is currently just shy of 9/10 of a second between each other. Riley did set a personal best on that last lap. As there goes the M2 there, the 117, as it makes its way through in towards the closing stages of the laps. That's Stevens, who's on a single round entry through towards Coram, and perhaps just cooling everything down to go one last time. He's got should have enough time when he makes his way towards the start-finish line. In fact, no, he's indicating right, so that looks like he's probably actually going to bring that one into the pit lane. See, that's the great thing about the indicators as well. Let us know, have half an idea of what the drivers are planning.
So I take it you're not used to this then?
What, the indicators?
Yeah, in the world of...
Oh, on a BMW, yeah, that is a strange...
Well, I mean, there's also... I didn't even make that connection. Yeah, no, that's a good point. That's a good point. But like in Time Attack, this is, you know, where most of these are road cars. That is very much the norm. But I think you're quite involved in what some might call, I don't know, proper racing. All of that snobby kind of thing. Because now that you mentioned it, single-seaters don't have indicators, do they? No.
It's more like, well, hand signals at 100 miles an hour. Don't think you've got much of a chance with that, but there you go. But checkered flag is out then. We've got a plethora of cars already have made their way into the pit lane. As there's the 153. That's Jay Elliott in that Honda S2000, who makes his way now onto the Bentley straight to look to see what he can do on this lap time then, as the checkered flag has fallen. How is Jay Elliott doing in this session? 153, I'm just trying to pick it out. It's 8th fastest overall and leading the Clubman Plus class, but of course I think he's the only one in the Clubman Plus class, so this is a case of where can he go overall. He's currently 8th fastest and now makes his way through the bomb hole and onwards then towards the closing stages of the lap. A yellow first and second sector, so it's not personal bests through there, and he might have backed out of the lap anyway through towards Coram, so that might be his session, his own session checkered flags. But just waiting now for drivers to make their way across the line. Are there any improvements? There was an improvement then from in the Pocket Rocket naturally aspirated class. Ryan Barker managed to go a 2-minute 12.0 and get himself quite a bit of a distance away from the next car, but managing to grab that top spot at least for now, as we just see drivers heading to the checkered flag to finish off their session.
Lovely shot there of the S2000 coming past the checkered flag. I wonder whether Jay might go back and screenshot that, because that's a great, like, that would be a great little photograph to have on your wall.
Absolutely.
In your like garage or man cave or something. I think that's a great shot. Love this one. Look, just as they got the Sunoco checkered flag there, the Clio coming past that as well. But I think the positioning of the S2000 was particularly great there. That was a lovely shot. So perhaps let's take a quick whiz through the... Oh, there's a lot of cars here. The timing screen might be cleared before I get through all of these. But faster than anyone and leading Classic and Retro was Donnelly, ahead of Riley. We didn't see Eden Young, actually. He had that problem with, I believe, a drive shaft in the other sessions. The smoke was actually unrelated to that, I think. But didn't see Eden Young, which means that perhaps somebody else might have inherited third in Classic and Retro. Jay McToldridge in the A86 then, third, ahead of Michael Greenhue in the Vauxhall Corsa. Clubman then, Annie Thompson wins Attack 1 in the Clubman class, ahead of Stevens, Hopwell, Buckingham, and George. And that's what I can see on the timing screen. That's we kind of lose the bottom few names, so apologies for that. It only goes down so far. And then Pocket Rocket Force Induction, so Gary Papworth then our winner of Attack 1 ahead of Stephen House, Jamie Biss, Rafael Tsartsaris, Joe Bullen, and then we have the number 74 machine of Peter Rushforth. Pocket Rocket naturally aspirated then our provisional winner in Attack 1 is the number 714, Ryan Barker, ahead of Martin Bachkovich, ahead of Mark Roberts. Then we have Duncan Emmett, Stephen Wilkinson, and Mark Blackburn. And I think, well, this is as far as we can see on the timing screen. I think the bottom might be cropped off by the size of the screen, so apologies for that. Full timing is available on TSL Timing website, by the way, if you want to follow that. You can have the same timing screen that we're using in the palm of your hand. Anyway, that concludes our Time Attack Attack 1. Shortly, we will be getting our Racing Honda's Championship qualifying underway in just a few minutes. In fact, well, might take a little break, I think, looking at the timetable. But yeah, that will be getting underway shortly. See you on the other side.
Thank you very much, Alexi and Kieran, as well, for Kieran's help so far today on this Time Attack live stream. Back with Racing Hondas very shortly. Scott Woodward's back in the booth to guide you through all of the action, both trackside and here on the live stream. And hello to anyone who's watching on the Time Attack channel, on the Alpha Live channel, or on either the Tegua or Lucas Oil channels as well, wherever you are around the world. We have finished our first lot of attacks for Time Attack. We're now moving into our circuit racing segment once again and qualifying for rounds 5, 7 and 8 of the 2025 Racing Hondas Championship. Now, since we had free practice, due to some of the info I've been given by Championship Coordinator Carl McKellar, there has been a few cars and drivers that have had a few mechanical issues since after warm-up. James Kiff, we didn't see very much of in about 3 laps or so. He had an auxiliary belt failure, and that belt runs the alternator and the power steering, which means that you couldn't really get the most out of the car in that sense. We've also had Lewis Barker, who had a clutch change required, which was required for qualifying. The drive shaft issues for both Dan Brown and for the championship leader Dan Thackeray as well, so hopefully they've managed to get that fixed. He's also doing a bit of competing in one of the Time Attack classes as well to get some extra track time. Kevin Talbot had a left front suspension problem, and that meant that had to be fixed during the break between warm-up and qualifying. Jason Stack had a hole blown through his engine, which means he's not expected to reappear, sadly. A mystery oil leak also befell Phil Wright, 2023 champion, and also 2 cars that were down on power were Ed Buki and Matt Rowling. And speaking of Matt Rowling, before we get qualifying underway, our roving reporter Charlie Harmer spoke to him in the paddock earlier on, so let's check in with that before we get qualifying underway here at Snetterton for Racing Hondas 2025.
Right, I am here in the pits with Matt. Now, Matt is leading the Class C Championship at the moment. How's it going? How are you getting on?
Yeah, all right. I think, unfortunately we had a bit of an incident at Brands. So, yeah, we picked up a bit of damage. So, we're just going to see how we go in free practice, and fingers crossed it's all okay. So.
Perfect. Obviously, the crash happened at Brands. It wasn't a good crash at all. Bless you. The car is, however, behind us. Talk us through it.
Yeah, so we've a lot of it was cosmetic. We weren't as bad as the other car involved. Sadly, that was really quite a nasty incident. So we did get away lightly in comparison. But a lot of it was cosmetic, really. Just a pair of headlamps and some scuffs around the bumper, and then kind of rear arms, front arms, track rod ends, things like that. It was just a little bit bent, but all just changeable stuff. So
nothing too lasting.
No.
And you're okay. That's the main thing.
And we're okay.
Perfect,
Yeah. Thanks, Rolly.
Obviously, you are leading the Class C Championship at the moment. You're doing very well.
Thank you. Yeah.
Obviously, you've got Callum beside us. Bit of friendly rivalry.
Absolutely, yeah. Callum and I go way back. So it's nice now to be same power, same kind of power to weight class. We've never done that, so it's really nice to do it after all this time.
Obviously, this is our first round at Snet out of 2. How are you feeling about the track?
I like Snet. I had a good testing session before I built the car years ago. And I've done endurance events here and stuff. So I know the track. I like it. Yeah. So
should be a good day.
Well, there's fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
If the car behaves, we could be all right. So if it's nice and straight, we should be all right.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. Good luck today. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you.
Good to hear from Charlie and from Matt Ray. Just a quick shout out to Charlie as well. Let's show some, if you can in the chat, just show some love and support for Charlie as well, because she's not feeling a bit under the weather today. So fingers crossed she feels better across the day. So is her cheerful self and the paddock. Having a chat to a few of the drivers earlier on this morning. So cars already out on circuit. You'd think they were racing rather than qualifying. It's all tightly bunched together, trying to find their own bit of racing room. And as you mentioned, this earlier on in warm-up, this is the first time which the Racing Honda's Championship has raced, not at Snetterton, but on the 300 layout. The first 2 times they raced, last year and in 2023, it was on the more old-school 200 layout. So in this session, we will be establishing new overall and class lap records on this first go for qualifying. We're just coming across the stripe here to set the first flying laps, led by Will Self. And Will Self is sporting according to Carl McKelly, told me he's sporting he's growing a Belgian moustache, whatever that means, but he's growing a moustache, is Will Self, and certainly hoping it makes him go a little bit faster. The twitch of oversteer as he goes through Ritchie's. Of course, this is the full 300 circuit, which was redeveloped to this layout in 2011 by Motorsport Vision, which means that instead of turning left as you would flick down what's now the Bentley straight, they go out of the Montreal hairpin, down the straight towards the left-hander that's slightly off camber through Palmer's as they curve their way through. More oversteer for Will Self on his first flying lap. Then they make their way down towards Agostini, which is a hairpin named after Giacomo Agostini, the former multiple-time world bike racing champion. Out of Agostini they go, up towards the left-hander, which is Hamilton, named after a certain Sir Lewis Hamilton. Then to Oggies, which I can't quite work out what that's named after. Oggies is a bit of a double apex right-hander. You turn to this tighter first apex, then it opens out on the exit for that second part. Then the short straight towards Williams, named after Sir Frank Williams, the late founder of the Williams Formula 1 team, and onto the Bentley straight. And this is named after the Bentley Speed 8 that did some straight line testing here, did some testing around about when they were first developing that car between 2001 and 2003, when Bentley ran at Le Mans and made a comeback some 50 years after they'd originally raced. Although some would argue that was more of a Audi R8 with more different bodywork on it, and it was more of a coupe. But that's Le Mans, this is Honda's, and we're still watching Will Self here on his first proper flying lap, so no proper times in just yet for representatives for lap times. Now, in terms of reference for practice this morning, the fastest time that was set in practice was by, I think it was Liam Collins who was fastest in practice, once it's loaded up on my screen. I have a feeling it was something like 1:46, but we'll find that out in a second. As Will Self turns his way now out of Coram, through the left of Murray's, named after the infamous Murray Walker, and then down the long centre straight, and guess who that's named after. Cross the line, and Will Self sets the first benchmark time of 2 minutes 4.991. That's the time that everyone's going to try and beat if they can. Best time in practice was a 2 minutes 6.036 set by Will Self. Now, neither Liam Collins in car number 6 or Tommy Knight in car number 24, the blue EK Civic. Collins in his black Integra DC2, just coming down towards Montreal hairpin. He's also got, that is James Allen, who's the single round entry, the guest driver. He made an appearance at Campbell Park, and good to see him back out on the grid. James Allen 4th fastest, and that time up to 5th has gone Dan Brown, making his one appearance of the season this year. Hopefully he's found a new rear window, because when it was being trailered apparently either yesterday or this morning, the rear, I think it was the left rear window, blew out. I think he put out a support on there to a message out to anyone in the WhatsApp group saying, if anyone's got a spare rear window for an EG Honda Civic, can I please have it, because it's gone. So he will now want to try and get a good lap in if he can. Important to mention, of course, all the classes as well. I was about to say Sammy Milan was on the initial provisional pole for Class B, but immediately it is overall and class championship leader Dan Thackeray straight in with a 2-minute 9.736, and he's only roughly around about 3/10 off the first flying lap set by Bob Barron, who was 8th fastest in Class A in his 1993 Honda Civic EG. There's 3 classes in the championship: Class A, Class B and Class C. I will remind myself of the power to weight ratios. The maximum, if I'm correct, I think it's 235 brake horsepower if it's aspirated with a supercharger or a turbo, 240 brake horsepower if it's naturally aspirated. You see Tommy Knight going through the wonderfully named bomb hole. I remember when they were developing this circuit, and the one thing they said, you can change any other corners you want, but just don't touch that corner, because it is quite a famous corner. It's got a bit of a massive compression right at the apex. It makes it so unique and such a fast corner to come off of the Brundle-Nelson complex. Across the line come Fuhrer Tennis to set a few faster lap times. Now Will Self has gone not as fast as his first flying lap. He did a 2-minute 5.3 to go stay quickest. Up to second has gone Phil Rice on his second flying lap, 2-minute 6.796. So at the moment, Will Self has got that 2-minute 4.991, and that currently has him at the moment holding a brand new Class A and overall qualifying lap record. There's Dan Brown, who looks like he has found a left rear window, thankfully, and it seems to be doing wonders, up in 7th place at the moment. Bob Barron has gone to 6th fastest on that lap, 2-minute 8.499. Changing the Class B top runners, because at the moment, Thackeray has had a time deleted by the look of it, because it's now Spencer Fortag who's spelting a brand new livery on that FN2 Honda Civic. It's got some, I think, a new sponsor and some new blue and yellow graphics on the side. Now that car currently fastest in Class B. He's got 2 minutes 13.167. Sammy Milam's second fastest. And I was about to say that because as he came through, Thackeray's time looks like it has counted this time. As he goes to Rich's corner, he is now onto the provisional Class B pole, 2-minute 9.920. He's 9/10 off the car ahead of him, which is the 9th quickest Class A car of Dan Brown. And here's on the Civic EG. So the rest of the session, got just under 7 minutes to go in this qualifying session. Shout out to Class C as well. Matt Rowling, who we saw Charlie was speaking to just now as the session got underway, is fastest in the class, so he's currently 19th overall, 2 minutes 16.980 for Matt Rowling in his 2002 Honda Civic, and then Callum Houch in second. Of course, those two share an awning, so a bit of friendly rivalry between the pair, but good to have both of those cars in there too. I think Dan Thackeray was just moving out of the way so he could allow Ryan Cunningham through to go and set a better lap time. Cunningham currently 5th fastest in Class B. 16th overall, 2-minute 14.720. A little bit of rear bumper trim hanging off the back of Dan Thackeray's car. I don't, if he's had any contact with anyone, it's not often you get contact in qualifying, because obviously it's not a race situation, but yeah, the left rear of the Dan Thackeray's bumper is just trailing, hanging off a little bit. I don't think it's going to give too much trouble for the stewards of the car for the course. So usually if the car's got smoke or something trailing off it, or there's a piece of bodywork that's hanging around a lot and possibly looks like it could fall off and cause a problem, they'll throw the black and orange flag, or the meatball flag as they usually tend to call it sometimes. But I don't think that's going to cause too many problems as far as I can see. So 5.5 minutes to go. Will Self still fastest. Still no one can get close to that 2 minutes 4.991. That's a really impressive time. 1.5 seconds clear at the moment of the rest of the pack at least. Just seeing Bob Barron's coming in and out of the pit lane again, the man from Scotland. Now there's hopes that Bob can get himself into a good position and possibly stay there, because any time he's been there before, particularly at Cadwell Park when he led his second ever car race, and then at Brands Hatch when he was in a good podium position, I think in race 1 before he locked the rears and went off into the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. He will hopefully want to try and get a better result this time if he can. Just See some of our Class B runners heading down towards Agostini, and that is Dan Brown going very slowly. Now, is he backing off, or is that a problem? No, I think that's more a problem for Dan Brown by the look of it. So Dan Brown, last year's Class A champion, only making a one-off appearance this weekend, but the fact, I think he had some earlier issues, didn't he? Looking at my notes from Carl. Yeah, a drive shaft change between warm-up and qualifying, so that's a... It doesn't look like it has any drive again, so if that issue's reared its ugly head once more, then sadly, Dan Brown's car is trundling along the grass. That's just on the run, I think, towards... just exit of Palmer's towards Agostini. It's had the problem. See what the situation is in Class B. Thackeray still fastest, 2 minute 9.920. Lewis Barker's gone up to second now, 2 minutes 12.590 for him. But that's an extraordinary time from Dan Thackeray to be that far ahead in class, because that is a gap of, how much is that? 2.7 seconds. That's getting towards 3 seconds quicker than anyone else in class, as Will Self improves his time. So he's gone to a 2 minute 4.777, so he's found another 2/10 on that last flying lap. If you thought Will Self couldn't go any quicker, he's just proved you wrong. Must be that Belgian moustache he's growing as well, must be making him much faster. He's channeling his inner Nigel Mansell by the sound of it. 3.5 minutes to go in the session. Will Self there looking pretty comfortable on pole. See in the background there Tommy Knight in the bright blue EK generation Honda Civic, 5th fastest. Dave Buki has set a good lap time in his white EK. He's gone to 7th quickest, the man behind Kinetic Motorsport. You can see his car's running nice and well. I think he's got the fuel filler closed this time, because it was, I remember in race 1 at Brands, it was one of the sessions at Brands Hatch. I think it might be either warm-up or qualifying, but it was, he left the fuel filler cap open and it was spraying fuel onto the circuit, so thankfully he's been able to close that up and do well. No improvement so far for Will Self. I might see if we can look at Bob Barron though, because speed-wise, he set the fastest speeds in sectors 1 and 2, although on that last lap didn't actually improve. So he's going quickly, just not improving enough to be able to move up the order and get higher up the top 10. Movements for Phil Wright, who's gone to 3rd fastest. Kevin Talbot's gone up to 6th. That's quite odd for Kevin Talbot being that far off, given that he is the Class A Championship leader and one of the contenders for the overall title. Looking at Phil Wright on the screen going out of the Brundle Nelson complex. He's been chased down by James Allen in his what was dubbed the Fast and Furious style Civic EG, it's called sedan style, and whether it has a spoon engine or bright green neon lights underneath it, I'm not 100%, but it's certainly a fine car to have in the championship, and both of them looking pretty quick. Coming down the pit straight now, Will Self comes across the line. Yeah, his last lap was some 5 seconds off, so he's backed off a little bit. I think he's more comfortable with the pace. Tommy Knight has gone to 3rd fastest, 2 minutes 6 what he had done, 7.31, is immediately beaten by Phil Wright, who puts himself onto the front row of the grid, but he's still 1.5 seconds off the pace set by Will Self. So 2nd fastest for Phil Wright at a 2 minutes 6.3, but he's still 1.5 seconds off the time set by Will Self. Back to Class B, Thackeray still leading the way on a 2 minute 9.908, so that's going to be one heck of a lap time to beat in qualifying going forwards in the next few years. If we can find someone on that pace again, it'll be quite extraordinary. And Class C will give a check in. It's Matt Rowland still leading the way on a 2 minute 16.278, and he is 2.8 seconds clear of Callum Houchin. They're in 21st and 22nd overall. From Bob Barron, one of the 2 kilted K-swaps on the Civics in the field, the other one being Fraser McNeil. You can't miss Fraser. It looks exactly like this car pretty much. The only differences is, 1, it's bright yellow, 2, it has a rather large rear wing on the back. And Fraser currently 10th. So actually at the moment, both of the kilted K-Swaps cars will start race 1 from the 5th row of the grid together. So that'll be intriguing. Drag race down towards Ritchie's for the first time. Through goes Bob. Hasn't really been improving on this lap. McNeil set personal bests in all 3 sectors on his last lap. And yeah, Dan Brown, he's currently showing as 5th. He's showing he's been stopped on track, but we know why, because he's stopped because he's had an issue just exiting Palmer. So we know that he stopped on the circuit. That might be a recovery that he'll be able to sort out between lunch. Some of the rest of our Class B runners as qualifying continues on. If you're watching on the stream, you're seeing the cars filter through. There's James Alford. There goes Sammy Milam in the number 9 on the Civic for Kinetic Motorsport. He's followed by Callum Houchin in one of the 2 Class C cars. And there in number 1 is Ryan Cunningham, the defending champion, and he's just neatly moving out of the way for Bob Barron, who's trying his hardest to improve his time. He can't quite manage it. Will Self, who's on provisional pole, is across the line and completing the session. Tommy Knight comes across the line and holds 4th. Can't improve. Neither can Phil Wright. He'll looks like take a provisional front row start for race 1. But if that's the pace over a single lap that Will Self is setting, so he's like in a 15-minute race. That will be quite extraordinary if he can keep that up the whole 15 minutes. Across the line has gone Allitt, who is at the back of the field by the look of it, in 23rd. See, also James Kiff has got out in qualifying as well after his issues with the hydraulics. So what was the issue with that one actually? It was a auxiliary belt failure. That's what it was. Auxiliary belt failure for Kiff in practice, but he's managed to get it out there with that fixed. Now Dan Thackeray has pulled up. That's on the little service road at the exit of Agostini. That's a worry because he is on provisional pole for Class B and did set a 2-minute 9.908. So he's on class pole by basically 2 seconds from Ryan Cunningham. But if that car still has a recurring drive shaft issue, like Dan Brown I suspect also had as well, that's going to be a worry for race 1 if he can get that car out. Hopefully, fingers crossed, he can. But he even said in the preview that we're getting to the stage of the season now, particularly if we get to half distance after we complete today's racing, where you get into the second half of the year and every single point is absolutely crucial in a championship like this. Not just to win your class, but also to go for the overall title. He's our overall championship leader, and if that car is pulled up with possibly a recurring drive shaft issue, that's going to be a worry for Motion Motorsport to get that car sorted. Checker flag then out on the session. And as we mentioned, Will Self with that extraordinary pole position time. That's by far and away a clear pole position, and of course a new Class A, an outright qualifying lap record for Racing Hondas on this circuit for the first time. 2 minutes 4.777 gets him fastest time by 1.5 seconds. It's not often you see someone on pole by that margin in a championship like this, or a spec series or a one-make championship, but 1.5 seconds in front puts him genuine favourite to take his second win of the season. Phil Wright, second quickest, he'll start on the front row provisionally, and it's Liam Collins and Tommy Knight on the second row of third and fourth quickest. Dan Brown stopped out on track, we think with a possible recurrence of that drive shaft problem, but he, if he can get it fixed, should start fifth alongside Kevin Talbot, the Class A championship leader. Then it's James Allen, the single round entry, will start 7th. Dave Buki, an impressive 8th in his Honda Civic EK9. Then it's an all-kilted K-Swaps 5th row with Bob Barron ahead of Fraser McNeil in the top 10. Now, 11th fastest for Dan Thackeray. Provided that car is healthy enough to get out for race 1, he will start from 11th on the 6th row and the Class B pole. That's also, of course, a new Class B lap record for this championship at this circuit layout. But it's James Kiff in the Honda Integra, James Alford in his Honda Civic EK9, and then in 14th, second quickest in Class B, goes to Ryan Cunningham, the defending champion in car number 1. 15th fastest was Lewis Barker, 3rd in Class B alongside Sam Lintzner. So that's an all Class B 8th row, followed by Sammy Milam and Spencer Fortag, with Duncan Holloway and Luke Krasmenu rounding out the overall top 20. And then it's Matt Rowling who'll start on the Class C pole. His time was best for a new qualifying record for Class C, 2.8 seconds clear of Callum Houchin. With Anthony Allett making his championship debut, it was Nicholas Allett in the car at Brands Hatch, if I'm correct. So Anthony making his debut, and he'll start, all being well, back in 23rd and last, but certainly by no means least on the grid either. So that is qualifying complete for the Racing Hondas. Their first race comes up a little bit later on this afternoon after lunch. It is scheduled for 4 o'clock, 15 minutes. The second race taking place scheduled around about 6 o'clock, and it's all set scheduled about 6:15. We'll see what happens there. Of course, the cars have had problems in that session. Fingers crossed they can get them fixed for race 1 in a couple of hours' time. They've got, given that it is now, what's the time? 1:15. So we're actually running about 20 minutes ahead, which is excellent. So this session should have started right now. So we're running ahead. So they're giving a bit of extra time here by the looks of it. So fingers crossed with that extra little bit of time, they can get those cars fixed. But for the moment, we have a new pole sitter and a new, for this circuit, and a new class and overall lap record. Will Self, 1.5 seconds clear on pole position. Can he translate that into qualifying form? We will wait and see. So we'll be hearing shortly from our class pole sitters. Well, 2 of them at least, because I'm not sure if Dan's car is down there. I can see it in the paddocks. They've pulled it in, but I'm sure they'll be able to bring him round to have a chat. Yeah, actually, I can see that the coordinators and also Ian Billett are saying to him, no, come round because you'll need to have a chat with Charlie. Everyone should have a chat with Charlie. She's lovely. But we have our Class A, B and C pole sitters there. I've been intrigued to see what it is that either Will Self did to the car or had for breakfast this morning, because being 1.5 seconds clear, that's an extraordinary pole time. So Will Self certainly is going to go on to try and take his second win of the season at least. Other poles, other class performers. Let's have a look through, see who did well. All the usual suspects towards the front. With Phil Wright second quickest. We've got Liam Collins third. Didn't quite manage to continue his run of setting lap records, but managed to get himself a good second row starting spot alongside Tommy Knight. Now, that car's had some extensive work on it by the Europa Crash Centre team. They're the same squad that run Lewis Barker in this championship. He's very thankful to all their efforts. I think after the initial accident that he had in start of race 2 back at Cadwell Park, and of course that car's been built up since then. So good to see that that car's still running well. Dan Brown has had a bit of a tricky couple of sessions, but good to see him back out, the defending Class A champion. Not really enjoying the most of luck so far, but if they can get what I think must be a recurrence of the drive shaft issue fixed, they can get him out for that one. Kevin Talbot's a bit of a surprise for me, back down in 6th. I thought he'd be a little bit higher up, but the DC5 Integra maybe not fully suited to the Snetterton circuit. Maybe likes the more tighter, twistier stuff without the longer straights, but it's P6 for him. Also, we've had James Allen making his second appearance, 7th fastest. Then it's from Dave Buki and then an all-kilted K-Swaps. I'll be intrigued to see who wins the drag race down towards Ritchie's with that one. Bob Barron versus Fraser McNeil. I wonder if the wingless Bob Barron might have better straight line speed and aero efficiency, shall we say, down the straight, given that his car isn't causing a lot of drag on the back. I'm sure that rear wing is nicely proportioned on Fraser McNeil's car. We should talk about Class B. Of course, outside of Dan Thackeray taking pole, key thing is if that car's going to be healthy enough to be able to get out and race. Class B, we should talk about Ryan Cunningham, so that'll be him second quickest. Lewis Barker third fastest. Sam Linsner, Sammy Milam. There's some quite tight times in there. There's only about 2 or 3 tenths per time per position going through, so that could be quite a tasty battle to watch out for, maybe for third place, because it almost looks as though, provided Dan Thackeray does get out and get out there with any of his issues fixed, it looks like it's going to be mainly between the front, as it has been so far this season, Thackeray and Cunningham, but we could see Barker, Linsner, Milam, Fortag, Holloway all in the mix there. That could be quite a really intriguing fight for the final podium spot. But of course we have the Class C battle, which is Rowling versus Houchin. Rowling has the pace advantage, nearly 3 seconds better than Houchin on that particular qualifying session. And of course the qualifying lap record holders now are of course Will Self in Class A, remind you of the times, 2 minute 4.777. Dan Thackeray now the new Class B qualifying lap record holder, the first ever, given that this is the first time this championship was raced on the 300 layout, because when we first started this championship 2 years ago, the last 2 years have been on the shorter, more original 200 layout that we have here at Snetterton. And it was for Class B, it was a 2 minutes 9.908 set by Dan Thackeray, and the new Class C lap record is set now by Matt Rowling on a 2:16.278. They will now go into the annals of racing Honda's statistics and stats and history. And of course that will be the targets to beat when we come here, I presume if we come here next year on the 300 circuit. We are back here in October, and that's on the 200 circuit, but we'll worry about that when we get to that. What we can do now is throw down to assembly area where Charlie is down there to have a chat with our pole sitters and brand new class lap record holders. She's down in there to chat to class pole sitters A, B and C in Parc Fermé.
Racing Hondas. I'm here with Will. Pole position for Class A, how was that?
Yeah, it was quite good. Sort of managed to get a bit of clear space and do the lap that I thought was there this morning in practice. It's always sort of hard around here because it's such a long lap to put a lap together. Yeah. So you're sort of driving around and you're up 3 tenths and then you get it a bit wrong and you're down a few tenths. And yeah, I sort of got some space, let the tyres cool off a bit more and then went again and went a bit faster. And yeah, it was good enough for pole by a fairly convincing margin.
Bit sketchy coming out of that last corner on the last lap there as well.
Yeah, I was getting a bit carried away, carrying a bit too much speed into the last corner, which almost caught me out a few times. But,
no, of course. Obviously, we've got Phil hot on your tail, second place. How's that?
Yeah, it's always interesting with Phil. His car makes the lap time in a bit of a different way to mine. He's a bit heavier, he's got a bit more power, so it's always interesting racing him, and he's good and fair, so it should be a good race.
Hopefully hold him off.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Amazing. Well, good luck for race 1. Thank you so much. Right, we're going to grab Dan over now. So he is Class B pole position. Dan, how was that?
Yeah, not bad actually. Although we didn't finish the session, we've broken something in the car again.
Oh no!
We broke something in the practice as well. We lost the drive shaft, and I don't know, maybe another shaft or a diff. So it's a bit confusing why we've done 2 in 2 sessions. It's also a bit worrying for the race. Try and get to the bottom of it. Hopefully it's nothing too major. But
Yeah. Obviously, minus that, car feeling okay?
yeah, good. Yeah, we're still not quite there. I know we're getting some good pace out of it, but we know the car pretty well, and we're still off quite a lot of pace, really, where we should be. It's a bit confusing for us. We're getting used to the tyres, but we're still just about doing enough, I think.
Yeah, of course. And obviously, like every track presents different things, different timings, everything like that. So you always have to like change it every time.
Yeah, and also this is such a long lap that halfway around the lap you can easily mess one up. So it's good in the sense, but it's very easy to ruin a nice lap and just watch your delta just go away. But so as long as you do enough to get some good times, we're all right.
Perfect. Reckon we get the car out for race 1?
Hopefully, yeah, it should be all right. But yes, we're just going to need to find the cause of it. You can't keep breaking diffs.
No, definitely not. No, definitely not. Well, thank you so much. Good luck for race 1. Amazing. Right, we're going to get Matt over. I think he's deep in a conversation. Grab Matt. Grab Matt. Let's come over. So we've got Matt here in the Class C. Now he's Class C pole position. How was that?
Oh yeah, it was all right. We've got some issues. We've got some funny clonks and noises.
Oh no.
So yeah, it wasn't. Didn't fill me with confidence. Didn't quite get the lap time we wanted. But yeah, we'll see if we can go back and tweak now and see if we can build on it for the race.
Yeah, no, of course. Obviously, a bit of pace off of Callum as well. He's hot on your tail.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Callum's always going to keep me honest. So yeah, I chasing him down the straights. He's got a bit more horsepower than me, but carries a bit more weight. So I'm probably a little bit better through the corners, and he'll just catch me down the straight.
Yeah, so it's like a bit of like cat and mouse.
Yeah, so he's got to be good in the corners, and that's where I've kind of lost a bit of confidence. So yeah, we'll see. But yeah, it is what it is. We'll just go and send it.
No, of course. So have a look over the car ready for race 1 as well.
Yeah, 100%. As I say, it's still got a clonk. So yeah, there's still something going on, and yeah, we'll learn now what it's done, and kind of trying to adjust it and see what happens.
Just get out there for race 1.
Absolutely.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Good luck for that. Amazing. Right. Well, that's qualifying here. We're going to head to a quick lunch break now, but make sure you tune back in for race 1.
All right, it is time for Attack 2. We're going to be starting out with our Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme cars. Who I can't really see any of in the pit lane. We did have a timetable change, so you might have seen the timer go from 40 minutes to 20 minutes. That is because the Attack 2 was brought slightly forward, which is always pretty prudent to do. We don't have any show today running alongside the Time Attack. It's purely a race meeting, which does mean that we have a little bit more freedom on the timetable to do things, which is quite nice. Although by the looks of things, I'm not sure perhaps that all the drivers got that message, because even though the track is live, as far as I understand, let's just take a look on the TSL timing website. Sadly, you can actually hear I ran myself. Sadly, the TV screen that shows the timing screen has now gone into smart TV mode and is offering me Netflix and BBC iPlayer and stuff like that, which is not really what I'm looking for. But I think it was on a PC. So I think if I change the source, change the input, then I might be able to get my timing screen back. But in the meantime, let's have a look at the TSL Timing Solutions Limited. I mean, I can see the pit lane's actually still got a red light, which would tell me that the session's not yet been green lit. Here we go, Club Time Attack. Let's have a look. So it looks like the track will be going live in the next minute or two. So that timetable alteration there. In the meantime, we do have the Lucas Oil. I like the Lucas Oil board on the visual there. Very good timing. Because we do have the Lucas Oil live stream vote at the moment. So that's the QR code in the bottom right hand side of your screen. And the few of you watching on the YouTube Lucas Oil live stream have also mentioned how great it has been to have these live stream back for this year. And it's been great to have so many of you getting involved in the comments too. Some very, well, actually a great mixture both of experienced and very knowledgeable time attackers, but also people who are new to time attack. And I think the live stream has made it very accessible to new audiences too. So overall, I think a really great addition. And so thank you to Lucas Oil for making that possible. And while we wait for the track to go live, we do have the Lucas Oil driver of the day vote in the bottom right hand side of your screen, that corner there with the QR code. If you give that a little scan with your smartphone camera, then you can vote for your Lucas Oil top driver. So we have a new format as of these past couple of rounds, where in fact we start off with the faster classes. In fact, I can see there green flag now being thrown, and in fact some cars already moving out onto the track. So if we do now start with the faster cars and then move down the classes. So you catch the fastest and spiciest stuff right at the beginning. And you can see Luke Senjakowski and Eric Holmes first on track. See Daisy there in the YouTube comments asking when is the track going to be live again, when does the lunch break finish? Well, the answer, Daisy, is right now. Apologies, that might not be terribly useful if you've gone off to have lunch, but yes, we are now live again. We're going to give our drivers a few moments to get themselves up to speed. We do have the control tire, the AO52 Yokohama, in most of our classes, apart from the pro classes, which are the ones now, who can use a racing slick. But nonetheless, the racing slick also needs a little bit of time to get the heat into it, so it gets nice and hot and gummy, sticky, presses into the road nicer. And at that point, the tire is what you would call switched on once it's nice and gummy. So our driver is going to need maybe a lap or two to put that energy through the tires and warm them up. You can see Luke Senjakowski there. Really eager beaver. First on track, I think, once the green flag was thrown. Currently leading in pro class, I believe, at least at the end of Attack 1. We have a new format for this year, the 20th anniversary season of Time Attack, where we first have the warm-up, that's unchanged, and then we go straight into Attack 1, Attack 2, and Super Attack for the remainder of the day. So all of the days running, all of the sessions bar one, bar the warm-up, do now score points for our drivers. Actually, given that we have a reasonably relaxed schedule for today, given that we don't have a show to run alongside, we managed to squeeze in some marshal laps during the lunch break. So some of our Time Attack drivers very kindly volunteered their passenger seat and took some marshals out for a few hot laps during the lunch break, which is, I think everybody wins. Of course, the marshals get a much needed thanks for their hard work and their volunteering. A nice little adrenaline rush during the lunch break. So, you know, it's a little win for them. But for the drivers, it also means that that they get a few more extra laps of seat time. So back in the day, I would also always volunteer to do the marshal hot laps. And I think on one hand, you know, it's a really fun experience to share that with you know, one of our marshals. I think that's really great fun. But on the other hand, it also means that you get a few more laps under your belt, which is, I think, unless you are a professional racing driver who does this stuff all the time, if you're a privateer enthusiast track driver, then those few laps are really welcome extra experience, right? Extra experience points. So, yep. So we managed to do some of those just now during the lunch break, marshal laps, which is great fun. Let's take a look at the TSL timing, live timing screen. So the one that I'm using is the same as what you can view here from the trackside or online. If you want all the data, if you're following a particular driver or a particular team, or you just love having that data at your fingertips, if you're one of the people who likes having multiple screens for your motorsport watching experience, you might have the stream on one screen and the live timing on another screen. I know quite a few people who like watching motorsport that way. Then you can do that too. You go on the TSL Timing website, that stands for Timing Solutions Limited, TSL Timing, and you can have the same timing screen as what I'm using right now. Although, of course, you do have the pure lap times in the top left of the screen for those of you watching the Lucas Oil live stream. But that's just the names and the lap times, basically. whereas the TSL timing website gives you the full data, sector times, speed traps, and so on. The various intervals and gaps. Oh, yep. So Susie is now up in the commentary box as well. I think the wire's got a little bit caught there. Something like that. All right. So, Susie, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. What have you been up to?
Good afternoon. I've just been finishing up my lunch, actually. Obviously, we're back on the circuit a little bit earlier.
A little bit earlier, yeah. Yeah.
It's good. It's unusual. Unusual to be running a little bit ahead of schedule.
Yeah, so we don't have a show, right? So so we've got that flexibility now. Today.
Yeah, I've been catching up with lots of drivers today, and obviously the difference with running on the 300 circuit as opposed to 200. What's been interesting, actually, is how few of the drivers have actually ever driven the 300 before. So quite a lot of them are just finding their way around the circuit today.
It's still fast.
Yeah.
Have they been saying, even the infield looks squiggly, but it's still very fast.
Yeah,
because this little squiggle is a whole mile.
Yeah, much more technical though than you know. I mean, obviously, like Quorum and Bombhole, like tricky corners anyway. But yeah, it's definitely a different setup, I think, for the middle of the track. And as I was saying, it's really interesting that, and it's around a 2-minute lap, a little bit more, or kind of like less, depending upon the classes. But so they go out on a warm-up lap, and that's 2 whole minutes that you've kind of like lost before that you actually get a flying lap. And if you need a cool-down lap as well, so they've really got to pick their moment quite carefully, and make sure, and you know, very different from Brands Hatch, where we were seeing lots of traffic that they have to navigate through. Perhaps not quite so much traffic here. They can find that clear space, but when they're on that hot lap, that's it, because there's not a lot of time to fit a lot of those in.
If they stuff that one, then they've lost a lot of time. Yeah.
If you've got your warm up and your cool down at the end, then you know there's not many kind of like hot laps to get in the
That's
middle.
a really good point. Yeah. Huh.
Yeah, it's interesting. Interesting just speaking with people, and also people who are lost in the middle of the circuit. And just saying the corners keep coming, and I'm not quite sure what way they go.
Yeah, it's so different. It was funny what Neil was saying at the beginning to you about Snetterton, but he said this at the start of the day before he'd driven, right? And he said, Snet's just 2 straights, isn't it?
Yes.
But like today's Snet, the 300 layout, is people think it's going to be 2 straights, and then they're like, what are all these corners? Where have all these extra corners come from?
Yeah. And I just assumed more people would be familiar with the 300 circuit, but you know, even in the pro class, and so Simon Norris has not driven the 300 before. Yes, yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, there's a lot to learn for people today, and I think it'll be interesting to see how that affects the times coming down. We'll see the times dropping in the afternoon from the morning.
Yeah. What else have people been saying? Anyone in the pro class who you've managed to catch?
Well, I'm just looking at who is actually out on the track at the moment, because I know Martin Henry has been having a particularly eventful morning. So yeah, his ECU was cutting out in the morning. Wasn't quite sure what was going on, but yeah, definitely got some cutouts there. And then he snapped his drive shaft. Just pulling out of the pit lane. Yeah, straight into the first session.
Oh dear.
Second session, sorry. So yes, replace that.
Okay.
But he's still not quite sure if he's managed to fix the issues with the ECU and the car cutting out. So we'll keep an eye on his lap times to see if he has actually managed to sort that or not. Luke Sedgwickowski, I think we're seeing there. Feed's a little bit slow. Yes, in the NSX. So they were having gear shift issues. So they weren't out in the last round. So in attack 1. So, but car's back on track now. So it looks like they've managed to get that resolved. Who else? I'm seeing Mr. Spooner as well. Also,
what happened to him?
God, what an eventful morning he's had as well. So the drive shaft fell out of the gearbox in the first round. And then there was gearbox oil everywhere. That managed to get fixed, went out in the second round, and snapped a wishbone. So, and that has been fixed. But also, he's just very much hoping for a whole session where he doesn't have any drama, basically.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to carry a lot of, like, to be able to fix this stuff, he must be carrying all the spares.
It's a lot of spares and a lot of patience, and I think it is possibly wearing his patience a little bit thin. But yes, and like I say, these are all the trials and tribulations that the drivers actually go through to get the cars out on track. And it really is quite something, so it's been quite eventful.
Yeah, the screen briefly made it look like it was wider on one side than the other, like it had a bigger wheel arch on one side than the other, but I think that was just the light playing a trick on me, and he hasn't got some kind of asymmetrical track width.
So I think what Darren was saying is he might actually have to turn it down a little bit, because obviously, you know, it's proving problematic today. So might turn it down a little bit, get a few, or at least get one good session where he doesn't have to fix something between the sessions. Because quite a dramatic start to the day for a couple of people.
Yeah, it's good to see him back in Time Attack. Of course, he's had some time out, which is always nice.
And then just looking down the list. Obviously, you kind of had a catch-up with Ilya.
Okay, what's he been up? See, he had some kind of issues, didn't he? I heard.
No, I think the car's running okay today.
Okay.
At least not as he told me, so...
Yeah, no, I guess it's fine.
Yeah. So, you know, as you were saying, always little things that you want to kind of like change and improve. But yeah, they had a small fluid leak just onto the under tray.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Right. Okay. So.
But I think that was from the gear shifter, because they were on the sequential box. They said they'd just top up the fluid and we'll keep that going so that you can get back out. But yeah, nothing terminal at least, not compared to some of the other teams that we're seeing. So what have you been seeing up here, times-wise?
Yeah, I mean, Simon Norris is very much, I mean, he is literally in a class of his own, but of course it just also is in a class of his own. Very, very fast, and so is Luke, actually. And we can see that here. That remains the case. So Luke Sędziakowski in that Tegua NSX still 3 seconds faster than his competitors in the Pro class. So Bradley John as well. Yeah, I'd say hot on his heels, but not really. It's quite a big gap, actually. Luke's got a really big advantage here. You know, it's 750 horsepower, thereabouts. Quite, I guess, a wedgy, low frontal area, low drag car, I guess. And then you have Josh Barrett, you know, quite far adrift, actually. Look at that, 8 seconds adrift. It is a long track, so of course the gaps are going to be big. At a shorter track, that gap would be smaller, and it wouldn't be quite as striking as this. But I think Josh Barrett is at a bit of a disadvantage here. Firstly, this Caterham's got absolutely no aero efficiency whatsoever, and it doesn't have the power either. And I think Kieran and I touched on this quite a lot. We have the Caterham might have the power to weight to you know, compete with the other cars, but on the straights you just need the raw power number. Yeah. The power to weight is going to help you maybe pull out of the corner, and then once you get onto the Bentley straight, and once you're getting all that drag, you need big power to punch through that. And I think Luke's NSX is doing a very good job of that compared to the other car, especially Josh Barrett. I think he's really struggling in the Caterham, but he would have probably expected that. I think he would have come here knowing that the others are going to have the legs on him a little bit. Yeah, be interesting to see what Martin Henry manages.
Yeah, well, it's good to see him back out on track. But again, I mean, I would guess based on those times that he's still having this intermittent ECU issue. So, yeah, I will see if I can get some time to catch up with him after this session. But yeah, like I say, he's had an eventful morning. And I think what I'm seeing as well is just that this circuit is quite hard on the cars, especially the highly strung cars, because you've got these huge straights where you are just pedal on the metal for the entire thing. But what that means is at the end you're going incredibly fast, and it's quite wearing on the brakes as well. So you've got heavy braking zones. Very fast corner at turn 1, but again, from the speeds that especially these pro classes are reaching, they've really got a lot of speed to kind of like shave off to be able to get around there. So heavy on brakes, hard on the engine as well, where you've just got these big long straights. And if anything, the infield is perhaps a little bit of a relief.
It's hard. Our screen's a little bit choppy. I thought Martin Henry was going very slowly there, but I don't. I think he's just being careful. I don't think he's had another issue. There goes Ilya Krylov in the Haltech Clio. I don't think we've seen a great deal of him today, actually. I think he's kept a reasonably low profile. He's got all the new lights on his car, which do make it a lot more visible.
They are very bright.
They are very bright, yeah. It's much easier to tell now if he's on a hot lap or not. So I think that's a really big improvement. And it's a small fix, it's a small change compared to some of the other stuff that we see. But it's an important quality of life fix. And I think it's important to not only chase the headlines and have all this wacky stuff, which, Ilya already has plenty of, to be fair to him. But, it's important to just do the normal stuff as well, and, the quality of life, just the overall quality of the build is very important as well. It's like people will put fancy wheels on their car and never do an oil change. It's like that kind of thing, right? You want to get the fancy stuff, but you've also got to make sure that you're getting the basics right. And I think this was a small but very important upgrade to Ilya's car during the past few weeks.
It's quite interesting in terms of, as we were saying, big circuit, but we're actually seeing these cars close together. And you'd think, as opposed to brands where you have to really battle with the traffic and find that clear air in which to go for your hot lap, would hope that Snetterton 300 there is plenty of track.
Yeah, especially like there's 9 cars at the moment, right? So you'd like to think they'd all have a nice bit of space. Somehow during the Attack 1 session, we saw, I think it was it was the clubman classes that were actually still quite congested. But I think we have like 29 cars in those classes running in that session. So I think despite their best efforts, there were still these little concertinas happening, and suddenly we'd find quite big clusters of cars together.
Yep.
And here, where we've just got the 9 of them, you'd think they'd be able to focus just on their raw pace, and the traffic stuff would sort itself out. Martin Henry there looking actually quite racy as he begins his flying lap. So maybe if we can take a look at his lap time. 3-minute lap was his last effort, which was quite slow. But I think towards the end of that, as he begun his next flying lap, it looked like he was actually getting ready to turn up the pace. So we'll keep an eye on those sector times, because I think Martin Henry might have found a little bit of pace there. So that'll be quite interesting. Bradley John here as well in the Evo. Let's see what he can do. Let's follow him round for a bit. So no improvement there in sector 1.
And as you were saying, there's not many cars out in these classes, but we're actually down a couple in pro as well, right? Because we've not got Colin Dorwood here today. We've not got Andrew Barber here today as well. So again, more room on the track, on this big track for people hopefully to get that clear lap.
Yep. No improvement in sector 2 either for Bradley John, but he doesn't have the cool down light on either. So I guess this is just a nice sedate kind of lap, neither particularly hot nor particularly cool. It's just one of those laps, but we might see an attack commencing now. Actually, well, are those his headlights? I guess those are his headlights. They don't have DRLs, do they? So I guess those are headlights. Looking quite racy there as he comes into turn 1. So I think this lap might be a hot one. Quite a few cars. Oh, in fact, the checkered flag is already out. I just saw a few cars in the park for me. So So I'm not sure whether Bradley John's going to be able to turn this into a hot lap, given that the checkered flag's just come out. I didn't see if it came out before or after he crossed the line. But I think that was actually quite a quiet attack too from our pro class cars. But you know, let's just watch Bradley John as he comes around. All seat time is important. You know, I don't think we have actually any professional drivers in the time attack fold this year. So, you know, all the seat time is valuable because outside of the world of time attack, they've got jobs and families and so on. So all the seat time is so important. It's all know-how, it's all experience, it's all insights, especially those that have telemetry and all of the sensors and stuff. You could see actually Bradley there setting a personal best Sector 1. So at least, you know, with a little bit of a breakthrough there, he's understood what he's got to do in Sector 1 when it comes to the super attack later today. But now slowing right down for the next... Oh, in fact, he's not just slowing down. I think he's had a breakdown.
I wonder what's happened there then. And that may hold up.
Yeah.
Getting the next class out. I'm not quite sure where he's pulled over there.
Yeah, I mean, it won't be a red flag because we already have a checkered flag. But I think we will have the associated delay that we get with a red flag because now we have a car that needs to be recovered. You can see the ignition's off, lights are off. So I think that car is now stranded. So we'll see Bradley jump out. But I think that's a car that's going to need recovering.
Yeah, so as I was talking to people, tended to fall into one of two camps, and that's either everything's going okay, and we're a little bit suspicious, as you can be with the pro cars, because they are very highly strung, or everything's been disastrous every round. You know, Martin Henry, Darren Spooner, both having, like I say, eventful sessions in the morning. But Bradley John was actually one of the cars where they're like, everything's going fine. Everything seems okay. So, yeah, we didn't really see any indication of there being a problem when he was out on track. So that was just on the last few corners.
Yeah, it was interesting. He so on that subject, Ilya brought his Clio to a little private track day that a bunch of us did. You know, just 40 old friends with little funny Japanese cars rented out Llandau in South Wales for our little gang track day. And Ilya brought the Clio to that because he wanted to do some passenger rides and share the love and stuff. And he did so little running because these cars are so highly strung. You know, if there wasn't a passenger, he didn't go out because it's kind of like almost not worth it because there's so much stress and risk to lapping these cars. Like you can see, everything seems to be going fine, and then pop, suddenly, with no warning, very little warning, it's no longer fine. Well, that concludes our Pro Classes Attack 2. So I think we're going to need a few minutes, perhaps, to recover Bradley's car, wherever that might be, stopped on the track. And so we will be getting our Club Classes Attack 2 underway in just a few minutes.
So this morning I'm catching a little bit of time with Rich Smith from Club Two Wheel Drive. So welcome to the event. You've had quite a tumultuous season so far. I think this is the first time we've seen the car. You've had a good first round. Tell us a little bit about what's happened, or a good first session so far today. Tell us a bit what's happened at the other rounds.
Well, so obviously we started off Cadwell beginning of the season. First two rounds went well. The first two sessions went well, picking up speed all the time. Third session, brilliant. You know, I was cracking on, really sort of dialing it in. Pushed a little bit too hard, snapped a drive shaft. And unfortunately, that was the end of the day. The way the drive shaft sheared right flush with the gearbox and damaged the oil seal. I had another drive shaft, I didn't have another oil seal. So I sort of let myself down a bit. And also, I found out afterwards, I'd lifted the head and the head gasket was pretty much knackered as well. So took it away, got all that repaired over the course of the period between that round and Donington. Done a little test there at Donington, all went completely pear-shaped, blew up my back box straight away, set fire to a brake hose, straight line down the Melbourne loop, and ended up back on the trailer after half an hour. Got it ready again for the weekend for Donny for the time attack. Back there again, 3 laps in, 4th gear let go in the gearbox, no 4th gear whatsoever, so back on the trailer again, watching over from the pit wall, everyone else. Brands getting the gearbox rebuilt, still wasn't done by then, so I thought take the time. So I had a nice long period, 5-6 weeks between the last round I competed in and this round to really get some bits done. Gearbox done, new clutch, some sort of bespoke carbon panels done, bits and pieces like that, and an opportunity to make sure everything else was sort of where I needed to be or where I wanted it to be. So sort of come here today feeling apprehensive, anxious about the car and where it stands, hoping that it holds together. First session done. I'm quite happy with it. Coolant temperature stayed down, brakes held up, gearbox held up, clutch held up. Everything was where it was. Time was okay, relatively competitive. 2nd and a half off the top guy in my class. First time I've ever been here, so yeah, more than happy with how it's gone to start with. So if it can carry on that way, and to be fair, if it stays the same today and I don't break anything else, I've had a good day.
Yeah, you've just had the worst luck so far this season, but yeah, fingers crossed it stays good today. And as you were mentioning, you've got some like custom parts on the car, and I think that you've been involved with making yourself. So can you tell us a bit about those?
So I think most of the carbon stuff on here, well, pretty much everything I've done myself. These have been a bit of a labour of love over the last sort of 4 or 5 weeks. Had to make the moulds off of original doors, resin infused the outer panel, wet lay the inner panel. So basically the standard door weighs around about 32-33 kilos, I believe, fully built, everything, door cards, the lot. My doors were fully stripped out, the bars removed, everything. They were around about 14 kilos, 15 kilos. This door without the glass and the mirror and everything else was around about 3 kilos. So it's a significant weight saving over box standard, and even more of a weight saving over completely gutted. So, you know, there's probably 20-25 kilos I pulled out of the car from that alone, which is good. Obviously, like you say, you've got the front panels and the rears. They're actually underneath them, they're the ABS performance panels that I've just wrapped over the carbon, skinned them in carbon. Obviously done some modifications down there to flare the arches to deal with the 255 tyres. Front splitter, obviously, I built that myself. That's the same as, obviously, everyone probably that's watched this might know Rusky Wellfab, who does his splitters and that. Same sort of principle to the videos he does. Laminate, foam, laminate, resin infused. So nice, really light, really strong, quite a bit bigger than the upper click ones. So yeah, really enjoyed that. Door cards or other bits and pieces, but I think we're up to a point now where we've got quite a bit of power. I'm trying to improve stuff as I break it, make it stronger. Now the best thing for me to do is strip more weight out if I can. So it's just over a tonne at the moment. So if I can get it down below, I'd be very happy with that.
And what kind of power are you running?
It's just over 400 at the moment, yeah. So it's obviously Roadcheck supercharged with the T2 impeller. So it's about 18 PSI, which is quite a lot of pressure. So yeah, it's so far it's good. It's quite enjoying the straights here. So yeah, it's just a matter of building everything else to take that additional power on that boost now.
And so what made you choose Time Attack as well?
So myself and Dean, who I share the garage with, again, you've obviously interviewed before with their VX. We started off sim racing during lockdown many years ago. Absolutely loved it, got involved in lots and lots of leagues. Never really driven track at all. We never owned track cars, never been on the track. Come out of, moved forward a couple of years, coming out of all the COVID lockdown and everything else, we decided we'll get yourselves a couple of cheapish track cars to go with. Well, I bought a little Clio for about £1,000 and it lasted a week before I said to the wife, no, this won't do, I need to spend too much on it. So bought the Honda. I told her it was already done, it was built, it's fine, I don't need to do anything to it. I don't know how many thousands later it is the way it is now. So we didn't.
Still married though?
No, we are still married, so yeah, I know I've done all right there, to be fair. I've got away with a lot, but we started doing track days. But both live within 15 minutes of Alton Park. A lot of track days there, but we had sort of a competitive edge and a nature that we'd like to, an itch we needed to scratch as such. So we decided to join up Time Attack. We enjoyed the hot lapping. We door to door, maybe something move on to the future. I've spent too much money on this to smack it against anything else at the moment. and I don't think my anxiety could deal with that level of pressure at the moment.
You'd have to get back to making the doors again.
Yeah, per round, I think. Yeah. So yes, we decided to have a go at this. We've always followed it, watched it, enjoyed speaking to the guys, been to a lot of the rounds as spectators. So it was nice to actually come and participate. Although it's been limited for me so far.
Well, fingers crossed today goes much better for you. Good luck out there, and yeah, we look forward to seeing what times you set.
Thanks very much. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Another really interesting interview. I think for me, again, one of the highlights of the Lucas Oil live stream is the interviews. So thank you to Susie for that, who filmed that a bit early. If you're wondering how is she in the commentary box and interviewing people at the same time, the answer is the interviews were filmed a bit earlier today. But yeah, 18 PSI, 400 horsepower, supercharged Civic. Very interesting stuff there from Richard Smith in the DRS Racing Honda Civic Type R. And also I thought it was very interesting what he was saying about him not wanting to do wheel-to-wheel competition, going door banging with other people and so on. And this is, it was last year where Jamie Biss, a Time Attack competitor, was giving me a hand in the commentary box. We were joined by Maz, one of the Time Attack staffers, Motorsport UK Drift Pro judge, and he just happened to be hovering around, and he knows a lot about the history of Time Attack in Japan and so on. And we asked him, you know, if Time Attack was conceived as the ultimate test of driver and machine, why are we just looking at lap time? Why don't we race them wheel to wheel? You know, historically. And what he said, and you know, the penny really dropped when he explained that, was that so much work goes into these cars, so much money, so much effort, so much custom stuff, custom bodywork, custom aero. You know, there are cars with very little parts off the shelf. You know, you look at let's even say Racing Honda's Championship, a lot of these cars are, you know, Honda EP3 shells with coilovers and a cage, and off you go. Not to say that all of them are, but you know, a lot of them are. Whereas Time Attack cars have so much one-off custom stuff that you don't want to risk them racing wheel to wheel, because if you need to replace something, you probably will need to build that part yourself, go and build that door yourself. You know, back in the day, it might have been fiberglass. These days, carbon fiber. You've got to sit there and do all of that yourself again. So a lot of Time Attack drivers don't want to race wheel to wheel because of the one-off nature of a lot of their car.
Yeah.
So yeah, very interesting stuff there from Richard Smith, who put into words exactly, it brought me back to that conversation we had with Maz, where he said exactly that. Like, he's sat there laying up all this carbon, he's put so much work into this. Oh. Luke Capehorn has stopped on track. He's waving out of the window. I'm not sure what that means. But he is in a very precarious position. He's not really managed to make it far off the track, perhaps through no fault of his own. So unsure what's going on with his car there. Anyway, let's take a look on our start-finish straight. We have David Dyson in the GC4 RS, who ended, I think, Club 2-wheel drive Attack 1 at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think this car is very well suited to this track. It's a perfect balance of, it's got the power, it's got the amazing handling, and it's, you know, David's a fantastic driver, and it's just very, very well suited to it. So I think we will see that reflected in the times. I mean, we've got Johnny Fletcher at the beginning now, and Johnny was just telling me he has no idea where he's going. So yeah, he said the middle of the circuit, the infield, is just a complete mystery to him, and it's just a new surprise every corner. Is how he describes it. So, but yeah, and I think David possibly a little bit more familiar with this track as well.
Ah, interesting. I mean, this is very, there we go, red flags come out for Luke's car. There's no way the session could have continued with that car parked where it is. That's a very bad spot to put a car, because it's so close to the track. So, you know, there is a risk of something else coming off in the same point and clobbering into it. So, yep, red flag there. But it's interesting what you were saying, Susie, about the GT4 RS, because that is very much a factory-built car with not really any compromises, right? You look at, let's say, other track factory special. You take a Lotus Elise, and you think, yeah, it's good at handling, but it's a bit down on power. Or you look at, I don't know, a GTR, and you think, yep, it's like very fast in the straights, really strong brakes too, but it's like a bit heavy, a bit chunky. The Cayman GT4 RS ticks a lot of boxes.
It does.
Really does.
Yeah, it really does. Straight out of the factory. But then even David was saying, because I believe he's got a GT3 RS
He does,
as well,
yeah, well,
and he was saying there is a difference between the GT4 RS and the GT3 RS. With the GT4 RS, the rear suspension, I think he was saying the rebound isn't as good as on the GT3 RS. So he said you have to be a little bit more careful with it over curbs. So yeah, even then, differences between the cars. I'm just wondering, where's Luke actually stopped on the circuit? It must be quite far towards the end. Obviously, it is such a big circuit, and we're just looking out and trying to also identify which cars are going past. Yeah, so maybe
It looks like perhaps
at the end of
bomb hole somewhere. The producers have just come into our ear. They got all the cameras everywhere at all times, so perhaps that's where that is.
So at the end of the long Bentley
yes.
straight.
Yep. And that looks like perhaps quite an involved recovery job. You can see the legs have come out on that truck with the crane, so it's going to be a lifting on crane type jobby.
So I think Luke was one of the people that I spoke to earlier, and he said they were bleeding his brakes because and this circuit is very heavy on brakes. There's a little bit of a detour there. But this circuit is very heavy on brakes with these long straights.
Yeah.
So obviously big speeds that you're getting up to on the straights, and then you have to kind of scrub that off for the corners. So I wonder if it's something related to that.
Yeah.
If it's at the end of the straight, maybe he ended up with no brakes, which would be particularly scary at Snetterton.
Yep.
And especially like very scary coming down the Bentley straight, because you've got not one but two corners, right? So you've got the left-hander, but then very tight right-hander, and then you come up to bomb hole. So yeah, it'd be interesting to have a catch up with him and see what happened there. But it's a real shame to see him going out, because obviously he's had an eventful season as well. So and we know he's a very, very fast car. It could be really on the pace when he's got no issues going on with the car. So it'd be a shame if he doesn't make it back out for the next round.
So let's take a look down the pit lane then. So our cars all lined up during this red flag stoppage. So while Luke's car gets recovered, so Neil Wren at the
Very
front.
happy
So
to see him back out.
So what happened to him?
Well,
do you
I
know?
feel like I jinxed him because we had a conversation,
Yeah.
and then I came back round the pit lane and he was being recovered in. So I believe his intercooler came loose. And he luckily realised this, and he was able to pull off the track to the side before it came off completely. And yeah, they were able to kind of recover that and put it back on. So I was very worried I jinxed him, as I said. But yeah, it's good to see him back out on track. And I believe he set a really great time in the last session as well. So so it's really fantastic.
You can see the composite stuff on Richard Smith's Civic there.
Yeah,
Wow,
so
that's
lots of
very
different
interesting.
types of carbon fibre around the car.
And some kind of camo carbon. you mentioned
Yeah, so
as well,
camo
right?
carbon on the doors, which is the first time I've ever seen that, and it's very cool. Looks almost like a kind of snake print or snake skin. But yeah, just different materials. I think he said he does it for work. So yeah, experience of using all these composite materials, and yeah, getting a bit of a chance to show off. It looks very flash as well. Very into camo carbon.
Somehow I've not really seen a great deal of that car, so I think on my next little walk around I'll make an effort to do so.
Yeah, well, as he was saying, he had so much drama in the first couple of rounds. I believe snapped a drive shaft at Cadwell. They had gearbox issues at Donington. Had some issues when he was testing at Donington before the round at Donington, and gearbox issues, and so he just had a number of issues, which mean we actually I mean, I spoke to him this morning for his single round entry because we've not seen him very much on track. But yeah, he's very much in for the full season, so it's good to see. Fingers crossed. I don't want to give him commentators' cares. But yeah, it's having much more a successful day today.
Yeah, and good to know what went wrong with Neil's BMW, right? Because I think as far for a lot of people, I think having your intercooler come loose would be quite a downer.
Yes.
but in the world of Neil Wren, that's actually not too bad. Just arrive back, Jubilee clips back on, bosh, bolt it back on, off you go. Like in the world of Neil Wren with that car, he's got off pretty lightly there.
Well,
touch wood.
If you can, problems that you can fix in the pit lane or in the pit garage, if you can wheel the car out for one session maybe, and fix those are the problems people are. I wouldn't say happy to have, but okay with having. It's just obviously, if it's something more serious, and then that's the end of your day. But it looks like that got reattached to the car, and we're seeing him back out and lining up. Not quite back out on track yet, but lining up to get back out on track. And then one car we are down. I'm just looking. Yeah, so obviously we've got the Club 4-wheel drive cars in this session, and we are going to be down Andy Grady.
Oh, well, so what happened to him?
So he spun a bearing. But he was saying that the engine has lasted him, I think he was saying about 5 years since it's been built, which is pretty good going for a very highly strung Evo, like 4G63 engine. That's pretty good going for that. But yeah, unfortunately that is very terminal today. And not quite sure.
Dear.
We've got, I think, 4 weeks to Alton Park. So not quite sure if we'll see him back out for that, because that's...
it's doable. It's a question of how much money do you throw at it, right? To get the right person's attention.
But he's also not
get
the
to
only...
the front of the queue.
Yeah, and that's it. He's not the only car with GR Performance. So GR Performance runs a number of cars present with us in Time Attack, and cars running in other series as well. So they're very busy, and it's just whether he can fit that time in. But absolutely gutted for him, because he was, again, having a really good season. And had a lot of drama and teething issues and trying to get that DSG gearbox working fluidly last year, and everything seemed to come together this year. So, but unfortunately, as we know, as we were saying, again, highly strung cars, highly strung motors. You're expecting, a huge amount of power from these engines. What we're talking, like 3, maybe 4 times the original power output.
Yeah.
And so, at the end of the day, things do go wrong, unfortunately.
Got the leaf blower on Alexander Volkov's GTR.
So this does not surprise me though with the brakes, as we're saying. So GTI is 1750, 1800 kilos. That's a big, heavy car, and huge amounts of power, as we know in this. So I can only imagine. We'll have to actually check it out. Yeah, what he's. Let me look actually.
Well,
it's not down the.
We don't have it on the...
We don't. It wasn't a flying lap, was there?
No. No. So the speed trap only displays.
Yeah. So incredible speeds is doing that down the straights.
Yeah.
Huge amount of horsepower in that car. Rumours are maybe 4 figures. So when you're trying to stop that nearly 2 tons of car at the end of a straight, when you're going, I don't know, 170, 180 miles an hour. That's a lot of work for your brakes to do. And I think that's why we're seeing a lot of drivers. I'm seeing a lot of people changing brake fluid. People, quite a few people reporting issues with brake pedal today.
Yeah. This is why light cars are the best. Light, low-powered cars are the way.
Yeah, but 1,200 horsepower in a light car is going to be a real handful.
Yeah.
That's it. It's you give and you take. It's very hard to get maximum power, the least amount of weight. All of these things are interplay between
so that's
each
what
other.
that Cayman gets right.
Yeah.
Right. It does lots of things with very little compromise.
Yeah.
Whereas most cars, there's very much the upside and then the corresponding downsides, like the cursed monkey paw. Right. You wish for one thing and it gives you that, but also a corresponding negative. I really enjoyed maybe last Time Attack meeting or the one before, where we had a red flag. Alexander Volkov's GTR was in the pits, And you might remember this, his family were pushing the car, rocking the
Yes.
car backwards and forwards so that the brake pad doesn't melt onto the disc.
Yes.
To keep it turning. So even though it was in the pits, they were rolling it backwards and only by a foot or a meter or so. They were rolling it forwards and backwards just to stop the brakes binding on because they're so hot. And yeah, I think the red flag is quite a big risk for Alexander Volkov in that GTR. 10 minutes remain in this session then, so as you will see on the Lucas Oil live stream, that has now been green lit. So let's see then, our drivers are going to need to take a few laps to get everything up to temperature. Dean Taylor there in that.
So very happy.
Oh my, he's got something
across
flapping.
the line
What was
there.
that? He's got some damage to his bumper. And you can see it all bouncing around.
I was just about to say, Dean also having had a really rough run so far this season, so I'm quite happy if he's having a day without drama. But like you say, I think maybe the front bumper on the driver's side looks a little bit loose there. So yeah, obviously we've got splitter on the front of the car, and that's kind of like pushing down. And as you're going around corners, that might be kind of like touching into the ground. So.
Oh,
Yeah,
headlights.
so,
yeah,
yeah.
he knows something's wrong.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I think that's just dropped down there. You can see, I think the splitter's like literally
Almost touching the ground.
touching the ground in some cases. So we'll have to nurse that back round. Hopefully nothing terminal, and they can get that fixed back up. Because yeah, like I say, Dean's had a particularly rough season as well. So he's had a few dramas at every round so far. And when I caught up with him this morning, he was saying actually the day's going really well today. So hopefully, again, fingers crossed, that's something they can manage to get easily fixed.
Big sudden stoppage as well from the. I think that's Nicholas Good.
Yeah, pulling off the circuit there.
I mean, you end a time attack season, I think, a much bigger person than you start a time attack season. There's so much to go wrong and so much you need to learn to fix and manage. Every year, new things go wrong and you have to learn how to deal with those. But I think Snetterton has been, really quite testing today for all kinds of odd stuff, like this bumper issue on Dean Taylor's car. It's not something that we see very often. But the surprises in time attack never cease. David Dyson in that lovely, balanced, as discussed at length, GT4 RS Cayman. Interesting that he kept the 911 as well. I thought he went from one to the other, but he's got still the 911. I guess this is his cheap little track car compared to the 911 GT3.
I don't know if he's still got both. He was just comparing both.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure. But yeah, obviously, as you say, fantastic track car and doing very well. But like you say, very well suited to just most tracks, just due to the setup of it. It's not ridiculous amounts of horsepower.
I think
we've got some cars in there with way more. But yeah, very neutral chassis, great handling car.
Yeah. I mean, it's not necessarily, we're not necessarily hugely biased towards these cars, and it's perhaps not something that you or I would have against time attack. But credit where it's due. This is a factory car that really manages a lot. So I think Porsche have done a really amazing job with that car. I don't think I've heard from anyone negative things about that car. Everyone seems to have a great time of it. Alexander Volkov then, you can see him now coming around, I think, down the Wilson hairpin. Yep, so he's just entered now the new infield section, new to many of our time attack drivers. Comes through Palmer now. Let's perhaps follow him around as he now comes up this kind of straight, but not really straight into Agostini.
But it's interesting, when there's a yellow flag out on circuit, then, as we were saying, with the length of the lap, by the time you get round that, And you know, that's an entire lap gone, and you get back round to the same place again. You know, that's a whole kind of like 2 minutes that have gone.
Yeah.
So actually, the time it will take to actually clear that means at the moment. So Johnny Fletcher is leading Club 2 Wheel Drive. Oh, there's a little little slide there from Alexander Volkov, like really pushing that. You can hear the tyres screeching as well, like really pushing that to the limit around the corners. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see the times and see what can be done now. I believe we've got green all the way around. So.
All the way around or not? Yeah, it looks like there were people setting personal. So David Dyson actually just set a personal best to a 4.0. So yeah, we are green all the way around. So we can set personal best.
So a little bit of a delay till we see the times start coming in, but yeah, we should see them starting to come free now. Then
faster sector 1 than anybody. Alexander Volkov just set. Chris Williams, quite a few people joining the chat, joining the stream, so thank you for joining us. Chris Williams, hi Time Attack and chat. Chris Williams of this parish, Time Attack driver, who I think's taking a bit of time out. James, the Captain Cook, is excited to get a car that might be using retro and classic. Might do single. Interesting what you got there, James. So put that in the comments. What have you got? That's classic retro. Has this round got Pete Rushforth and the minis in?
not in this round.
Not this round.
So this is Club 2 Wheel Drive and Club 4 Wheel Drive, and then we'll see the minis out in Pocket Rocket.
Yes. So if you just hang around for a little bit, we're going to get this session done in 4 minutes, and then you will see all the minis out in anger for Pocket Rocket Force Induction. So stay tuned for that. And of course, thank you for joining us on the Lucas Oil live stream. You can see the other FK8 Civic there, David Frost, in the Dream Automotive TBOM 2021 Civic with that Martini-style livery. Andrew Kime there also wiggling his way around that kink. Like you were saying, Susie, I think a lot of drivers trying to find their way around this new infield section.
Well, that's interesting because that seemed to be about the same place. I don't know if that's coming on to
Yeah,
the
it did, right?
Bentley
Yeah,
Straight.
yeah.
So
I think that's just how they're tackling that bit.
Yeah. I mean, I hope it's not that, and definitely not any fluids or something else on track.
Yeah.
Interesting. So David Dyson, we see that definitely looks like he's on a cool down lap.
Yeah, and David Kime, one of the few naturally aspirated cars that we have.
Andrew Kime?
Andrew Kime, yeah. Oh, is that
You
what
said David Kime.
Oh,
Just checking.
oh, because there's also David Dyson,
Yes.
who is the other naturally aspirated car.
Right.
So I blended them into one. But on our driver
Like a
notes,
superpower.
Yeah, on our driver notes, Andrew Kime says he's the only NA car in Club 2 Wheel Drive.
He is.
Which is not quite right, so we also have David Dyson, who is also naturally aspirated. But I know what he's trying to get at. We do not have many naturally aspirated cars in Time Attack anymore. Most of them... Oh, Neil Rentz just spun. Where is that? Okay, that's the... that's, yep, Agostini there. Thank you, producers, for jumping in with that. Yep, so just putting the power down onto that straight, and it spun around. Very torquey, these 335i's, especially like Neil said at the start of the day when talking to Susie, bigger turbos, naturally bigger intercoolers and radiator as well. But of course that torque can come in one lump and you're coming out of a slow speed corner, and sometimes the car can end up pointing the wrong way if it's rear-wheel drive. Mike Butler in the other E92, this one of course an M3. He's been around Time Attack for a little while now, quite a few years. I think maybe since 2016 or so. So Mike Butler's current best, a 207.5. So yeah, these are fast cars, right? These are long laps.
Yes, they were saying the car is definitely down on power today. I believe they changed a fuel pump.
Is this one supercharged?
Brands Hatch. This one is supercharged.
Wow.
Yes. Changed fuel pump after Brands Hatch, and I think that means the car is now running a little bit rich, which means it will be down on power, and they need to check the map. So perhaps not as much power as he's wanting from that car here today. And especially as we're saying, this is, Snetterton definitely rewards these big horsepower cars. And we're seeing, the 1 series there of Neil Robson as well. So he was saying he's got a new spoiler for this round. So
nice.
We've seen him out before. So this is Neil, as we were saying, he's building a Corsa. I believe for Time Attack, and then the 1 series I believe he bought just to enter because the Corsa wasn't ready, and now here we are.
Didn't he borrow
round
that car or
4?
something? Didn't he borrow it and then liked it so much?
I think
what was the deal there?
I think he bought it.
Oh right, okay. I thought his friend lent it to him,
Oh, maybe.
and then he ended up buying it or something.
I think it has turned, as many cars stories do, into a slippery slope.
Yeah.
And here we are in round 4, and we still see him in that. But he's got a new spoiler for this round. So yeah, you can see he was just saying, just trying to get a little bit more downforce over the rear end, because the rear end quite a little bit lively on that. But he was saying really helping with the grip around the infield today.
Wow. Yeah, because it's quite a fast. Palmer and Hamilton are actually quite fast. You think infields are always very tight, but because Snetterton's so big, even the infield's quite fast, with the exception of Agostini.
And of course you've got Coram as well. It's like a really long corner. It goes on for a long time, so you can carry a lot of speed, but then at the end you've got to scrub it off and turn the other way as well. So it means
that the downforce does come into play here, right? Even on the infield section, which you might assume is slow, at Snet it's still fast, and so the downforce there really coming in handy. So that's the checkered flag for our club classes Attack 2. Let's take a look. So I've got some issues with the timing screen, but if we quickly run through the provisional finishers. So it's Volkov at the top of club 4-wheel drive, ahead of Taylor. Well, that's it, just those two. And then David Dyson at the top of club 2-wheel drive with a 204.0, ahead of Fletcher, Capehorn, Wren, Butler, Kime, Smith, Summers, Robson, Frost, and Good. Those are our provisional results, and we will be getting our clubman classes Attack 2 underway in just a few minutes. So our Clubman Plus Pocket Rocket, naturally aspirated Pocket Rocket forced induction, and classic and retro cars are lining up to begin their Attack 2. And in the meantime, I believe we have an interview with Dan Buckingham.
So I'm grabbing a quick couple of minutes with Dan Buckingham. So good afternoon, Dan. How are you doing?
I'm great, Susie. I'm great. It makes a change to come to Snetterton, and it's actually sunny and dry and not Wetterton, as we all know in Time Attack land.
It's weird, isn't it?
It is. Usually we're here in October doing a 200 circuit, and like we just said, it's usually torrential rain and whatever else. So it's coming here around warm weather, dry tarmac. It's
everyone's confused.
Definitely. And they're doing the 300 circuit as opposed to the 200 circuit as well. I've never done the 300 before, so yeah, I'm learning as I go today.
Oh, so you've never driven it before?
Never.
How are you finding it?
Different, very different. It certainly gets a lot of getting used to. Obviously 200 exactly the same, but 100 infield, different braking points, just try and find my way around. Hopefully this afternoon go a little bit faster.
Yeah, so it changes it up quite a bit, because you've got obviously very long, fast straights, but then the infield is quite technical, isn't it?
Yes, a lot more what the Civic is used to, more technical and stuff. High speed is not where it's designed to be, not where it is anyway in the clubman class.
So you think that should suit the Civic then? So a bit more time to come this afternoon, you hope?
All being well, yes. Put my foot down, yeah.
And obviously in the championship it's really getting close now, isn't it? I think there's 1 point between you and Andy.
At the moment, yes. Come 6 o'clock this evening, it'll be a completely different. I'm expecting Annie will be championship leader and much deserved. She's come on leaps and bounds this year. So yeah, it's certainly heating up, but hopefully my local track at Alton Park next time, so hopefully it'll get me on back.
And it's really good having a close battle as well, right? Isn't it? It pushes both of the drivers on.
Definitely. It's what drivers want to do. It's also as well what you guys at home want to see as well. So it's great to watch.
Yeah, and you won the championship last year, right? So
I did, yes, reigning champion last year. Annie said to me over winter, I'm coming for your crown, and she's definitely bringing the challenge. So, and there's also as well Clive as well. Clive's got a new car, changed from the Scirocco. He's took a couple of rounds getting used to the Golf, and Clive isn't a million miles behind Annie, and I'm currently sitting in P3 in class today. So I certainly need to pull my finger out this afternoon and get my foot down.
So tell us a little bit about the car. So you got the FK8 Civic, but it's pretty stock. You're in Clubman, or?
Yeah, so club and class. So from an aero point of view, very stock standard. Obviously, it's got livery on there. Doesn't look stock, but yeah, it's stock. Other than brakes, suspension, remap. Got the remap redone by Paul West last week. A little bit of extra horsepower, but all throughout the rev range. Again, that's taken a little bit getting used to. But yeah, it's pretty well set up, and again, it is probably a track day, very good track day, club sports spec car that you see.
What sort of power are you running?
Running 400 horsepower.
Do you ever, is it cooling issues, or?
Yes, so the FK8s are renowned for having cooling issues. So one thing I want to do is do vented bonnets, which what Nick and Dave in Club 2-Wheel Drive have got. So I want to do that, but obviously I'll be moving class then. So plan for winter is a lot of aero, cooling and whatever else, and step up to Club 2-Wheel Drive next year.
So, it's Club 2-Wheel Drive next year?
Yes.
Interesting, but never-ending list with the car, right?
Never-ending list, it's growing and growing and growing, and yeah, the wife has said it's going to cost me quite a lot of shoes and handbags, I think.
Well, fantastic. We look forward to the battle between you and Annie then. We'll keep an eye on that this season. Good luck out there this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, then.
Cheers.
Great stuff. Thank you, Susie. Well, I mean, you're right here. So how'd you manage that? You were here the whole time, and yet you were also interviewing...
Magic.
Magic.
I'm not telling anybody. I will patent it.
And pretty good timing on that, actually, because as that interview finished, Bosch, the session has gone live.
So yeah, obviously just having the chat with Dan there, so I think keep an eye out, definitely in Clubman class. I think, well, as they were saying, actually, the battle is between Dan with Annie, but also with Clive as well. So Dan's not been to the circuit before, so very much kind of like learning the infield, as we're saying, like as half the drivers are. But yeah, I'm going to keep an eye out for them and see how that changes throughout the day. Definitely going to be a battle going on in Clubman.
Yeah.
And 1 point between them in the championship so far as well. Yes, 1 point coming into today. So, but I think Annie is out for that lap record, and that gives you an extra 5 points, I believe, for the championship. So setting the lap record, and because the lap records was set in 2019, it is quite a while ago. So I do expect to see quite a few of them tumble, and that's an extra 5 points in the championship. Could make all the difference in the championship.
Yeah. And you can see immediately. I'm not sure it's all these jets flying around, which is quite fun. Actually, we have an RAF base not too far from here. Maybe it's to do with that. It's the red arrows. The producers have decreed, perhaps. There's
It's been a Spitfire and a Lancaster, so
treat.
something else to keep your eyes on.
Yeah. And you can also, on track, you can see how immediate the difference is in terms of traffic, right? This is actually quite a busy session.
Yes, going from, what do we say, 9 cars?
From 9
now
to...
into 21.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, 21 out there at the moment.
Difference.
So, yeah, definitely more of an issue about finding that clear lap in traffic.
Yeah.
And this is what we're saying. If it doesn't go according to plan, the time in which you have to kind of like line up again for that perfect lap, there's a long time between those. So, yeah, really, I think there's quite a lot. There's a lot of tactics going into getting that clear air and being able to actually, keep your foot in for that perfect lap.
Yeah, you can see Annie there just letting Clive come through, and I think in the less populated sessions, let's say if your lap is ruined for whatever reason, and you lose a lot of time, then perhaps you only have yourself to blame for that. But here, there's so much traffic, and even if you do everything right, you move off track, you let the other car come through, sometimes you can still cause a little bit of a delay there.
Oh yes, sorry, very distracted. Red arrows, I believe, with some smoke on the edges.
So yeah, even if a slower driver, someone on a cool down lap, does everything right, they can still unintentionally impede your lap a little bit, and then suddenly you've lost also a big chunk of time, not really through any fault of your own. Annie Thompson in that very angry-looking Exige.
Well, this is another car I think is a brilliant example of not too much power, an amazing chassis, so brilliant handling characteristics, and again I think in a similar kind of vein to the Porsche.
It is, which is why
we don't see many of them here. Like not, I don't think people modify them hugely. We did see one. We used to have a Lotus a long time ago, but yeah, not had one in the championship for a little while. But I think a perfect clubman car.
Yes, and I'm sure there are great reasons, but I'm not entirely clear on why the Cayman GT4 RS is in Club 2-wheel drive and the Exige is in Clubman. Because, like you're saying, in my head they occupy a very similar space. But in terms of being a car, I think the Exige is a far worse road car than a Cayman is, than the Cayman GT4. In terms of headroom and space inside the cabin.
Oh, they are not glamorous to get into or get out
but
of.
the Cayman GT4 RS really takes a lot of boxes. Really impressive feat of car building. Interesting to see Dean Riley's VX220 and that Exige, because these cars are distant cousins. One being powered by supercharged Toyota V6, the other
big flame out the
big
back.
flames. Looks really cool.
But Dean was saying he feels he's really down on power, and I think when we're comparing to, like, as we see Annie following him there menacingly in his rearview mirror. But Dean is a brilliant driver, so he's going to be great on the infield. But I think his car is going to be down on power, and we'll see what happens when these two get onto the straight.
I love that on these mics you can hear lots of supercharged somethings whirring around. I guess it's the Exige, but of course the various minis and so on as well. But the shot was of the Lotus, and I guess it's also doing lots of supercharger noises. There you go. You can just hear that now.
I'm just loving the flames from Dean's VX220 on every gear change.
Do you know? Is this because he had an engine that caught fire, didn't he? Is this still the backup engine, which is why he's down on power?
I am trying to remember.
Also, these planes are very loud.
I don't recall. I have to check in with him. But at the moment, and obviously that was the kind of first flying lap, so Dean was the fastest car. So as we come round, and we're seeing Annie there behind him, so it'll be interesting to see these two go over the line, see if anything changes. That does sound like Dean.
Wow.
So supercharged.
He's also just put in a faster lap than anybody else, 206.3 there from Dean Riley. Incredible effort in that VX 220. I'm not sure that we've seen this before, and this is attack 2. This is a point scoring session. You can see he's just pulled off to the side to cool off straight away. He's put in a phenomenal lap and thought, okay, I'm going to cool stuff off now. But although it's been close throughout between Eden, Mark and Dean, I don't think I've actually seen Dean lead that battle at any point. But not only is he leading, he's also faster than anyone else right now. It would be interesting to see what Eden might have to say in that fight, but I think he's had drive shaft.
He has
troubles.
sheer drive shaft, so we're not going to see
Sheared?
him. Yes.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Wow.
unfortunately, so
Wow.
just no chance of fixing that today. So yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to see him back out on track.
Wow, that's a strong effort.
Yeah.
Shearing a drive shaft. We also have another single round entry, new name in Clubman, Serene Georgia, 251.2, his current best, which looks like perhaps an outlap or something like that. So I don't think we've seen a great deal of running from him. A great team name, though, not another Civic.
I'm also getting a great view of Jay McToldridge's AE6 as well, so it's fantastic to see that back out.
Yeah, nice little bit of movement there as well as he came out of the Wilson hairpin. You could just see it squirming a little bit as it was putting the power down.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic looking car. He's not actually on our entry list, so I guess it might have been a bit of a late entry. Oh yes, he is. Apparently, I can't read.
And you've got your glasses on. You got no excuse.
I have got my glasses. Yes, I really do not. But yeah, fantastic to see him back out. I believe he joined us last year for Snetterton.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing Snetterton might be a bit of a favourite of his.
Yeah, I guess it's his local track.
Absolutely fantastic looking car. I love this car.
I really like the fact that it's quite low key. Actually, for it, there's no stickers, not really much in the way of aero either. It's just a very self-assured, low-key, cool build, which of course makes sense considering who it is and what he does. It makes sense, but it's just a very ice-cold build. Yeah, something I'm quite jealous of. Really, really cool car.
So yeah, now going back to Mark Donnelly, so we'll see. Checking in with them, they were having no problems today. And it'd be interesting to see if Mark can close that gap to Dean Riley. So
Quite a big
currently
gap.
sitting on a 209.907. So yeah, this is it. It's hard to tell. It's like maybe that wasn't a flyer. Maybe that he wasn't like really kind of like pushing that and feeling the track out. Because yeah, Dean's lap is actually it's fantastic, fastest lap of any car on track at the moment.
Oh, you can see Mark Donnelly set a fastest than anybody's Sector 2, personal best Sector 1. Is that what you just said?
I didn't see the sector time, but that's why I'm looking.
Yeah.
I'm keeping my eye on him to see if he comes round and sets a. He's going for a flying lap this time. So.
I mean, he's got a big gap to close, right? He's got 3 and a bit seconds, but you know, he's just making his way through now. Let's see what he can do.
2 cars. Let's see on the timing screen.
2:08.
Oh,
so okay, he takes a second out of that gap, but he's still got quite a long way to go. He's still 2 seconds adrift, but faster as Sector 2 than anyone.
Yeah, so it's really interesting. As Dean was saying that he was down on power, but that hasn't affected his lap times here. So he's obviously been, and I think he was another person that was saying he's never driven the 300 before.
Okay.
So again, he's obviously finding his way around that infield brilliantly. Just looking down at the battle going on in Clubman. So for Annie Thompson is currently leading Clive Hopwell and Dan Buckingham. It's about 2 seconds between them, which, you know, on a circuit like Brands Hatch is quite a big difference, but obviously it takes so much longer to do a lap around Snetterton then we are seeing actually seconds of difference, whereas some of the cars that we're seeing at Brands Hatch were like within 0.1 of a second of each other. Right? So
I think it's interesting. We had a few shots there of Mark Robert. We've got Stephen House on screen now in that 350 wheel horsepower Mini. But we had a few shots there of Mark Roberts in the 213, little bits of locking up there from Stephen House. And that 213 Clio, hot on the heels of Jay's A86. 2 cars that probably actually weigh quite a similar amount. So Mark's Clio, sub 900 kilos, so 950 kilos with driver. and one of the few Clios we have that is still running a Clio engine. The F4R is still in the car of Mark Roberts. We have quite a few. So Steve Wilco's Clio, for example, K-swapped. Mark Blackburn's car still has the F4R, and Mark Roberts still has the F4R as well. But yeah, sub 900 kilos. There's Mark Blackburn now on your screen, the number 130 197 Clio. Apparently a massive weight difference between the 172 and 192 Clio. These two Clio driving Marks often share a garage, and they were explaining to me the difference. And there's something like 150 kilos difference between these earlier Clios and the later Clios. It's the same engine.
Yeah, it really is huge.
But huge difference.
And Stephen Wilson was actually saying earlier that he's been suffering from understeer in the first 3 rounds. And he's been battling that, and he's actually had his top mounts machined out, so he's been able to put a lot more camber on the front. And so I think he said he's gone from about 2.2 degrees to like 3.5.
Wow.
Which is a huge difference.
Yeah.
It's another 50% again. And he said it's made an absolute world of difference. He said he's got virtually no understeer.
Nice.
But now he's having to relearn the car again because it's got so much grip in the corners. So I mean, fantastic. We're going to see his lap times improvements again. But it's good to see how the cars are evolving over the season as well. And it just also goes to show the difference, the difference in a good setup, a good Geo setup. I think it surprises people if they're not so familiar with cars, and when they get into cars and driving on track, the difference between, I once had my Geo put on the wrong way round, and I had my settings at the back accidentally put on the front and vice versa, and it was terrifying. So it had no turn in, was very loose, and then was very loose on corner exit and just wanted to kill you. So yeah, I couldn't hit an apex, but then on the exit of a corner, I would lose the back end. So yeah, it makes a huge difference, and even just tiny, but degrees. Degrees a huge difference there. But like minutes, as we're talking with people today, talking about changes that they're making in terms of like Toad, Jay Biss, who's on the screen at the moment, was stringing up the car to...
Oh, was he?
Yeah, so this morning to...
I really want to learn to do that. That seems like such a useful thing to do.
Yeah, it really is. And we see a lot of our drivers doing that in the paddock. And obviously, where they're out and pounding over the curbs and really kind of like running these cars hard, it can alter throughout the day as well.
True.
So being able to check you're still within the tolerances and still in the geometry setup you want is really important on the day.
What a great looking car Jamie has. Actually, going back, it was the same Landau track day. Jamie once came to one of them. I think it was last year, track day with the gang. And I managed to, he borrowed his dad's GT86, and I jumped in as a passenger. Jamie is very, very fast. And this light front engine rear wheel drive theme, he's very, very, very good at that. And you can see that MX-5 really moving. Very, very impressive. But, similarly to tire pressures, which is such a simple thing, but so effective, corner weighting in Geo, which again, you don't really get any new bits. You're not adding or buying anything. You're just tweaking what you have. It makes a massive difference.
Yeah,
massive.
Yeah, it really does. And that's why when we're talking about the balance of a car, and getting a car that's got this very kind of like neutral chassis and not too much weight on the front end with the engine, as most front engine cars have. Always
bit of a wobble there, yeah.
Definitely a little bit lively on the rear end there. But yeah, getting that balance very neutral, and as you're saying, like corner weighting and trying to get that split evenly is really like a critical part to getting a car that handles well, or as close as possible within the platform that you're using.
Yeah. I mean, not everything. A 911 is probably never going to be 50-50. But you want to.
But it massively affects the way the car handles, right? And that is the default way that the 911 handles as a result. So it's really fascinating to dig into.
Clive Hopwell in that Golf R, the MMT performance machine. Currently second in Clubman behind Annie Thompson. So Annie Thompson with a 208.3, Clive Hopwell 209.6. So just over a second then between our two Clubman front runners. We have the single round entry BMW M2 of Richard Stevens, a few more seconds adrift of that. Oh, what's just happened? Something's moved around on the timing screen. So we have the number 185 machine of Gary Papworth. He's just set a 209.8. New personal best there for him, which puts him to the top of the Pocket Rocket forced induction class. So he'll be pretty happy with that. Dan Buckingham makes up a place. He's now 4th in Clubman. So interesting battle there at the sharp end of Clubman between Annie Thompson and Clive Hopwell, like what Dan was saying to you earlier in that interview. Again, something I really like about the new stream this year is that chance to have those conversations with our driver builders about what they've been up to. Really, really fascinating stuff.
Just really hearing the tyre squeal there from Clive Hopwell, just really kind of like pushing that. His new car this year, right? So he was in a Scirocco last year, and this year he's in this Golf R. But you can really hear the... Yep, there you go, making full use of the track there, and possibly a little bit more, but yeah, you can really hear pushing the tyres to the limits there with that car.
Yeah, a little bit of rally cross there from Clive Hopwell.
And he's got, I was just looking on the timing screens, he has got a little bit of time, so 1.3 seconds to make up to Annie. And Dan Buckingham has improved his time as well, so a 2:10.9. So yeah, only a few seconds between them all.
Very interesting moment there from Clive Hopwell as he came through that final sequence of corners. So it's out of Coram into Murray's. And of course, you are, so firstly, your car is pitched in one direction because you're coming out of Coram. And then you're also hard on the brakes. So all of your weight does all kinds of funny front biased things and leaning the wrong way. But also, of course, this car does have some of that power going to the rear, from what I understand. And it tried to pivot back round itself. And you can see the brake lights there flashing on that car. I don't know if that's a telltale that it's doing some kind of stability control stuff, or was that Clive thinking, this is a bit unsettled, let's try to get on the brakes and slow things down. But I think that was a very interesting sequence of corners to watch a hypothetical slow-mo replay of, because I think you could see the stability system kicking in there. Yeah, very, very interesting.
So we saw Mark Donnelly just turn his lights off there. So after that flyer of a lap, he managed to set a 2:06.8.
Yep.
So which is very close behind Dean. It's the closest anybody has been able to get to Dean Riley in this session. And now we see the checkered flag is out. I think that is the closest we're going to see.
So Dean Riley ended that session faster than anybody else.
He did,
He'll be very happy with that.
But I think Mark Donnelly, as we've seen, I think he had the fastest sector 2 on that last lap, and then really able to kind of like close that distance to just a couple of hundredths of a second.
So that's going to be one to watch in the super attack. For now, the provisional results then: Dean Riley of DRS Racing, faster than anybody on track in this session, 2:06.6. And he finished ahead of Mark Donnelly, and then McToldridge, Greenhue, and Georgia. Bogger Rocket forced induction then. Papworth on top, ahead of House, Langley, Tataris, Biss, and Rushforth. Clubman, Thompson ahead of Hopwell, Stevens, Buckingham, and I think I've just done that one. Apologies. There's so many classes and so little time. Bogger Rocket naturally aspirated then. It's Barker ahead of Wilkinson, ahead of Batchkovich, Roberts, Emmett, and Blackburn. Those are your provisional results for Attack 2.
Just to mention, I think for Classic and Retro, this is a lap record. I'm just looking down for Clubman. This is a lap record. For Pocket Rocket lap record. So again, I think it's been a while since
the game's come
we were
on
here,
so much since then.
Lots of lap records being set today.
Lovely. So next up then, we have the Racing Hondas Championship Race 1, after which we'll be back for the Time Attack Super Attack. But for now, after a little break in just a few minutes, it's the Racing Hondas Championship.
Alrighty, folks, from Attack 2 for Time Attack onto some racing action. Our first racing action of the day, and it is Race 1, Round 7 of the 2025 Racing Hondas Championship. And as you can see, they're all lined up present and correct in the assembly area, ready to go. You just saw the front row pair of Will Self and Phil Wright. You've just seen there the most of Liam Collins' Honda Integra. There is Tommy Knight's EK9 Honda Civic. Dan Brown, good to have him back. He's the reigning Class A champion, only here for a one-off cameo appearance, and looks as though they managed to get that car fixed despite it pulling up midway through qualifying. I suspect it was a similar issue to that which he suffered in practice that saw him having to replace the drive shaft. There's the man that leads Class A in the championship. Kevin Talbot comes into this weekend. Looking at the standings, he came in with 82 points over Phil Wright with 68 points and Will Self on 62. Another car welcome to see back as part of the Garage 24 stable is James Allen in his Fast and Furious inspired EG Civic sedan. Here's Dave Buki, head of Kinetic Motorsport. He is in the number 51, that beautiful looking white EK Civic. And we've got two of the EGs, our two kilted K-Squaps drivers all the way from Scotland, Bob Barron and Fraser McNeil. A little flash of the headlights in there too as well. Now this is a present sight as well. We saw him pull up in qualifying. Dan Thackeray has made it onto the grid, so the car will start 11th and in Class B pole position. Here's one of the cars next to him is going to be James Kiff. He was one of the sensations when he debuted at Brands Hatch. Excellent starting for him. He got a 7th and a 5th overall, which is really impressive. James Alford in his another EK Honda Civic, if I can get my words out. Good to see him on the grid. He is looking to start in 13th on the grid, lucky for some. And he will be trying to make his way up the orders. The cars now get the green flag to make their way onto the grid for a 15-minute race. I guess the big talking point is going to be, as we see Ryan Cunningham and co also make their way out, is looking at the skies overhead. Are we going to get some precipitation? It's held off all day, but as I was walking to the commentary box a couple of moments ago, right at the end of that last Attack 2 session, it was looking rather grey and overcast and had the feeling like it might just want to start sprinkling a few bits of rain. I guess the question's got to be if it's going to rain. If it is, how severe is it going to be, and for how long is it going to rain? Because most of these drivers, I'm certain, would have gone out there with pretty much dry setups unless they're anticipating the weather. Well, before we get racing underway and before we get the formation lap underway to go through the grid, our roving reporter Charlie Harman was in the paddock earlier on, and she was also talking to a few more drivers. Here's an interview from one of them earlier on this morning.
Right, I'm here with Will. Now, Will, you're one of our Class A drivers. Going into Snet, how are you feeling?
Not sure. So it was here Thursday testing, and the weather was nothing like it is today.
Yeah, it wasn't ideal, was it?
No, it was pretty biblical. They shut the track at sort of 11 o'clock. It was raining so heavily, so it was an interesting day, but learned nothing as far as helping today. So going into sort of practice and qualifying, having not driven the car around here in the dry, so not really sure. It's a long lap. I know, like Phil's done a lot of laps around there. It's his local circuit.
Yeah, he has. Yeah.
So trying to get up to speed as quickly as possible. So that we can have a fight at the front.
Yeah, no, definitely. Obviously, a few mechanical issues at the last round, all sorted?
I think so. It was a fuel supply issue. One of the fuel pumps failed, so effectively what I've done is put the whole fuel system in the bin and start again.
Okay.
So hopefully that's all good now. Got a bit of a worry about the gearbox this morning.
Oh no!
It's making some funny noises, so I'm hoping that lasts today, because I could really do with not having more issues and starting from the back of the grid.
Yeah, definitely. I was going to say, you were a bit unstoppable in the beginning. Obviously, a few mechanical issues let you down, but fingers crossed.
Yeah, I think it might be interesting to see what I can do when I'm not starting from 10th on the grid.
Yes, yeah, definitely. No, 100%. Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. Good luck today. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Good to hear from our pole sitter, Will Self. That was prior to qualifying, as the 1 minute board goes up. And we're getting set for our first of two 15-minute races today. It seems quite odd that we're going racing for the first time today, only at what's roughly 22:03, which is a bit ahead of time, given that we have made up a bit of time from today's activities and swiftly worked through the timetable. So thanks to all of our officials for working so diligently to get this race meeting going forward as quickly as possible. So they're all getting set to head around the essentially 3-mile circuit. 2.969 miles is the official length, 4.779 kilometres. And Will Self looking to try and capitalise on that scorching pole position time, which also set the new lap record. In fact, everyone that set class pole positions got new lap records, because this is the first time on this particular layout at Snetterton that the Racing Hondas have raced. The previous 2 years, 2023 and 2024, were on the shorter, more original 200 layout, where they came through off of the Montreal hairpin, then just flick left onto the Bentley straight. Whereas here they're utilising the full 300 circuit in its entirety. So the green flag flies, and Will Self will lead them off onto the formation lap. And once we've done that, we will take you through the grid of how they line up. So Will Self on pole by 1.5 seconds. He will head them off from pole position. We Phil right alongside him, the 2023 champion, on second position. Liam Collins and Tommy Knight on the second row of the grid together, Integra and Civic EK. Then Dan Brown, good to have our 2024 Class A champion back in fifth on the grid, alongside the points leader in Class A, Kevin Talbot. James Allen, for his second appearance of the season after he debuted at Cadwell Park, his new Fast and Furious style Civic starts 7th, and Dave Buki, boss of Kinetic Motorsport, in his EK Civic will round off the 4th row of the grid in 8th. Back to the bottom of the top 10, we find an all-kilted K-Swaps EG row with Bob Barron ahead of Fraser McNeil. Then Dan Thackeray, despite the drive shaft problems he had in warm-up and qualifying, has got out to start from Class B pole position alongside James Kiff and his Honda Integra in Class A. James Alford's Honda Civic EK9 comes next in 13th on the 7th row, alongside defending overall champion Ryan Cunningham in Class B, Carnival 1. Then Lewis Barker for Europa Crash Centre, and Sam Linster for Ben Sharp Racing makes up row 8. Row 9 is where we find our other Kinetic Motorsport car, which is Sammy Milo alongside Spencer Fortag in his FN2, then Duncan Holloway in the Souls EP3 Civic for Honda Motorsport, who are also running Kevin Talbot from this weekend onwards. He starts alongside Luke Crassus-Medi to round off the top 20, and then it's Class C pole sitter Matt Rowling, who's alongside Callum Houchin on the 11th row of the grid, with Anthony Allett starting from the back of the grid in his Honda EP3 Civic running in Class A. So 23 runners ready to go for 15 minutes of racing Honda's action here at Snetterton in Norfolk. The Snetterton circuit has been in operation for quite a long time. It started out being at RAF Snetterton Heath, which was a World War II US Air Force air base that opened in 1943. closed in 5 years later. Started racing here in 1951 on the airfield layout, and managed to convince them. And they used an original 2.71 mile layout. In fact, they used to have a very long straight. Where the Bentley straight was, it then turned off to the left, and then was what was the long Norwich straight. And according to some facts I put here, it had a tight hairpin that was marked out with oil drums and Christmas trees, incredibly. 1965, they put in the first chicane, which is what we used to know as Russell, which is now Coram and Murray section. There was a shorter circuit, which was in 1974. That eventually phased out the older circuit until 1980. That same year, they also ran the first ever 24-hour race in the UK, the Will Hire 24 Hours. That ran for 14 years until 1994. Also ran the first ever Formula Ford Festival here for 4 races from 1972 to 1975. And then Jonathan Palmer took on Snetterton Circuit in 2004, changed the layout in 2011, and these days it hasn't hosted any international events yet, but it still runs championships such as BTCC, British GT, and British Superbikes amongst its headline championships. So the cars make their way around onto the formation. That 3 classes, classes A, B and C, all separated by power to weight ratio. You also get points for the top 5 positions in qualifying, which means that Will Self would have scored himself 5 bonus points for qualifying in pole position. It would have then been Kevin Talbot, Phil Wright getting 4 points for second, and Collins, Knight and Dan Brown. Well, Dan Brown, yes, he would have got points registered. So 3-2-1 for them. It would have also been 5 class points for Class B for Dan Thackeray, who starts 11th, and also 5 class points for Matt Rowling as well, being on top on Class C. It's the field making their way around. As you can see, if you're first time watching racing Hondas, there's a real variety of cars here. It's not just a single spec of car, it's not just a single spec of Honda Civic or in particular Honda. There's lots of different specifications. You've got the older, the new, the more contemporary, the future cars as well. You've also got in there not just Civics, but Integras in there as well, both DC2 and DC5. And we'd love to see more different models. We'd love to see Honda Jazzes, CRXs, others on top of that, even NSX. I'd love to see someone like a Honda Beat or a Jazz turn up or something like that, a Prelude, something different in the championship. We've got a great variety of Civics and Integras, and it really does make it one of the most popular championships for a single make in the country, and it is the best Honda championship in the country if you love variety and good, close, competitive, multi-class club racing over a single make. So Will Self then, with his brand new qualifying lap record, lines up on the front row of the grid on pole position. He is the red Honda Civic EG on the left with the black bonnet. Watch for Phil Wright in the silver and yellow EP3 Honda Civic alongside him. Second row to watch out for, it's the practically all black DC2 Integra of Liam Collins, and then the almost touring car-esque looking blue EK9 of Tommy Knight. Third row is the all black EG Civic of Dan Brown, and then you've got the almost Jordan 191-esque tribute liveried Integra DC5 of Kevin Talbot, and also watch for the likes of the 2 Kilty K-Swaps cars, the silver and yellow EG Civics respectively. Last couple of cars just getting into place at the back of the field, watching for the green flag, and when the red lights go on, as you know, it's all calm and quiet until the VTEC kicks in, and it will do in a few moments' time. Green flag at the back then. Stand by for action then. It is round 7 of the 2025 Racing Hondas Championship. Will Self on pole position. Can he translate the qualifying form into his second race win of the season? The red lights go on. Red lights go at any second now, and we are racing. Clean start from the first couple of rows. Good getaway from Dan Brown from row 3. He's challenging both Liam Collins and Tommy Knight to the outside, down towards Richie's corner, but it's from pole position on the inside line. Will Self will hold on. It's almost 3 abreast of the pack for third place as they turn into Richie's for the first time. There goes Talbot round the outside of Collins. So Collins has got a horrible start. He's back down from 4th to 6th already. He's been passed by both Dan Brown and Kevin Talbot as they go into Montreal for the first time. It's 180-degree hairpin, named after the same hairpin that is in the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Canada, which the Formula 1 circus uses. Everyone's got through the first couple of corners nice and clean. It's what we love to see. Side by side now for 4th as there goes up the inside. That was Kevin Talbot getting past Dan Brown. So the championship leader not wasting any time after a less than satisfactory qualifying. Dan Brown comes back at him on the inside, has a little peek. But now look at that, there for third place. So Kevin Talbot is not wasting any time at all. He's passed, off the start, he has passed Liam Collins into turn 1. He's then passed, that was Dan Brown into Palmer's and into Agostini. He tried to get past Tommy Knight. Knight tried to fight back on the inside through Hamilton but couldn't make it stick. And now they come back towards Oggies, the double apex right-hander. There's a big scuffle going on for third, down to about 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th position, full of Class A cars, which is fantastic to see. Lots of different shapes and sizes, but they're all pretty evenly matched. Top 2 are breaking away though. I can see that Will Self and Phil Wright are making the most of this start from the front row of the field. It's all the action backwards for third position. down the back straight, down the Bentley straight for the first time, under the bridge into the Brundon-Nelson complex, side by side for third is Self and Wright take the top 2 positions. Kevin Talbot's car wiggling around under brakes as it squirms to get it stopped for the left-hander, flicks right through Nelson, now back on the power again. So it's in third place, I can see it's Talbot, 4th is Knight, 5th is Brown, 6th is Collins by the look of it in the Integra, yes. 7th has gone Bob Barrett. He's up what was 2 places from where he started. It's now 8th for James Allen, 9th for Dave Bucke, who's lost a place, and in the top 10 is Fraser McNeil in the second of the Kilted K-Swaps cars. We'll check. That's big sideways moment for Tommy Knight. He's lost it. Round goes Tommy Knight. They were saying after practice, I overheard him say the car was bouncing and skipping around. That might be a consequence of that, but Tommy Knight has had the worst possible end to his first lap. Big sideways moment, round he goes, and he's back to last and 23rd position, with it all to do with 12.5 minutes to go. End of lap number 1 as they come across the line to end the first racing lap. And it is Self who leads the way by 1.5 seconds. It's second place for Wright, third for Talbot, fourth for Brown. It's now side by side as Collins under threat from James Allen. We've got Dave Bucke swarming around. This will be for 6th, 7th and 8th position as Bucke tries to get up the inside of Allen, who then gets the power on and tries to put himself level. A spit of flame on the upshift. Rest of the order will check in for Class B as they go through Palmer for the second time. Class B, it's Thackeray who leads by half a second from Ryan Cunningham. Spencer Fortag is up 4 places from where he started already in class. He's up to 3rd in class and 14th overall. Lewis Barker 4th and Sammy Milam is in P5. And in the Class C battle, Callum Houchin has beaten Rowling off the line and he leads the way in category from his compatriot who's in the same awning as him. So Thackeray there, you can see the Class B battle closing up. It's a nice 6-car collective battling over position. Thackeray trying to get away. Cunningham in second place, leading Fortag and Barker. Also watch for Sammy Milam there, just wiggling around in white and blue. That is the number 9 machine. He's under threat from Sammy Lintzner. I think that's one of the Ben Sharp racing cars behind, if I'm correct, for Sammy Lintzner. I'll kick myself if I get that one wrong. He's in Class B. Yes, Ben Sharp Racing is part of that collective. Out of the right-hander at Williams they go onto the Bentley straight. There go the Class A leaders in front of us, which is keeping a bit of focus on Class B. Still nose to tail between Collins, Allen and Bucke, and keeping close attention there was Fraser McNeil in the second of the 2 Kilted K-Swaps Honda Civic EGs. Here's our Class B battle. Nice and close together. Just in the background there is Duncan Holloway in the sole EP3 being run by Honor Motorsport. No James Kembury this weekend, but they are also running for the first time from this weekend Kevin Talbot, and it's certainly showing. End of lap number 2, leaders come across the line, so we continue to watch the Class B battle. If anything, Dan Thackeray is catching the cars in front. Now what's happened here, because it looks as though James Alford has... Oh, this is a different battle. This is James Alford who's getting alongside Fraser McNeil, and they're both chasing James Kiff in the Honda Integra. They go side by side for position, and they're being chased by the Class B leaders. So these Class A cars might have been a different battle of their own as they turn in through Ritchie's to complete the 3rd lap of the race. So 3 laps, the 2 laps in the books for the leaders. And Dan Brown set the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 5.229. And the only car that's matched that really is Will Self and another of the EG Civics. So the EG Civics certainly are working today. And Phil Wright was saying pre-race that he felt that the lighter, more agile cars would benefit here because of the tighter turns and the sort of long technical section that the 300 circuit offers, whereas the 200 layout, it's all about power, it's all about the straights, where the faster cars would certainly benefit. And even though Phil said that, he's doing quite well in second place at this point in time as Dan Brown just cocks the inside wheel through Hamilton and into Oggies, being chased hard by Kevin Talbot in the DC5 Integra. This is over... I get confused with the timing screen. So Dan Brown's got past Kevin Talbot since they came across the line. It was 1.5 tenths between them. So only as Dan Brown set the fastest lap of the race, he's also now past Talbot. He's up into 3rd place and trying to chase after Phil Wright in 2nd place. There go the leaders. A little puff of smoke from Will Self as he went into Brundle. Phil Wright giving chase. Then it's Brown in 3rd position, Talbot 4th. And Bob Barron has moved his way up to 5th position. So good effort from Bob. He's put himself ahead of James Allen, with Liam Collins in there too. There's Tommy Knight, who had the spin up at Murray's at the end of lap number 1, and he has come across the line now. Where's he sitting at the moment? He is down in 20th place. He's only just got past Anthony Allett in another of the Class A cars, down in 21st position. Big forecast scrap going on here between Barron, Collins, Allen and Dave Bucke. And Bucke, who's being ambitious, going round the outside, and he's going for it, round the outside to Coram. That is I was about to say mental from Dave Buki, but he's got the inside line. Collins gives him the room, but they will be side by side, and Collins holds the outside line and the position as they sprint back down the centre straight. So whilst that's going on, it allows both Barron and Allen to get away. And they now are nose to tail down towards Ritchie's corner to start lap 4. As Full Surf continues on, 2.5 seconds in the lead. Up the inside goes Allen, and that is a nice, neat pass to pick up the final top 5 place, and through he goes. So Barron down to 6th, as Collins now defends from Buki. Buki's one of those drivers where he won't give up. He's like a persistent sort of terrier. He'll keep on sort of fighting and battling until he gets the position. So come out of the Montreal hairpin. Quick checking with the Class B runners whilst we watch our Class A just to make sure we check in with them. Thackeray still leads Class B by 1.5 seconds from Cunningham. Fortag is in 3rd place, then Barker, Milam and Lindsay. That's the top 6 all together in their own fight for position. Lots of personal bests coming on that 3rd lap. So a little wide on the exit of Agostini hairpin. Then comes that scrap between Collins and Buki. I wonder if there's a temporary truce there between them. They're going to try and catch up again. Here come the Class B runners behind that last little trio of Class A machines. There's Thackeray and Cunningham. Got Spencer Fortag chased down by Barker. And that's Tommy Knight, who's tearing his way through the field. He's got past Duncan Holloway. He's now up to 18th place. He now has a 6-pack of Class B cars that he wants to try and get himself much closer to and pick off one by one. Now back at the front, this is Dan Brown, who has really got the afterburners on at the moment, because he's now pulled himself right onto the back of Phil Wright. So we've got Phil Wright, who is the 2023 champion in Racing Hondas, now up against the class champion in Class A in 2024, and both of them battling pretty hard. Here's our Class C battle, which is actually closer than I thought it would be, because Matt Rowley's got past Callum Houchin. His last lap was 0.8 of a second quicker. It's good to see our Class C runners. They've got the lowest power to weight ratio range, but good to see we've got them both battling amongst each other together on track. Good to see. Matt Rowley trying to extend his championship lead. Now, leaders back down the straight towards Ritchie's. Will Self has got this one now by 2.7 seconds. If I look at his lap times, how's he lapping compared to the cars behind? His last lap was a 2 minute 6.474, 206.7 for Wright. Dan Brown is absolutely lit up the timing speed. He's gone to 2nd place. He's done a 2 minute 4.368. That's qualifying pace he's going for Dan Brown. He might only be here for one round, but he wants to make an impact here and remind everybody, I'm the Class A champion from last year, and this is exactly why. Through the left-hander at Palmer's. Now then, what pace has he got to catch after Will Selfie? Could this be a real duel of the EG Civics? Of course, they're both in the same stable. They're both from Garage 24. This will be literally an inter-team, inter-EG Civic battle between them. Phil Wright has slipped back to 3rd place, but he's quite comfortable in P3. He's got some, 5.5 seconds over Kevin Talbot in 4th place. And Kevin himself is in no man's land too. He's got, that is roughly, 7 seconds. There he is in the background, just in the green DC5 Honda Integra going through the shot. 4th for him, and quite a distance ahead of, basically 7 seconds ahead of James Allen, who is now pulled away from the battle for 6th between Bob Barron and Liam Collins, with Dave Buki also giving close attention. There's about 7/10 between that scrap, so maybe we can keep tabs on the scrap for 6th going backwards, as well as the battles in the other classes. That's the thing with multi-class racing, you tend to be a little bit tricky. There's a yellow flag in the background, notice, and that's the reason why Spencer Fortag has come to a stop, and that looks like it's on the approach to Palmer, and it's stationary in the middle of the road. Now, if that car can't get going, do I dare mention the word safety car? Because if it can't get going again under its own steam, we may well have to possibly neutralise this race, and the only person that's going to benefit really is Will Self and the rest of the class leaders, because Dan Thackeray still leads Class B by, at the line it was 2 seconds from Cunningham, with Milam in 3rd place and Lindsay in 4th, and Tommy Knight carving through them. This is still the fight going on for 6th, with Bob Barron having to fend off from Liam Collins, who's all over the back of him, trying to prise the door open up the inside at Cormier. They'll put him on the outside for the next corner, which is the left-hander at Murray's. Buki's in close attention as well. Bob Barron locking up that rear wheel again. He did that at Brands Hatch. Don't do that again, Bob. Otherwise, that could be a world of trouble. And for actually, is that the red flag going out? Yeah, red flag. Red flag has gone out. I'm afraid, fortunately, race has been stopped. And that's simply the reason why, is because we have Spencer Fortag's FN2 Civic is stationary in the middle of the road on the approach to Palmer's, and not unable to get going under its own steam again means that, unfortunately, that won't be the case. Now then, in terms of the race length, now, typically when the race goes beyond 75% distance, that is when they usually declare a result. Now, I would say that 3/4 distance is with 3 minutes 45 seconds left to go, because half distance is 7.5 minutes. And they haven't reached that yet. It's 4 minutes and 8. So I wonder if we're going to get possibly a dash for the cash, maybe 2-lap shootout for a restart in proper F1 style when they red flag it with 2 or 3 laps to go. That would be quite fascinating. So race has been red flagged. Race is stopped because of the fact that we have had the Spencer Fortag Civic has come to a stop on the approach to Palmer's. The race order at the stoppage at the red flag is as follows. You can see it's gone off the screen on the left-hand side, but I'll at least take a picture of it on my timing screen to remind myself what the race order was at the red flag. So let's just quickly run through the running order as they were then. So at the time of the red flag, it was Will Self who was in the lead. It was Dan Brown in second place and Phil Wright in third. Then Kevin Talbot was fourth, followed by James Allen in 5th position. Bob Barron was 6th, battling with Liam Collins. And Dave Buki, James Kith and James Alford rounded up the top 10. It was Class A cars in the top 11, because it was then Fraser McNeil in 11th place. Dan Thackeray was leading Class B, and he's ahead. He was ahead by 2 seconds the last time they completed a lap of Ryan Cunningham. But it was Sammy Milam in 3rd position, Sam Linsner in 4th in class, and then in 16th overall it was the recovering Tommy Knight, who might get a bit of a reprieve if we do a restart here with 4 minutes to go. Then we had Lewis Barker, who was in 17th place, 5th in Class B, followed by Spencer Fortag, who was in 18th and 6th in class, but he dropped backwards, so maybe that was the initial stages of a problem that saw him eventually have to stop on track. And then we go backwards to Duncan Holloway, who was 19th, Luke Crassus-Menu, who was 20th, Anthony Elliott, who was 21st, and then right at the back we had our 2 Class C runners, where we had Matt Rowling, who was in the lead by about half a second from Callum Houchin. So that's the running order at the time of the red flag. We're going to figure this one out whilst we do that for the next couple of minutes. Earlier on, Charlie also had a chat to another of our class contenders. In fact, it was none other than the championship leader. So let's quickly chat to Dan Thackeray, who spoke to Charlie earlier on this morning in the paddock.
Right, I'm here with Dan. Now, Dan, unstoppable Dan in Class B, leading our championship. How are we feeling going into Snet?
Yeah, good. I mean, as good as you can do, really. I mean, it's my favourite track as well, which is always nice when you turn up to your favourite. We haven't been doing any testing, as you can see the cars in there.
Yeah, we're doing a bit of change up at the moment.
Doing a bit of changes right now. We're drastically changing the car every time we go out at the moment to try and find a sweet spot, because we're new to these tyres. But if I'm going to get on the top of it anywhere, I'll probably be here, hopefully. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Perfect. Obviously, a bit of mechanical failure issues at the last round. Are we on top of those?
Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, from the lead of the race, it's never nice to give up that way. But luckily, it was repairable and made a men's race too. And it was a good race too, actually, coming back through the pack. So, yeah, touch wood, none of that today.
No, definitely. Yeah. Obviously, it's closed that championship lead ever so slightly. Hoping to reopen that back up today?
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. I mean, like you see, Ryan's always right behind me, and the other guys as well. So he was there to capitalise, as he should be, and so it means that any mistakes I make or any mechanical failures we have, he's going to take advantage. So
absolutely.
Head down always.
Yeah, always. He's not making it easy for you.
No. So it should be, though.
No, definitely. Obviously, well, good luck today. Hopefully, fingers crossed, nothing goes wrong.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, the foreboding, because after that interview, he had 2 drive shaft problems, or so, at least 1 drive shaft problem and something else, which eventually led him to get himself to that point. He currently is still leading Class B, of course, at the time of this red flag. So they have managed to pull up the leading cars on the pit straight. I think they're just trying to decide exactly what to do, because officially they haven't reached 75% distance, because by my mind 75% distance would be with 3 minutes and 45 seconds left to go. But I'm not the clerk of the course or the steward, and I'm not the one to make the decision. Just based on what I understand and my logic is that that's how far they've gone, so therefore they haven't reached distance. Therefore, in my head, that would call a restart, but we'll wait and see what the officials decide that they want to do. We've got plenty of time to work with, because we are a little bit quite far ahead, given that this race was due to scheduled start at around about, I think it was 4:15, so we are quite far ahead of time if that's the case. So underneath the red flag then, because of Spencer Fortag's car being stationary and grinding to a halt on the approach to Palmer corner, the left-hander, and so because of that, and the car unable to remove itself again or get moving again with its own steam, means they had to throw the red flag because the car was practically in the middle of the road. And of course Spencer would have tried to pull it as far to the left-hand side off the road, off the racing line as much as possible, but the car is still present on the road, therefore it needs to be moved back into position. So just having a quick scroll through the field on the grid, you see there Lee Collins Liam Collins, and Dave Buki nose to tail. Done that once before in this race so far. And again, you get to see, at least with the Class A cars, just the different approaches to drivers who are modifying these Civics. We call it essentially like a prototype class, because these are not obviously factory spec and not even what you call Group N spec cars. They're modified to make them as fast as possible within the written rule, the regulations. See here, that was James Orford and James Kiff's car side by side. Little thumbs up from James. He seems pretty relaxed. You can see some of these cars. The common theme with most of the Class A cars is fit a rear wing and a spoiler on it and put some more into the engine and suspension. You can see there, that's Fraser McNeil's unmissable bright yellow EG Civic for Kilted K-swaps. I think we're due to get a third car out. I think it's Michael Barron, I think it is meant to come out at a black Honda Civic EG sedan, not too dissimilar to that of James Allen's car. So we're going to get a third one. I think he's coming out, I think, for Knock Hill, if I'm correct. That's in a couple of rounds' time. And there's our Class B and overall championship leader, Dan Thackeray. I think he would have extended his lead a little further, given that he got the 5 bonus points in qualifying. There's our defending champion, Brian Cunningham, sporting the Kemp Models logo, proudly on the side of the car. Big thank you to them and all the championship sponsors and partners who are involved in the championship. There's Tommy Knight, who was on his charge through the field after his lap 1 spin at Murray's Corner. Again, that car's had some really nice work on it done by Europa Crash Centre, and he was very appreciative of that on social media, of all the hard work they've done to get that car sorted, and everyone involved in that. So good to see Tommy. He's back on the grid, and in a car that looks is genuinely not meant to have favourites, but it's one of my favourite looking cars on the grid. It just looks like a proper little Civic touring car, which is excellent. Just seen there Sammy Lintzner and Sammy Milam. That's the other Kinetic Motorsport car. We were supposed to have Owen Diver, but he's not here this weekend, sadly. So just the one EP3 Civic for Kinetic alongside Dave Buki's EK. There's Lewis Barker for Europa Crash Centre. And they've got an experience in a few other championships. I think they've also been starting doing some racing, I think, in the Civic Cup as well. I need to remember the actual name of the driver they're actually running in that one, but I should know that, given my extensive motorsport knowledge. Duncan Holloway, who's trying to keep cool by waving the door of the number 77 on a Motorsport Honda Civic, doing well in Class B. And there's Luke Crassus-Medu, who has got a car as pink as the hair on one of our training scrutineers. So good to see that's almost colour matching. For Luke, who is more regularly a drifter in the past, but he's now turned to circuit racing. He's one of many drivers with the yellow square with the black cross on it to signify that he's a rookie. Now then, whilst I'm talking here, I can tell you they are starting to re-grid the field back up onto the front of the field in order when they finish the red flag. So Will Self then is going to line up on pole position again with Phil Wright. So essentially it's an unchanged front row from where we had on the first start. Staying 2 drivers. It is now, it should be in 3rd place. I think it should be Dan Brown, which says it should be Dan Brown. Although the time screen just told me they'll probably take it to the last complete lap. And because of that, I think Wright was ahead of Brown at the last complete lap, which was lap 4, when everyone had finished a lap, whereas only the top 5 cars had finished lap 5, so they're taking it back, I think, to the last lap that everyone completed, which was lap 4. And on that lap, Dan Brown was behind Phil Wright, so I imagine that Dan Brown's car, which I can't see on the front of the grid, it's missing for some reason. It should be sitting in 3rd on the grid, in front of Kevin Talbot's Integra, but it's not present, so whether it's had an issue somewhere. I was going to have a quick look on the CCTV camera to see if anything's happened or if it's in the pit lane. I'll have a quick look down the pit lane and see if it's down there. I think actually it might actually be at the top of the pit lane. It is, I think. So it's right down the top of the pit lane. It's Dan Brown's Honda Civic, I think. I'm straight craning out the commentary box just through the window to see if I can see if there is a black, I presume it's a Honda Civic, right at the top of the pit lane. Which says, yes, there it is. So thanks to our roving camera reporter down the pit lane for confirming that. So Dan Brown, who was set to start in 3rd, looks like his car's not due to make the start. So I hope that's not a recurrence of the problem that he had earlier on in qualifying, which saw him pull up, even though he'd set the 5th fastest time to start from row 3 for this first beginning. So there's going to be a gap there on the 2nd row of the grid. That will give a free run for James Allen, who's going to have quite a large gap in the black Civic just to the left in shot of the pole sitter Will Self, that black Civic EG sedan. is just there in 5th position, and he'll want to try and make the most of that basically free space. But so too also will Kevin Talbot, because he might see that space on the right-hand side and thinking, that's a free pass for me too. But he'll be wary of the fact that James Allen is right behind him on his right rear corner on the opposite side of the grid, trying to pick his way through. I'll be intrigued to see what both Bob Barron and Liam Collins can do from 6th and 7th on the grid. Now, Bob is a couple of places up from where he was. He started 9th alongside his teammate Fraser McNeil on the opening start, but he now gets a chance to redeem himself from P6. Liam Collins, meanwhile, he was up a little further, I think it was 3rd or 4th on the grid, but he now drops to 7th, so not quite the same race pace as he had as the pace he showed in qualifying. So he'll have some work to do to pick his way through if he can. And then we have Dave Buki, James Kiff and James Alford, who rounds up the top 10. Confirmation that it will be a 4-minute restart, so we're going to get a proper dash for the cash here when it comes to getting a result here. And Will Self will be hoping that he can show the same pace that he did against Phil Wright. Now, what will be a shame, of course, is that Dan Brown was pressing on so well and had such a great run of pace to get up to 2nd place and pass Phil Wright. And I'm certain if the race had carried on, he would have put himself into contention to be battling for the lead and the victory in those last couple of laps. But as it is, Will Self now gets to do it all again from pole position. And Phil Wright will be hoping he can get a better start from the front row of the grid to keep with Will a little bit closer off the line. As for the rest of the classes, of course, we've got Dan Thackeray, who is back in Class B pole. He'll be trying to hold off Ryan Cunningham in the early laps, as well as the likes of Sam Linster and Sammy Milam. And in Class C, we've had that battle that was going on between Matt Rowling and Callum Houchin. And Callum did get the better start in the initial laps on the first start, but then towards the end, towards the last part of that first segment, before the red flag, Matt Rowling had caught and repassed Callum Houchin and got himself in front to be able to lead the class once again and hopefully try and retain his lead even further. So around the Snetterton 300 circuit they go. There was a line of quick dry or cement dust that was laid down right on the outside of Montreal. Something obviously went bang on Spencer Fortag's car and laid down some fluid, whether it was fuel, oil, coolant, water, whatever it might have been. Something's been laid down on the outside, thankfully, of the Montreal hairpin, so it's not on the racing line, but it looks like it was a trail that started going into Montreal hairpin all the way around and on the exit where he eventually pulled up. So it's pretty much, apart from the exit of, aside from the exit of Montreal hairpin, it's mostly off the racing line, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue, and the quick dry will have done its work too to drive it up once more. So we'll have to call the grid as we see it then. So Will Self will start on pole position. It will be then Phil Wright in 2nd, Kevin Talbot 3rd, James Allen, Kevin Talbot will start from the 4th place because Dan Brown's not going to be there. It will then be 5th position on the grid for Dan Brown, 6th for Bob Barron, 7th for Liam Collins, 8th for Dave Buki, 9th for James Kiff, 10th for James Alford, and 11th for Fraser McNeil. Then we get to the Class B pole sitter, which is Dan Thackeray. He'll be ahead of Ryan Cunningham, and I think it's Sammy Milam and Sam Lintzner. And then I think it's Lewis Barker and somebody else. Remembering the rest of the grid goes as far back, I think, as that. Also in there somewhere, of course, is Tommy Knight, who was about 12th on his comeback at that point when the red flag came through. So watch for the blue Civic in the middle of the pack. He's just weaving around towards the rear of the shot, but he'll be on the 6th row of the grid, keen to make up as many places as he can from the start, because he knows he's got a faster car than the cars around him immediately. In fact, even some of the Class A cars, you want to take advantage of one or two cars being a little bit sluggish off the line and getting through as quickly as possible. So there is Dan Thackeray, there's Ryan Cunningham, then Milam, Lintzner. The rest of the pack will come through around to the grid. A few cars skipping around as the cars weave from side to side to rebuild the tyre temperatures and pressures and brake pressures back in to make them work as hard as possible. There goes our Class B runners, Thackeray, Cunningham, and Milam and Lintzner, and the rest of the order come through. Now, it is sunny out here at Snetterton, but if you look overhead, there are some very ominous and rather dark clouds. There's a bit of a contrast. There's lighter clouds and lots of sunshine coming through, but very dark clouds, particularly one that's hovering a lot over, I'd say, Brundle Nelson to around about Coram Murray way, and another one that's hovering over sort of Ritchie's, Montreal, Palmer area, that side of things. But even the sun's flying is out at the moment. I'm going to stick my neck out and say that it might not, don't think it will rain in the next 4 minutes to really spice things up even further, even though we'd like it to, in a way. But it should be fascinating to see how they work it. So, Will Self then, pole position once more. Phil Wright alongside him on the front row of the grid. There's no one on the second row. Well, no one in the inside part of the second row because Dan Brown will not take the start after he was running so hard and well in race 1. So Kevin Talbot will be alongside him there too. As the watch for the green flag at the back, which it does. And let's try this again then. So, round 7, take 2 with a 4-minute shootout to decide who takes victory in round 7 of Racing Honda's 2025. The 5-second board goes up. The red lights go on. Can Self do it again from pole position? The answer is initially yes. It's a good start. And Talbot from the third row of the grid to ignore exactly what James Allen was going to do. He immediately shot to the inside line to block off the avenue for Allen, who now put him under threat from Bob Barron down towards Ritchie's for the first time on the restart. In fact, Talbot was challenging Phil Wright for second place, but once again, as it was on the first start, Will Self is unchallenged through Ritchie's corner. Down to Montreal hairpin, it's Self, Wright, Talbot, then it's Allen in 4th position, Barron's up to 5th, past Collins in 6th, then it's Buki. Someone's taken out one of the floppy markers on the exit of Ritchie's corner, still fresh and rolling around after being assaulted. The Class B battle looking pretty tasty. That's both James Orford and Tommy Knight getting amongst the top 2 in Class B as they pull their way through the left-hander at Palmer's for the first time. And you can see already, both on their toes, Orford and Knight not wanting to be stuck in the mire of getting through the leaders in Class B. Up the inside there for 4th goes Bob Barron, diving up the inside. He was very close. How did he miss the back of Kevin Talbot's car? I've absolutely no idea, but he did get it anchored up, and he is still in 4th position. So an incredible late dive. I saw him lock it inside front and thinking surely he's not going to make the corner, but he did get it anchored up in time, and he's up to 4th position. So, he's done it again! Sideways again, Bob Barron. Either he's pushing too hard, or he set the rear brake bias all the way to the rear, because that rear end under brakes, he's done it so many times so far this season. I hope he's learned his lesson, but he has done it again. Now it's side by side with Allen, who I think checked up to avoid a slide from Barron. This now puts Collins to his outside on the approach to Brundle and Nelson. Lights are blazed for Phil Wright as he chases after Will Self under the bridge at Brundle and Nelson. Self leads, Wright in 2nd, Talbot 3rd. Then it's Barron in 4th position. James Allen holds on to 5th, but only just. From a charging Liam Collins, and Allen runs wide, has spoken too soon. He's off onto the grass, keeps his foot in, but Collins has the track position up the inside into the bomb hole at the compression, and he's off! James Allen off sideways, got the big snap on again. Over the grass he goes, keeps his foot in. Granted, he keeps his power his way through, gets in front back onto the track in front of a rather bemused Class B battle. That was Dan Thacker getting past, with Ryan Cunningham just behind him too. Leaders out of Murray's for the first time. They're only going to get 2 laps here because the final lap board's going to go out. So it's only 2 laps around the Snetterton 300 circuit to decide who wins this. And Will Self, on that opening lap from a standing start, is nearly 2 seconds ahead of Phil Wright at the end of that first lap. So one more time around the Snetterton 300 circuit here. I'm actually quite glad we got a restart because we can get a proper racing finish to the end. Down towards the hairpin. Here goes Buki, putting himself into Collins' mirrors. Down towards the Montreal hairpin. Buki weaving this way and that. James Kiff is in there. This is now James Orford up the inside of Fraser McNeil. Edges him out wide. And there goes Tommy Knight thinking, thank you very much. 2 for the price of 1. And that's 2 positions gained. That was Tommy Knight up from 10th up to 8th. So despite his spin on the opening lap in the first start, he's up to P8. He might not be done yet because he's charging along. If the cars in front keep on squabbling, which are the likes of Kiff, Buki, Collins and Barron, he might pick up at least one more place. Through Agostini. Quick check in on the rest of the classes. Still, it is Thackeray who leads Class B from Cunningham in 2nd, Lindster, Barker and Mile in the top 5, and Rowling still ahead of Houchin in Class C. So that's the order as they're on to this final lap of the race. Checker flag is in hand on the pit straight, so it is going to be checker flag this time by 35 seconds on the clock as they turn out of Williams onto the Bentley straight for the final time. Talbot looks secure in 3rd place. This battle for 4th could be on though. Down the back straight for the final time. Liam Collins senses an opportunity, but how hard is Barron going to defend? There goes Self and Wright. They look secure in 1st and 2nd. So too does Talbot in 3rd place, but he's weaving to the inside to try and possibly defend. Is that Talbot? No, Talbot's got a problem. Talbot's got a problem and he's off. He pulls up at Brundle and Nelson. The Class A Championship leader is off and with a problem on the final lap. So this is for the podium. This is for the final step on the podium. Is Bob Barron actually going to finally get his first podium? Or is Liam Collins going to take it away from him? In through Coram for the final time. Don't open the door up too much, Bob. through the right-hander, up towards Murray's. Can he hold on? He's got one big braking zone to hold on, gets on the brakes early, holds the position, goes into the final corner. He might just hold on to a line. As for the checkered flag, Will Self will take his second win of the season. It's Phil Wright in second place. Now the drag race for third. Who's going to get it? Bob Barron to a line. He's done it! Finally, Bob Barron takes his first podium. Third place after holding off Liam Collins in the end. Brilliant stuff. It's a real shame and heartbreak for Kevin Talbot with the issue on the last lap of the race when he pulled up at Brundle and Nelson. But as a silver lining, a brand new podium finisher in Racing Hondas, Bob Barron has done it at last. Fourth for Liam Collins, fifth for Dave Buki. That's a great result for Dave as well to get himself P5. James Kiff was sixth in the end as well. And Tommy Knight, who was in 23rd and last at one point, gets himself up on the restart to 7th place. He got past James Alford. McNeil was now 9th. And then it's James Allen in P10 after his off onto the grass. As for Class B, Dan Thackeray takes another class victory by 1.1 seconds from Ryan Cunningham in second in class. Then it's Lewis Barker in the class podium in third, followed by Sammy Linster in fourth position, and then Sammy Milam in the top 5. And in Class C, it is going to be another victory again for Matt Rowling, who is ahead of Callum Houcher by 2.4 seconds in the end. I really wish we could talk to all the podium finishes, because I would love to get an interview with Bob Barron after that victory. That was that third place. That was an excellent work drive for him. He will be over the moon with that, because he's come so close more than once. He's been one of those really super impressive drivers who's still a rookie mind with that rookie cross on the back, finding that first podium. Well, it took 2 starts, but we got there at the end, and Will Self takes his second win of the season in Racing Hondas in round 7 at Snetterton. He wins by 2.3 seconds on the restarted race with Phil Wright, and Bob Barron, after Kevin Talbot pulled off the road with an issue, gets his first podium finally in Racing Hondas, and that will make him and the Kilted K-Swaps team absolutely delighted. 4th for Liam Collins, 5th for Dave Buki in his EK Civic, 6th for James Kiff, another good result for him in the top 6 and only his second event, and Tommy Knight, who was spinning at Murray's on the first lap, back up to 7th after the restart, then James Alford, Fraser McNeil and James Allen in the top 10. Dan Thackeray takes another class win in Class B. He wins by 1.2 seconds from Ryan Cunningham in second place. Lewis Barker on the Class B podium in third, with Sam Linster in fourth, and Sammy Milam rounding up the top 5 in class to take 15th overall. 16th went to Duncan Holloway from Luke Crassus Menu. And then it was Anthony Allett, and Matt Rowling takes another Class C victory from Callum Houchin by 2.4 seconds in the end. We lost Liam Talbot. I think he might still be classified in 21st, even though he was retired on the last lap of the race. And we lost from the race Dan Brown with an issue, who didn't take the restart, even though he in the red flag at the point he was in second, having just passed Phil Wright. And Spencer Fortag, who brought out the red flag after his car seemingly expired and dropped some fluid at the Montreal hairpin, stopped on the exit towards Palmer's and had to bring out the red flag with 4 minutes to go. And breathe. That was quite an intense race. Even though it took 2 starts, there was so much going on in that race and so many great stories. But the key headlines are, of course, Will Self takes his second win of the season, Phil Knight into second place, and Bob Barron, he's been waiting for that since the start of the year. He's been one of the standout drivers since the start of the season, and his form has really finally come good with a first podium in the championship. Excellent stuff. They haven't even made the pit lane yet. They're not using the cut through at the exit of Palmer's onto Agostini. They're using a full lap around, so they won't have reached our roving reporter Charlie Harmon down in pit lane in Parc Fermé just yet, but there's going to be some celebrations, I'm sure. Don't be surprised if the biggest celebration is going to be from Kilted K-Swaps, because they've been waiting for that. We've even sort of joking with them before the start of the weekend, saying, is it now? Is it the time he's going to get that first podium, and think he's going to have to not throw it off the road and make a spin? Now he's finally done it, and that is going to be, that will open the floodgates, hopefully. That's the first of many. You never forget your first. So congratulations to all the top 3 drivers and all the class winners, of course, too. Dan Thackeray, another important Class B victory. Of course, remember, you score points not towards your own class, but those points that you score within class go towards an overall total. So the more points you can score within your class, the better chance you have of placing higher in the overall standings and even taking the championship. Case in point, Ryan Cunningham was champion last year in Class C. He's now moved up to Class B and has car number 1. So congratulations to him. So just looking down in Parc Fermé, I don't think Bob Barron realises he's third, or if he does, you can't quite believe it. But yeah, just confirmation of class winners and podiums again. Dan Thackeray won from Ryan Cunningham and Lewis Barker in Class B, and it's another class win for Rowling and Houchin. Now, we are a bit ahead of time because of the fact that we are ahead in the schedule and moving so swiftly. We are going into our super attack very soon, which will be the real big bucks when it comes to points between our 3 categories or 3 groups that will go out to collectives that will go out together. And we'll be looking forward to that. You'll have Alexi and Susie back on the microphone for that one too. And just looking at some of the animated conversations for several reasons down in Parc Fermé. As we said, lots of people are having a chat down there and talking. That's one thing I've noticed about racing drivers. They do like to talk. It's usually, particularly when they kind of talk first and forget they have a trophy to pick up. I've been in club racing for about 10 years, and one thing you always notice, they tend to like to talk for a decade first and then realise they've got a trophy and go and pick it up. So it's quite funny to see. So we're just waiting for our people down there to drag through our class winners. Again, I really wish you could talk to all the class top threes, but we just don't have the pure amount of time for that yet. So, because we have got the Super Attack coming up very, very shortly. I'm going to hand the microphones back over to Alexi and Susie. But before we do that, when they're ready, we will quickly hand down to Charlie Harmon, who will be having to have a chat with our 3 class winners after a very dramatic 2-part first race of the day for the Racing Hondas Championship. Race 2 coming up shortly. Don't worry, Time Attack fans, we will get to Super Attack for our fastest classes shortly once we get our drivers all together. We'll be there as soon as possible. This is the one for Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme. There's Super Attack, will be coming up shortly. And still waiting for our drivers to be ready. See Lexi down there with the third place board down there. It was in front of Bob Barron. I don't think no, the result hasn't changed as far as I can see. We're just moving it out of position to make it a lot more tidier, I think, maybe. Lots of conversation going on, as there tends to be post-race. Again, those who are tuning in for the Super Attack, we will get to it very, very shortly. We just waited to get all our drivers together so we can have a chat to them. It's taking a little longer than usual, so do bear with us. And of course, we've still got to make the draw as well to decide how much we reverse the each class by, the positions by, and of course then what they'll then do is separate classes A, B and C into their classes together for race 2 after they've also made the draw on top of that as well. So that's going to be quite interesting to see how that changes the grid and who benefits from that the most. I see Kevin Talbot's car's made it back to the paddock. What the issue is, I'm not 100%. He did have a suspension issue, but the car looks like he either just had a small puff of smoke or something broke, and it just went straight on, which was very odd, very strange. But hopefully that car's okay, and of course that's crucial for him, because of course it might well end up being a drop score for him, given the fact that there are drop scores in the championship. But if you DNF, you have to count that as one of your drop scores, because it's your worst result because you haven't scored anything. So the only points he's scored so far are in there too. So I think there's been a bit of delay in trying to get the podiums together, so I think we're possibly going to record them offline or have to skip them for this point in time, so apologies for that. But stay with us very shortly. We're going to quickly transition to Alexi and Susie, who will take you through our 3 Super Attacks here at Time Attack here at Snetterton. Stay tuned, we'll be back in a couple of moments on the other side of this message.
So just like that, we're going to jump straight into our Super Attack, our fastest cars, their Superest Attack. Now let's see how it goes. There's Josh Barrett in the 620R Caterham. This is the session that counts. We discussed earlier that Attack 1 and Attack 2 do score points for our drivers, but the one that awards the biggest points is the Super Attack at the end of the day. This is what determines the winner. If you're fastest in the Super Attack, then you are deemed today's winner.
I'd just say Josh Barrett and is going through in the garages today. One of the chillest garages when I come round, and they were watching the Formula 1.
Oh, okay.
So on their phone. So no issues for Josh today. I think we've seen that despite, as I say, people are either having 0 issues or lots of issues. There doesn't seem to be much middle ground today. But yeah, Josh, one of the lucky ones, so he seems to be out there early in his Caterham. And as we were saying, perhaps a little bit down on the power, especially where he's added the extra aero onto this Caterham. So, but I think having much more fun through the infield there.
Yeah, I mean, the drag is going to be absolutely horrific on this car. Yeah, so on the Bentley straight, that's going to do it no favors.
Another car we've actually seen return back out onto track is Darren Spooner. So I was saying, first 2 sessions very eventful for Darren. Luckily, last session we did have no issues. So again, very thankful for. He said he's turned it down on power. He said actually it's much more fun to drive. He said it's brilliant. It's
nice.
just he said great. You can just absolutely wring its neck, and you can do it all day. So fingers crossed. Yeah, he has a good fun session out in Super Attack.
At the end of the day, we're just here to have a nice time.
I think he was very happy to get through one session without something snapping and having to be replaced. He managed to have a little bit of downtime, and it wasn't a lot of time actually between those between Attack 2 and Super Attack. So if any cars did have problems out there, not a lot of time to get around to making fixes for any of them.
Yeah. Josh Barrett, in the meantime, absolutely flying. So faster sector 1 than anyone, faster sector 2 than anyone. Hence the purple colouring there. Of course, it is early days. There are not too many cars on the track right now.
Well, I do wonder what we're going to see as well. So I caught up with Brad Johns. So unfortunately, that's rear diff issues he's having. So I do see he's out on track. So I don't know if I think they were having to swap over to another diff. And again, they had what 15 minutes to get that done. So
wow.
I'm very surprised to see them back out. I thought maybe he might turn a lap towards the end of the session. But on my timing balls, it does look like he has set a lap. So we'll keep an eye out for him.
Oh, Martin Henry's stopped again.
Right, yeah, so Martin, he's saying very frustrating, the issues with it cutting out. He was still having those in the Attack 2 in the last session, and it looks like they're, something's, maybe that's continuing, or maybe that's got worse. So, yeah, unfortunate for Martin. It looks like his day's come to an end.
Luke Senjakovsky there in the Tegua NSX flicks his lights on, which can only mean one thing. It can mean two things. He could have done that by accident. But if that's deliberate, then that means that he is about to begin a hot lap. Luke Senjakovsky not yet having set a flying lap. And I think he's just coming round perhaps to finish his out lap now. Yep, so I think he will be finishing his out lap and now begins his flying lap. And you can see right off the board, right off the ball, I should say, his headlights are on to signal that he is on the attack straight away. He took that out lap to warm his tires up.
I think they're having some issues with the gear selector earlier, so I think they missed the Attack 1 session, but all being resolved now, and we're just going to keep an eye on those sector times as Luke goes out for flying.
Yeah, interestingly, on that out lap, he did a faster sector 3 than anybody, so he was already presumably gearing up for his next hot lap.
And he's set fastest sector 1 as well,
okay.
So he really is, he's going out there and we'll keep an eye on whether this may be the fastest lap. I'm just looking around actually, but I have not seen Simon Norris.
True.
He's not, oh, I've just seen actually on the timing balls, he's just come out on his out lap. So he has just joined
there he
the
is,
circuit.
yeah,
Yes.
you can just see he's just popped up at the end of the pit lane. 750 horsepower from that Honda NSX, no longer running that V6 that it came with.
And
of course it's been K-swapped.
Yep, and then fastest sector 2 as well. So yeah, Luke absolutely on a flyer. And if he can string together this fastest sector 3 as well, that will take him to the top of our times. in this session.
I mean, it looks very fast, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's an incredible car. I know they've had a few kind of like issues here and there, but yeah, you know, absolutely flying when they're onto a good lap. So let's see as he goes across the line.
And it's so small, isn't it, compared to a lot of other
Yes.
cars? This is, you know, the NSX is really quite petite. Fastest sectors 1 and 2 than anybody. He did just come across.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the
time to pop up.
There,
Yeah.
there it goes.
Right to the top.
There you go, 1:49.2.
Wow.
Putting Luke.
That's a lot faster than anyone else. A lot faster. Is that too fast?
Is there a too fast?
Is there something? Is that something to do with the timing or something? That's really fast.
Well, I guess if they were having some issues earlier, maybe we just weren't seeing the true potential of the NSX. Just looking back through some of the previous session times.
Simon Norris there in that Andrew Brilliant designed aero-equipped Mitsubishi Evo, short wheelbase, twin-charged, 1,700 kilos plus of downforce. Such an interesting car and such an interesting story behind it. And you interviewed Simon in one of the previous rounds, and it was so interesting to hear from him. It's one of my favorite. I keep saying it, but I enjoy these interviews so much as part of the Lucas Oil live stream, where we can hear the story straight from the drivers themselves. I think it's really, really fascinating stuff.
I think as Neil Wren was saying earlier, I believe it was Neil Wren and Simon Norris are to the OGs that were there 20 years when Time Attack UK started.
And yet Simon hasn't 300 layout, which I think is really strange.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't just one
now.
year that we did it, I think, but he has now. He has now, true. Ilya Krylov, they're briefly hopping up onto 3 wheels in the Haltech Clio. Lots of custom home-built composites on that car, composite panels. If I remember correctly, that whole front clip of what's going on there?
I just see these lights going on, these new lights that he's installed around.
I think
I'm mistaken when he's on a hot lap. There.
Yeah, that's it. I think it was a bit confusing in the past, but it's very clear now. But that whole front clip of bonnet and front wings, I think weighing 4 kilos, which is nothing. Ilya here making a real business actually out of his. He's become so good at this composite panel side of things, and it's not only his own car that he's applied the gold touch to. It's also Young's and a few other. I think Jimmy Broadbent might have some of Ilya's carbon parts on his machine, his Time Attack car. Quite a few drivers in Time Attack and beyond benefiting from Ilya's know-how, and that's quite, I think, quite a new theme that we've seen in the Time Attack world, is drivers really getting involved in the composites, the DIY composite panels, because yes, there is some cost associated with that, of course, actually quite a lot of cost, but not as much as necessarily trying to chase loads of power. And of course, there isn't really any real downside to reducing weight from your car. You become better at acceleration, you become better at cornering, you become better at braking. So you become better at lots of things. You know, the car might get a bit noisier or rattlier the more weight you take out. But if you're not worried about that, if it isn't a road car, then there's not really any downside to taking weight out of your car. And this is the beautiful thing about Time Attack. And I think Eden actually summed this up really well earlier on in his interview with Susie, is your hands aren't really tied in like they are in other motorsports. So, you know, if you want to try to experiment with composites and take loads of weight out of your car, then off you go. Go and give it a try.
So I was just watching Simon Norris's car, and we've seen him come across a line with, I think, the fastest speed across the start-finish straight. But if you watch the front end of that car as he comes into each corner and he brakes, you see it bouncing around a lot. And I think he was talking about the car porpoising before.
Of course, yeah, he was.
So I wonder if that's what we're seeing again there. Although I believe that tends to be more at higher speeds. So, and I don't know if maybe that's kind of like the braking. And then again, you brake and maybe the weight goes onto the front, cuts off the airflow, and then again, yeah, you can really see it, and you can hear it actually through the audio as well. So
yeah, I also wonder whether it's just really stiff. It's really stiff. It's really bouncy. You know, it's being that suspension's being compressed so much with that aero load. But yeah, you can hear it scraping along the ground, can't you?
Yeah, and it does seem to be particularly under braking. I mean, but he is on for fastest sector 1, sector 2, so do you expect him to set the fastest lap as he comes up to the start-finish straight and cross the line? Yes, so he does with a 146.4. But yeah, you can actually hear the splitter bouncing off the track there. There's a great audio from trackside.
It's so tricky to work that out, isn't it? When you're dealing with 1,700 kilos of force, how do you work? And you know the car is just there in your workshop. How do you know how the suspension is going to behave when it's got? Do you go and load 1,700 kilos of ballast on the car and see what happens? You know, I
and
guess
of course,
this
that's only when you're at max downforce as well. So it's like in the slower corners when you've not.
You're
got
not going to be having that. Yeah.
And it's interesting to see them stock these big aero cars because they almost look like rally cars. They've got like so much clearance again
when they're stationary.
Because they need that amount of travel on the suspension to cope with all this downforce at high speeds.
Yeah, it's. I guess this is where people like Andrew Brilliant or other aerodynamicists will come into the picture, right? Because how do you know how that's going to behave, right? Just looking at it, trying to eyeball it, you know, that's a very difficult challenge. You've got to sit there and work this stuff out, and you need some real brains to be able to do that.
And a lot of it is testing, right? You change the aero and then you take it to track, and the car behaves in a very different way, and you have a new set of problems that you need to deal with when you're going at faster speeds. So yeah, really, the big aero cars are playing a completely different game, really.
Yeah.
And a lot of different challenges that they have to contend with. So I was just looking down the times, and we did see Bradley John. We did see him out, but it says he's done 2 laps, which I guess is an out lap, and then he's done a lap and come back in. But only at a 2:26, so I'm guessing, although they've got the car back out, still having problems with that rear diff, and it's not been out again since.
Yeah, I've got to say it's a relatively quiet session, isn't it? There's not a great deal of cars on track.
But I don't know, and I don't know what's happened here. Eric Holmes, we've got him on the board, but we've not seen him turn a lap either, and so that means in Club Pro, so we've got Darren Spooner, Ilya Krylov, and Mike Osborne as well. Mike Osborne, so yeah, with a 2:32. So I wonder if Mike is experiencing issues. Because again, Mike, very fast car, very fast driver. I would expect to see a bit of a lower time from him. So
interesting
that interrupt that audio there.
Interesting that Ilya's on course for a provisional win at the moment. He's at the top of Club Pro.
Yep.
Which I think he'll be very happy about. Well, let's see. He's got a minute and a half left, but all 3 of those cars are in the pits. So I can't really see anything changing in Club Pro, and Ilya is very much on course to win the Super Attack in Club Pro, which means that he would be the winner of today's round in the Club Pro class. But of course, these results are provisional. You've got to go through Parc Fermé and get things confirmed and so on. But Ilya's looking like he's in a very comfortable place at the moment. So interesting.
Or who do we actually still have out on track?
So Simon, Luke, Josh, and Martin. Well, Martin's stopped. He is on track technically, but he's not running, which is why the timing screen doesn't have him up as in the pits. So we have Josh Barrett, Luke, and Simon. We have 3 cars.
Yeah, we see Josh just going round, and I think you can't deny the reliability Josh has had. He just goes round, and as we've seen before,
touch wood.
he just sets lap after
Yeah.
lap and just stays out there, and every lap is a hot lap for Josh.
Yeah.
It's very impressive, actually. Again, we're talking about these higher power cars, and in these top classes, you expect them to not be able to do just lap after lap constantly.
Yeah. Well, I don't think there's a great deal of build to the engine of the Caterham, right? I mean, it sounds cammy. You know, I guess it's got some kind of spicy cams, but I think that's kind of the extent of it. You know, he's not trying to squeeze 1,000 horsepower out of something that came from the factory with 200. You know, it's quite different. That the speed of that car comes from its lightweight. I mean, it is powerful, of course, but it's not quite as highly strung, I'd imagine, as some of the other stuff that we have. So you can just go out and really attack all day, and touch wood, things seem to keep working. So yeah, great stuff there from Josh Barrett. Checkered flag is out, so let's take a look at our provisional results. So Simon Norris faster than anybody with a 146.3. Luke Sandziakowski at the top of the pro class with 149.2, ahead of Josh Barrett, 159.4. So 10-second gap there. Luke Sandziakowski really flying here. Ahead of Martin Henry, 207, and Bradley John, 226.3. And then in Club Pro, our provisional winner is Ilya Krylov in that Haltech RWF Clio with a 201.6. Ahead of Darren Spooner in the Spooks Racing Developments Peugeot 205. And then Michael Osborne in the Osborne Motorsport Mitsubishi Evo. And Eric Holmes in the ENS Motorsport Mitsubishi Evo 6 RS, although Eric Holmes actually failing to set a flying lap there. So that concludes our relatively quiet, I think, super attack in our pro classes. And we will be getting our club classes super attack underway in just a few minutes. So while we are getting the track ready for our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive super attack, we do have an interview ready, this time with Eric Holmes.
So I'm down here having a quick chat with Eric Holmes. So good morning.
Morning, Susie. How are you?
Yeah, I'm not bad. Yourself?
Yes, good. Yep. Recovered after the long drive.
Yeah, I mean, these are all quite a long haul for you, right?
Even Knock Hill's 3 hours. So, 12 hours I think I was in the van.
Well, that's some dedication.
So yeah. Brands Hatch is the worst. The traffic's always the worst getting to Brands. But yeah, I enjoy it. I make a weekend of it. So yeah.
And it's not you've got quite a history with Time Attack as well, haven't you?
Yes, I kind of started in 2011, I think it was. Had a year or two, 2011, 2012. Then work commitments, I had to lay off for a bit. And then I came back, done SLS in Scotland for a few years. And in 23, I think, I went into the pro class. And the only reason for that was because I had a set of slicks that was the right slicks to have, Pirellis. So I went into pro class and I ended up third. I was quite pleased with myself getting third against some of the big cars that the guys are running here. So and then missed out last year. The car was a bit sick. Gearbox issues and electrical issues and stuff. So and my health wasn't up to best either. But anyway, got through all that. And this year I decided to make a full season.
So tell us a bit about your car for people who may not know.
So it's an Evo 6, 6RS, being modified obviously. It's probably running about 7 to 750 horsepower on full boost. And I've had it for 10 years, this particular car. It was a race car before that. It belonged to a chap that's one of the owners at MB Garage Services in Aberdeenshire. And yeah, it's an unbelievable car. I've obviously modified it since then, put a new turbo. It was a front-facing turbo before because it was a drag car, used as a drag car. I've changed that, put in an Exona turbo, which is excellent turbo. And done a few other bits and pieces. I've put paddles in there. I haven't got them fixed up yet, but we've got ability to go to paddles. Just recently bought, as you probably hear in the pit lane, it's ABS is the thing to have. And I thought, well, it's a lot of money to pay, but if it's getting you a second or plus. So I went and purchased that. I probably won't fit it this season, but I'll try to make sure I have it fitted for next season.
And of course, that's a motorsport ABS, right? So quite a bit different from the standard ABS.
Yes. I've got a Delta, I think it's called Delta SCS, and some of the first ones that was out were Bosch. Very expensive when they come out, and you had to get them fitted and tested and run in. So it's a bit of a challenge getting all set up properly, but there's a few guys I think in the pit lane here that have done a few to the bigger cars, so I'll probably be calling on some of them to set it up at some point. So yeah, I'll try and fit it myself and my friend. We'll get it fitted, and I just need to buy some other bits and pieces to go with it. So.
Always an endless shopping list.
You know Evos.
Yes.
Evos.
Yeah. And talking about Evos, they're such a popular platform, and obviously there's so many Evos in the pro classes. But why do you think that is?
It's a difficult question. I think, you compare it to a Subaru, I think you still have to spend a lot of money on the Evo to get it to where it is right now. And you would do the same with a Subaru. But my feeling is you might have to spend a bit more on the Subaru to get it reliable. I mean, my car, as I say, has been pretty reliable. A few niggles, as you know, through the years, but nothing major, Tim Radley built the engine 6 years ago, I think it was, and I've checked out a couple of times, but absolutely nothing, and it sings, when it's running properly. But it's all the wee electrical things, that give you a calm sensor. You get small things like that. Today, an exhaust blowing off, and
right.
yeah. So yeah, I can't put my finger on why the Evos are so popular at the top end of the motorsport.
Why do you like them?
Just the fact that I've had it for a silver one I've had for 22 years, 23 years, and it's that Jap, cars are just, well, to me they were way above anything else at the time. Four-wheel drive's immense. It started as a road car. You could drive it to the shops and back, and it still had 300 horsepower. It just. And then now it's obviously had a few more mods and it's running a lot more. So yeah,
just a few.
Just a few more horses. Yeah.
And the championship is really close at the moment. So you're leading the championship at the moment.
Yes, leading the championship. As I said, I've tried to keep the car steady so I don't have failures. And maybe I've had one first in a couple of seconds. Michael's joined. Michael Osborne he's running an Evo as well. Very, very quick car, very, very good driver as well. So he's pushing me, and I'll try my best to catch him through the.
Well, that's the way we like it, right? When the drivers are pushing each other.
Yeah, absolutely. He's running about the same horsepower, I think, and he's fitted ABS this season, so he's got a few other mods that I don't. But yeah, I enjoy that. He's young guy, so I wind him up a bit, and as you do as an older guy, so with a wee bit of experience. So.
Oh, fantastic! Well, we look forward to seeing the battle between and Club Pro. We'll keep an eye out.
Yeah. Hopefully, I can get a bit closer to him today. As I say, it's a fast track, and I'm sure he'll be on it, and I'll do my best to catch him.
Excellent. Well, good luck out there today. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Cheers.
Great stuff. Well, another excellent interview, Susie. Thank you for that. That was a really good watch. I think he likes.
It's always a pleasure to chat with anyone.
I think he likes Evos.
I mean, I think both of us are possibly a little bit
I think
biased.
you like Evos too. I was just a hunch. In the meantime, oh my goodness, all of that chit chat, and we've had one lap so far. Such a long track. And the faster driver at the moment is Alexander Volkov in that GTR, 152 miles an hour at the end of, at Speed Trap 2. which is a fair chunk faster than anybody else. Even David Dyson in the Cayman GT4 RS, 144 miles an hour there from him, 152 miles an hour there from Alexander Volkov. And then that's faster still than many other cars further down the leaderboard. That said, okay, we have David Dyson and Alexander Volkov actually trading lap times at the sharp end of the timing screen, so a little bit of jumping around just then, which is pretty good fun. David Dyson leaped to the top very briefly, but now Alexander Volkov sets a 158.5, which puts him back at the top of club four-wheel drive. Of course, David Dyson and Alexander Volkov in different classes, respectively. Volkov in the four-wheel drive, Dyson in the two-wheel drive. And, you know, we've said all year that Snetterton would suit both of these cars, actually. And it's interesting to see that come to fruition, and both of these drivers in quite different cars swapping place at the top of the overall leaderboard. And of course, we're only a few minutes into this session, but let's see how that battle develops. Johnny Fletcher also in the mix there. Johnny Fletcher at 204.2. Very close to David Dyson. Has a 203.9, so just 0.3 of a second there between our Club 2-wheel drive front runners.
The fact I got from Johnny Fletcher earlier is that he managed to change a drive shaft in 3 minutes 40. So he said,
wow,
compare that to the lap times.
Yeah.
So he can get a drive shaft change in less than 2 laps.
Yeah, if he has a bad lap, then he will do a drive shaft quicker than a lap. Like a cool down lap with a bit of traffic thrown in, he can swap a drive shaft faster.
I mean, he's
incredible.
quite used to swapping them now. His car does seem to be quite prone to that. But I think, again, the front-wheel drive cars where they're putting so much power through these front wheels, it does seem to be quite a common thing to go.
Yeah, because they're trying to steer them as well and do lots of other things. So.
And talking of, I guess, front ends failing on front-wheel drive cars, and one car we are missing now is Luke Capewell. Saw him come off the track.
So what happened there?
So his lower suspension arm has snapped. So unfortunately, we will not be seeing him back out on track in this session. So, which is a shame because again, I think his car was going really well. He told me. I mean,
he felt very fighty, didn't he?
Yes,
I think he comes into every round, I think, hoping to win. But he seemed very fighty this time.
Yeah, so that's a shame we won't see him out in the final session of today.
Neil Robson in that 135i, which maybe he borrowed and then bought, or maybe he just bought from the very beginning. Yeah, we'll need to clarify that one with the genuine BMW 1M body stuff, the steel front wings, front bumper, and so on.
And talking of Johnny Fletcher, sorry, going back to Johnny Fletcher, I was just looking, his last lap time is 204.28, so that puts him just 0.3 of a second behind David Dyson. So that is the battle I'm going to watch in Club 2-wheel drive.
I think Club 2-wheel drive often gives us quite a fun battle. I think we're quite lucky in that sense. But Johnny Fletcher and David Dyson drive such different cars.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, where would you see these two cars facing off against each other, apart from in Time Attack? And again, well, actually, I mean, you look at if you just read off the cars that are in Club 2-wheel drive, we've got the Porsche Cayman GT4 RS, and then Johnny Fletcher in the Vauxhall Astra, and then Mike Butler in the supercharged M3, and then Andrew Kymans in Citroen Saxo, the K-swapped Saxo, and Stuart Summers in the supercharged Saxo. So again, just every car I read up this, they're all so different. Even when we have two Saxos, they're very different setups on them.
Yep. So it's like
I could keep going, literally the whole field. Lots of.
It's like Gran Turismo or Forza or something. You know, in real life, it's such a wacky mixture of crazy creations, unlike anything you'll see anywhere else. Dean Taylor had a little sniff at a lap time, but then went back into the pits.
Oh, that's a shame. So when I spoke with them, they basically said he's going so fast now that too much downforce, and then basically the front of the bumper's fallen off. So that was what was dragging on the floor, and then the splitter was then dragging. So.
Okay.
But I was very much hoping they got that fixed. They had.
I mean, he's tried to go out.
Yeah, well, they had all of the cable ties ready, which is the essential mechanics toolbox.
Famous load-bearing, aerodynamic bearing cable ties.
But yeah, we've seen him go back into the pits, so maybe more cable ties.
Maybe more cable ties are needed. That's the answer.
It's cable ties, duct tape, and a hammer.
Yeah. It's
Be surprised the amount of times I've seen people hitting things with a hammer.
Yeah.
In the pit lane.
It's very effective, as it turns out, at most things. Stu Summers there in that slightly newer shape of the two Saxos that we have. 179 race and retro cars. Citroen Saxo. Supercharged, this particular one. Still on the Citroen engine. So Andrew Kimes' one is K-swapped, and Stu Summers there still on the original Citroen engine, but supercharged.
You can just hear the tyres. And round corners, so really you're pushing the car right on the limits of grip, and it's such a long corner. But then, as you say, you've got this really tricky transition just before Murray's.
It's just the fully opposite, isn't it? It's like
so
super slow and the other way.
Yeah, so you're fully loaded up on one side, and then all of a sudden you flick it back.
Yeah.
So it's really got to have a good setup for that, not to massively unsettle the car.
Yeah, and of course you're offline as well, right? You want to wash out to put yourself in the wrong place for Murray's. It's a really tricky one.
Yeah, it really is.
And I think that's also kind of where the pit lane entrance is as well. So then you might have people that are like hovering around waiting to go into the pits who are maybe slowing down. And so you're going to be coming through there full pelt, a little bit off balance as well. And then you'll have a car there going really slowly right on the line because they want to come off and go into the pits. So that's a really tricky one. Neil Wren, good to see him, of course. So, yep, put the Jubilees back on his intercooler, presumably, and back he goes. Very nice sounding car as well, and it's great to see someone, they get that idea in their head, and fate keeps trying to put them off. And someone like Neil Wren is like, no, I know this is going to work. I'm just going to keep trying until I succeed. Where others might perhaps give up or change platform or change engine or do a K-swap. Neil keeps trying to make that formula work. Alexander Volkov there setting a personal best Sector 1, but no improvement in Sectors 2 or 3. Alexander Volkov, I believe, still at the top of the leaderboard. There he is with a 158.5. So that's a 5-second, 5-second advantage over the next car in the overall leaderboard, David Dyson, but they are in different classes.
So just again, Andrew Kime has set a 205.676, and that puts him just 0.2 of a second off Mike Butler. And again, such very different cars that you're comparing here.
Supercharged M3.
And this is over
naturally aspirated Citroen Saxo.
And over a long track as well. I just looked it up, it's just under 3 miles. So, it's to be within 200ths of a second over such a distance. Massively different cars. And it's just it's incredible, really. There's not a lot of time separating. Again, I mean, more time than we'd be talking at Brands Hatch, where it's a much kind of like shorter track. But obviously David Dyson, Johnny Fletcher, Mike Butler, Andrew Kime.
Do you know something that's just jumped out at me looking at Alexander Volkov's car? When he had the little incident, I think it was at Brands last year, and they rebuilt the front end of that car and put the tiger on the bonnet. Because it symbolized something to Alexander. It looked kind of, I don't know, the tiger stood out to me a little bit as like it doesn't quite fit with the rest of the car. And what I've just realized now is how they've reworked the livery and put the tiger on the side, and it's kind of blended in with all the stickers and stuff. That actually, it works. It kind of works, actually.
It
does. Yeah, I think that's a cool look. It took me a few rounds to, I think, get on board and really understand the work that's gone into that, but I think that's quite a cool looking car.
Another driver I wanted to call out as well is Rich Smith, I was talking to earlier on the interview. So he's set a 2:06.24. So actually, I just ran down quickly after the last session, just checking with all of the drivers, and was very much hoping to see him, sitting back and chilling. He was not. He was replacing a snapped drive shaft. Again, this common theme that we're seeing. But he's got back out there on track.
Do you know what?
So.
The only time I've broken a drive shaft on track was at Snet. I just remembered that, just like a little time warp back to 2016. But I did the same thing.
So we've had quite a few cars today.
This must be that kind of track, right? For whatever reason. It was also the 300 layout. And
again, a front-wheel drive car.
And it was a front-wheel drive car.
Of course.
It was that was a Clio. And that was the only track I've ever broken a drive shaft. So there's something about this layout. That penny literally just dropped. That's really interesting.
But I mean, all kudos to Rich Smith. Like I say, he had 15 minutes to get that kind of change. So between, I guess he's also got the other sessions, but obviously racing Hondas was 15-minute sessions. So not a lot of time to get that changed at all. Fixed back out on track and to set that 2:06.2. It's a great time.
Yeah, I really enjoyed his story of how as it turns out, Rich and Dean are buddies, and they got into motorsport by doing sim racing during COVID. I thought that's a really nice story, and they it's just like two pals, two bros, were doing some sim racing, and then thought, you know what, let's try this in real life. And here they are, under the same team banner, DRS Racing. So I guess the D and the R stand for Dean and Richard. Well, actually, so DR, I see what they've done here. So DR is Dean Riley, and RS is Richard Smith. So they have that R in common. So so DRS is like both of their initials. That's really cute. That's really cute. That is a great bromance. I love that.
Just looking at Neil Wren there on camera at the moment. So Neil, I was looking because earlier he set like a really great time, and his times are a little bit down, but he's actually gone across the line and set a 2:05.3. So now we've got we've got 3 drivers in the 2:05s, and again over such a long track, it's quite remarkable. And again, very different cars. So, two BMWs though.
Yeah. Do you know, I've just noticed, I've been looking at this all day, but I couldn't quite work it out. But it looks like it's not a big deal, I guess, but his under tray is flapping around, I think, at the higher speed. I couldn't quite, because it's not always doing it, but then from some angles, at some speed, there you go, you can catch little glimpses of it, bouncing around. And in fact, you can see some gubbins from poking out around it, and it's all, I think his splitter might be vibrating as well, so that all of that area under the car is all buzzing and vibrating around. Not hugely interesting, and hopefully that's all securely fixed in, and the plastic's just a bit bendy. But yeah, I was trying to look at that all day, and I've only just there you go. You can definitely see it there.
Just so happy for him to be turning some clean laps.
Yeah. Well, personal best sector 1.
And that's bettered his time with 2:05.277. So really fantastic. We were saying he's had such a rotten season. Every round he's had some kind of issues. And at Brands Hatch, the accident that saw him making contact with the wall. But we've seen him back this morning, battling the issues with his intercooler coming loose, and then going back out there, and he is currently fastest car on track. And that is fast enough for third in Club 2-wheel drive as well.
Yeah, I think he'll be very happy with that. And this is one of those classes where there are quite a lot of cars in this class, right? Because you know, I've definitely leaned on this too when I've taken podium. I've been quite happy with a podium when in fact there are only 3 cars in the class, which is.
Sorry, I've just seen Andrew Kime has set 2:05.423, so now there is only 0.02 of a second separating him and Mike Butler, and he's just pipped Mike Butler. So, and just as the checker flag goes out, so yeah, again, the differences over such a long distance are like.
Yeah, I mean my screen's got that as a as 1/100th of a second. 1/100th exactly.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mega going. I think it might have been 10th before, now it's 100th. Yeah, no, I think we've got the checkered flag out.
Yeah.
So unless anyone is on a flyer.
Well, Andrew Kimes just turned his headlights off, so I guess he's gonna cool things down. We have Neil Robson in the 135i, who still has his headlights on, so perhaps then he's still in a hot lap, which he is entitled to be until he takes that checkered flag. So we may see an improvement there from him, although his sectors 1 and 2, no improvement, so I don't think we'll see a better performance from him. David Frost in the Honda Civic, the FK, set a 2:13.8 in the closing moments, which for him is a personal best. So nice job there as well to David Frost. Mike Butler in the supercharged M3, just coming, I think, round. Oh, no, I think I missaw that. Nope, that was the final corner there, Murray's. Let's see what he can do. Looking very fast indeed. 2:06, so just about a second adrift of his previous personal best. I think Neil Wren is the only driver still on a hot lap, and in fact you can see him now coming up at the back of the shot towards the checkered flag. Neil Wren, nope, quite a slow one there from him, so perhaps running into some traffic or just cooling down because it's the end of the session. So all of our drivers now will be heading into Parc Fermé, but assuming that is all fine, the provisional results then of our club classes super attack. Alexander Volkov, the winner in club 4-wheel drive, faster than anybody on track by quite some margin, 158.5. And that's ahead of Dean Taylor, second in club 4-wheel drive. Didn't really set a flying lap, but that is the result. David Dyson ends the session as the Club 2-wheel drive winner for today, with 2:03.9, ahead of Fletcher, Wren, Kime, Butler, Smith, Summers, Good, Robson, and Frost. So those are your provisional results. Again, you can get all the times, all the sector times, and past results, and all of that data right at your fingertips if you go on the TSL timing website. In the meantime then, the timing screen is cleared in preparation for the Clubman classes super attack, which we will be getting underway in just a few minutes. So Susie there was keeping one eye on the standing lap records, and it seems like we've had quite a few fall today, but things have moved on so much since 2019, where I think every car basically has at least 400 horsepower, everything's got super wide tires, everything's turbocharged, loads of stuff have got sequential gearboxes or DSGs. The tire technology has come on leaps and bounds too, and we have the new Control Yokohama Advan AO52 tire this year, which probably plays a big role in that as well. It was very interesting. One of the German car magazines, Auto Bild or someone like that, took a Carrera GT, which is, one of the top supercars from 20 years ago. They took that around the Nordschleife, and all they changed was they put on some modern, top-of-the-range track day tires, and it was like lapping what would be pretty much modern supercar performance. So all it took was new modern tires. Like, the technology has moved on so much. And so I imagine that also these brand new Yokohamas, which I think have only recently arrived to the market, will probably be, they probably are responsible for some of that leap since 2019. But yeah, cars these days are getting very, very fast indeed.
We've been very fortunate with the weather as well today, right? It has actually been a really good day. Not too hot. It is a little bit warm, but not too hot. Not as hot as we saw at Brands Hatch. So, and I know we're obviously, if it gets too hot, that's also probably going to struggle with engine temperatures and intake temperatures, and also the tyres and having to keep those cool. So there's a little bit of a breeze, and we've got one session left, so I will stop talking about the weather, because otherwise everybody will be the commentators.
Yeah, come on, let's have a shower now. Let's have a rain shower. Let's do it. Torrential downpour.
I think actually
mix it up.
In this class, a lot of people will be very happy if it rains, because I think it really is a big equaliser. And then because again, when you've got these big straights, it really does kind of vote for the kind of higher power cars. But so we'll see. We've got 20 minutes on the clock. So I'm not particularly seeing any rain clouds, but we'll see. Never say never. It's Snetterton, also which commonly was known as Wetterton, because
I've not heard that one.
How have you not heard that one?
I haven't.
Because it does very. We're normally at Snetterton at the end of the season, and it is normally torrential rain to go alongside it. We've had lots of rivers of water running down the pit lane before, so it's very nice to be here in nicer weather.
Yeah. Look at the difference. How many cars are on track now? We talk about traffic quite a lot, because that's a big part of the time attack puzzle, is being able to negotiate that traffic. But it's really visibly different in this group of classes compared to, say, the pro classes, where I think we had 9 cars on track, and now, like you said, we've got 21 or so. And that really shows. I think at a track like Snetterton 300 layout, that isn't too big of a deal, but there will be definitely moments within the session, like right now, where actually there's a lot of traffic. So let's see how that one pans out.
So I'm interested to see if Dean Riley's going to go out and set the fastest time again. So I believe Mark Donnelly has got a few issues, got a slight slipping clutch, on and off, intermittent.
Okay.
So we'll see if that continues to be an issue. And keep an eye on those two in Classic and Retro.
Yeah, I think we've been really lucky to have a great battle in Classic and Retro throughout all of the rounds so far. I think in some of the other classes, perhaps some players kind of drop in and out of the battle depending on the track and the weather and what suits what car and whatever. Whereas the battle in Classic and Retro has been ongoing since the very beginning of the year, every single round. I think Mark Donnelly's had the advantage most of the time in the 1983 Ford Escort, which is really great. I love that. And not only has he been at the top of the Classic and Retro class, he's also been faster than all of the other classes that you see on track right now, Exeges and S2000s and Golf Rs and all this other stuff. Mark Donnelly is faster than all of that in the Escort, which is really great to see.
As Eden was saying, at Brands Hatch, he managed to set the lap record for 15 seconds before Mark.
He had 15 seconds of joy, and then, okay, here's Mark. Never mind, Mark Donnelly's back. Okay, he is, fastest
But
than
it was
anyone.
so close at Brands Hatch. It was really, really fantastic racing. That's what we like to see.
Mark Roberts in that little F4R powered Clio, so one of the few Clios still running that Renault engine. 950 kilos with driver, which is incredibly light, especially these days. I mean, if we look at the Saxos as well, I think they're 800 and something with driver.
Mark was saying earlier, though, he doesn't really have any brakes today.
Okay.
So he said he actually had to use the handbrake on one of the corners. So,
wow.
And I, again, quickly checked in with him before we headed into Super Track, and I said, have you got any more brakes? And he was like, not really. So being very brave going out there.
Okay.
So as we know, there's big braking zones coming into turn one, and then again at the end of the Bentley Straight.
Clive Hopwell there had briefly set what was for a moment the faster sector 2 of anyone. That has now turned green, which means that's because someone else has claimed the purple sector. But watching this Golf R as he just completes his laps throughout the day, I've been actually really impressed and surprised by, even now, you can just see how much that car is moving around. And I have to say, I've been guilty of falling into the trap so many times, especially when it comes to Volkswagen Audi group cars, of thinking, they're really boring, they got all the grip in the world, DSG gearbox, yawn. But actually, this car is moving around a lot, and it looks like a real handful. And it looks a lot. I've not really looked at it that closely, I think, until today, but the amount that car is moving around, it looks like great fun, actually. Maybe I'm beginning to see it. Maybe I'm beginning to see the appeal. Yeah, it looks like great fun.
What was quite surprising to me is Clive was saying, and I think this is the case with all modern cars, is the extra weight that they're carrying. So we're seeing the more modern cars start to join Time Attack, and obviously it's quite easy to extract a lot more power with like a simple map than it is like some of the older cars. But they're all carrying so much more weight. So I think Clive was saying, he was saying it was like now stripped, it's like 1,350 kilos.
Wow.
So, and that's after you've stripped it. So yeah, it's and that's without him in it as well. So yeah, it's again.
Cars are getting very big.
Yeah, and as you say, when you're comparing that to something like the Saxos or the kind of like smaller cars, when they're kind of like under a ton, it makes a huge difference out there.
Yeah, I mean, under a ton is like unthinkable for modern cars.
Yeah,
we've got the, I think we've got the I think the MX-5 is probably the only basic car, this side of a Elise or Exige, that is sub-ton. It's just unheard of in this day and age. Yeah, I think that some of there was one trim level of ND MX-5 which weighs less than a ton, I think, but like that's probably the only car on the market that weighs so little, at least for reasonable money. Performance cars these days are so heavy.
So we have seen Dean Riley go straight out and set, and again I think so. Dean Riley, Clive Hopwell, Annie Thompson go straight out and set some very quick times. But Dean Riley again in with another 206.7. So, and I'm pretty sure, because I've spoken to a lot of people today, and it's been about 50-50 about who's actually driven the 300. I'm pretty sure Dean said he's never driven the 300 before. So if he has, or he hasn't, and he's set that 206, he's just gone out there and put that straight in on his first hot lap.
Wow.
And again, that rivals from his fastest lap in the last session was a 206.6. So literally straight out there and within a tenth of his best times.
Very
which
consistent.
Is again, and
and
at the moment, kind of like running 3 seconds faster than anyone else out on track.
I think while we're on the topic of classic and retro, James Cook on the YouTube live stream, the Lucas Oil live stream, put in a really, really fun comment, I think. So he's just got a car that he is thinking to enter into classic and retro as a single round entry. It's a 1982 E21 BMW, which, I just want to call that out and encourage James, the captain, Cook there. And just say, lots has been happening in these sessions, so sorry for not getting around to your comment earlier, but, don't want to leave you unseen. Definitely bring that to Time Attack. I think that would be a really cool addition to the classic and retro class. So yeah, hopefully we'll see it at one of our upcoming Time Attack rounds. Mark Donnelly there in that XR3i Escort.
Fastest Sector 2 as well.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Fastest Sector 2 and fastest speed trap, first speed trap time. So keeping an eye on this.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to have set a particularly serious lap yet. So 2:36 is, I think a out lap or something like that. So he would be looking at around Dean Riley's lap time. So nearly half a minute faster. So let's see what he can do here. Faster sector 2 of than anybody else.
There we go. A 2:06.632. So he's just pipped Dean Riley. So they were saying perhaps slipping clutch, perhaps some issues with gearing, but everything's strung together perfectly on that lap for Mark Donnelly.
Wow, and you can see he's smashed on the cool down light. And that's enough. And he's done a good job here.
I've just looked up. If you compare that to Dean Riley's fastest time in the last session, which is the fastest time I think we've seen today for Classic and Retro, which was a 2:06.637. Mark Donnelly's just done a 2:06.632, so 0.005 of a second quicker, and you cannot get closer than that. That is unbelievable. Over 3 miles.
Yeah. Wow.
That is amazing going. Oh, well, I mean, the challenge is out to Dean Riley then. Can he better his time?
So this is an interesting machine. This is the 313 car of Thomas Langley.
So this is going to confuse you, right? So this is the same car that we saw at Brands Hatch.
It's the same one?
It is the same car. Because that's what, when I saw them, I was like, oh, you've got a new car. And they're like, no, same car.
Wow.
Different body kit, running wider wheels.
It's so boxy. I keep thinking it's a GR Yaris because of how extreme the arches are.
Yep. But no, same car. So now a little bit of a body kit on it. So running wider wheels.
Little bit of a body.
A little bit of a body kit. Wider body kit on it. Running, enabling him to, I think, go from 7.5 inch wheels to 9. So yeah, that extra width and the extra grip. Yeah, it's a big difference. And then complete different look as well with the wrap, which is why I thought it was a completely different car, but it is not. It's the same car.
Yeah, at the corner of my eye, I kept thinking that was a GR Yaris all day, and I meant to come round to that. Like,
it does.
That's the same.
It does look like it.
It's how the arches poke out, especially around the back. It looks like a GR Yaris, like the same silhouette. Yeah, wow, how interesting. And of course, the front end doesn't really look that Fiesta-ish anymore with a massive front grille. No. Wow, what a transformation. So, yeah, wow. I think that's one of the most fun bits you can do to a car, right, is transform the look of it, because it makes such a difference to the presence and to the race car-ness of your car. So, yeah, he's probably going to be absolutely over the moon with that transformation. Dean Riley there in the VX 220, setting up faster sector 1 than anybody. That includes Mark Donnelly. So Michael Greenhue in that PD130 powered Corsa B, making his way past Jay McToldridge up the leaderboard. So Jay McToldridge now in the E86, bumped down to 4th in the Classic and Retro class.
So it's great to see Mike Greenhue back, because we've not seen him for the last couple of rounds.
Dean Riley there finds 0.4 of a second. Big improvement there.
I made the mistake of, we have so many entries, I had to scroll down and I missed that coming in.
I had the same, when we were on the big screen, all of the lower end of the timings board was like off the screen. We've got so many of them in these classes. Yeah.
So that was really interesting, because he had a fastest sector 1, fastest sector 3, but not sector 2.
Yeah, so he's got more time.
Yep.
He's got even more time to find.
So if he could, and again, if he could find that, so sector 2 is where he needs to find a little bit more time to pip Mark, but overall, a faster lap.
Yeah, I mean, I think the term optimal lap has really become in vogue lately, where so many people are running these various lap timers, the Garmin little gadget. This individual sector time. What if you were to combine the best of all of your sector times into one perfect lap? What would that be? That's what your optimal lap is. And of course, it's a little bit of a make-believe kind of nonsense, because unless you set that lap, you haven't set that lap. But a lot of people talk about their optimal lap as if that's a thing that's become a new metric, is what your optimal lap is. And so what we know for a fact is that Dean Riley's fastest Sector 1, fastest Sector 2 and fastest Sector 3 have not yet been strung together yet. And if he could do so, then he would improve his lap time even more. We know he's got that time in his pocket from the individual sector times.
So what I've just seen is Richard Stevens actually go through, find my way back to my screen, set the fastest clubman time in that single round entry BMW M2. And actually, I believe...
Yeah, there he is. Yeah.
Oh, it's just refreshed all my times. But I'm pretty sure they had the fastest terminal velocity speed.
Okay.
Actually, where's V1? Where's that speed trap? Is that...
I'm not actually sure.
I mean, I'm not sure if that's around the back or on our start-finish straight. But yeah, and again, we're talking... There we go. We see this the new M2. So speaking of them, the
That's
car...
an interesting colour, isn't it?
The car is, they say, relatively stock.
Okay.
Just, I think, a map and some coilovers. But as we know, with the newer cars, I think the map, huge amounts of power that they're getting out of this. I think they said potentially kind of like 600, or north of 600.
That's incredible.
Which is, you know,
that was like
crazy.
supercar. That was like hypercar power not that long ago.
But I think they're saying, you know, it needs some more mods to be doing that kind of speed around the track.
Okay.
So I think it's showing the limitations of the rest of the car when you're pushing it that hard. But, you know, I've gone out there and set a 2:08.113, so great time there.
Yeah, as a single round entry, he won't qualify for championship points. So if the results were to stay as they are, he'd be scored separately to everyone else in terms of he wouldn't score any points. So Annie Thompson would actually inherit that class win as far as the championship's concerned.
And I mean, talking of clubmen as well, and we were saying that there's going to be a battle between these three, but so Annie Thompson, Clive Hopwell, Dan Buckingham, between the three of them, Annie Thompson with a time 2:09.6, Clive with a time of 2:10.1, Dan with a time of 2:10.2. So all three cars within, is that like 0.6 of a second?
Wow.
And again, I think Clive Hopper and Dan Buckingham setting their fastest times on that last lap. So again, seeing the times improving as we're going through the session.
Yeah, I think maybe a little. I don't think we've discussed Gary Papworth much today, but I think definitely deserves a shout out. Great effort there from him as well. I can only assume that this single round entry is a local boy, given that the team is Norfolk Mini. But Gary Papworth there with a current best of 2:11.1, although he has just set a personal best speed trap 2. So let's see, perhaps there's more time in that Mini yet as he comes across the start-finish straight. Let's see what he can do. Number 130, Mark Blackburn, has just had a lap time disallowed from track limits. Gary Papworth, meanwhile, yep, no improvement there from him. But look, you know, 3 minutes left, so he's got another, well, perhaps 2 flying laps up in him. It's just lots of dust there behind that BMW M2 just now, so I wonder whether he might have dipped a wheel off the track, and in fact he's slowed right down, indicating to the side, let's let everyone past. You know, maybe the red mist got to him and starting pushing a bit too hard and dipped a wheel on the grass.
We should talk about Pocket Rocket actually, and so you were saying Gary Papworth, but then just leading, so Stephen House and then Rafael Sosares. So, and that is very much the mini class, isn't it? So we have quite a few minis in there, but again, they're all running very closely together. So yeah, from a 2:11.1 to a 2:12.0. So yeah, less than a second separating them.
Wow. So it's, yeah, incredible.
And then Pocket Rocket, we've also got Pocket Rocket NA, where the class has been separated into the forced induction and NA classes this year, and we've got Ryan Barker leading the class there in the Civic, up with again a 2:11.1. It's a great time, and I was talking to Ryan a bit earlier, and so his brother is racing Hondas.
Okay.
So they've got very similar
That's
spec
really
cars,
nice.
so they're basically and this is one of his many cars, but he's using the car this year, so he doesn't have a lot of track time experience, and he's building up the experience, and then he may go Dodge or racing in Hondas, but he wants to see if he can get to the same kind of times that they're running in the Racing Hondas Championship.
Meanwhile, on the Lucas Oil live stream, you had a comment here from 13 Reclassify, hoping to be Pocket Rocket NA next year once my Corsa is built. So, yep, absolutely. Please do join us next year. I think you'll have a great time. I strongly encourage that. Yeah, you know, I've done it for a few years, and I absolutely loved it. So the only reason I don't do it anymore is because I wrecked that particular car, and I haven't built a new one yet. But I'd love to do it again. So definitely, I strongly recommend it. Annie Thompson here in the Exige 410. Currently second in Clubman, well, at least in terms of overall lap time. She would inherit that class win in terms of championship standings if this result were to stay as it currently is, because the current front runner Richard Stevens isn't a full championship entry, so he doesn't qualify for championship points. But Annie Thompson there, her current best, a 2:08.8.
Right, I'm just looking at the clock. We've got 15 seconds left on the clock, but we've seen Mark Donnelly set fastest Sector 1 and fastest Sector 2. Can he take off, what is that, the 0.4 of a second that he needs to rival Dean Riley just right at the end of the last session of the last day? So
close.
Keep an eye on Mark as he's going around. Fingers crossed he doesn't have those clutch slipping issues he was mentioning earlier, and we will see how that actually translates.
Yep, here he goes.
Lap time as he comes. Is that coming up the start finish?
That's
yes,
it,
coming
that's
up
it.
the
Here we
start
go.
finish now. So keep an eye on that time.
Mark Donnelly in the Escort.
Oh, he does. I mean, he does improve to a 2:06.3, but not enough to take that from Dean with a 2:06.2.
Wow.
So, I mean, what a great last lap to finish out that session with.
Incredible. Oh, Stephen House had some kind of issue there, it would seem. But he got so out of the way that we didn't even realize that happened. Wow, that was great fun. So Dean Riley faster than anybody in this session, which I don't think has happened before.
Amazing driving.
He'll be over the moon with that. Wow, that was great fun.
That was
great fun.
What a way to end the day.
So let's take a look at our provisional results then. The winner in Classic Retro is Dean Riley, ahead of Mark Donnelly, Michael Greenhue, and Jay McToldridge. Our provisional Clubman winner is Richard Stevens, ahead of Annie Thompson, Clive Hopwell, Dan Buckingham, and the first initial there, Soreen Georgi. In Pocket Rocket Voice Induction, it's Gary Papworth ahead of Raphael Sartaris, Stephen House, Thomas Langley, and Jamie Biss. And Pocket Rocket naturally aspirates at our provisional winner then is Ryan Barker, ahead of Mark Roberts, Stephen Wilkinson, Duncan Emmett, and Martin Batchkovich. Usually a podium finisher, but I think some issues there for him. Wow, that was great fun.
Yes, lots of lap records.
What a great track.
Yes.
I wonder why we haven't
really
done it
is.
more. This is really great.
But it's been pretty hard on cars. We've seen quite a lot of attrition throughout the day, but it is we've seen some fantastic racing out here. And again, I think we've just seen all of the lap records being smashed. So just looking down, yes, I mean absolutely by miles. We were talking Pocket Rocket. Lap record before was a 2:20. So yeah, just gives you an indication of how much things have moved on. Clubman was a 2:14. And again, we're looking kind of like, what,
2:08, yeah.
2:6s, 2:8s. So yes, lap record's going.
Wow.
A lap record for everybody today.
Yeah. It's like
I mean, what a way to end the day.
Like you get a lap record, you get a lap record, you get a lap record.
Exactly.
Wow, that was great fun.
Yeah.
And the fun isn't even over, because we're gonna jump straight into, well, there'll be a little, let's not oversell it. They need to like clear the cars and park for a minute, get the Hondas out, green flag, all this stuff. But we're pretty much gonna jump right into the Racing Hondas Championship Race 2 of the day. So don't go anywhere yet, because we will be bringing you that in just a few minutes. But for now, yeah, that's it from Time Attack. Thank you, Susie.
We'll see you back in 4 weeks
See you
for Alton Park.
4 weeks thereabouts at Alton Park.
Yep.
Yeah, but don't go anywhere yet because we're going to jump right into the Racing Hondas Championship, Race 2, in just a few minutes.
So, welcome back everybody. One more piece of track action left to go, and it is, as Alexi rightfully said, the second race of the day for the Racing Hondas Championship. It is a partially reversed grid for all three classes. So the ball draw that we saw, which we sadly couldn't bring you live, but was made after the podium interviews were done for our three class winners, drew number 4, which means that the top 4 in each class gets partially reversed, if I'm right in saying so. That means that we have a front row of Liam Collins and Bob Barron on the front of the grid. That should be quite interesting. See how that plays out when racing gets underway. Bob Barron, of course, has just taken his first podium in the championship after scoring 3rd on the 2-lap restart for race number 1. As for our race winner, Will Self, he will go off, naturally, if he'll get from 4th on the grid. So, because of the top 4 reversing those positions, it now means that things are a little more interesting all round on that side. We are getting set to go very, very shortly. And this is going to be, I think, an interesting contest. Usually the partial reverse grids tend to be quite interesting, because you get some drivers a little bit out of position and it means it makes it just a little bit more intriguing for the cars that are further back, that have been pushed back for the partial reverse grid, a little further backwards. To confirm also, pole sitters in other classes as well. Sam Lintzner will be on pole for Class B. We'll go through the full grid in a second, which is on the screen now. And Class C pole sitters Callum Houchin. For that grid, which sees classes A, B and C all segmented into their own grids with a rose gap between them, it is Liam Collins who will start on pole position with Bob Barron alongside him on the front row of the grid, Integra and EG Civic. Phil Wright starts in third place. We've got a couple of stories about him, a couple of other cars had some dramas, which we'll talk about in a second. Will Self, race 1 winner, getting for his third of the season, have to do it from the second row of the grid. Dave Buckley starts fifth, ahead of James Kiff in sixth. And Tommy Knight should do better this time from seventh, but will try not to spin on the first lap, I'm sure. He's alongside the fellow EK racer of James Alford. Ninth place on the grid is Fraser McNeil in the second of the Kilted K-Swaps EG Civics, followed in the top 10 by James Allen, our single round entry scoring no points, and Anthony Allett, Kevin Talbot, which we'll talk about in a second, who retired on the final lap of the restarted race, and Dan Brown, who didn't take the restart, but when he did, when the red flag came out, he just passed Phil Wright for second place and was on qualifying pace out in front. Then there's a rose gap, then we go back to our Class B runners, again, top 4 reversed, so Sam Lintzner starts on that pole position from Lewis Barker, then Ryan Cunningham, and points leader overall and in class Dan Thackeray, followed by then Sammy Milam and Duncan Holloway from Luke Crassus Menu and Spencer Fortag. And then it's another rose gap, and then Callum Houchin and Matt Rowley go backwards as well. So the 30-second board is up, so we'll be heading off onto the formation lap very, very shortly around the full 3-mile Snetterton 300 circuit here based in Norfolk. Couple of notes from Championship Coordinator Carl McKellar in terms of some of the notes that were happening earlier on from one or two issues. Now, 2 cars that we saw had problems were Dan Brown and Kevin Talbot. I also had apparently the issue that we had with Spencer Fortag was a clutch problem, which is the reason why he stopped just before Palmer. In terms of the other cars had issues, Dan Brown had to have a rapid drive shaft rebuild and swap onto his car, so he should be on the grid, which he is not. So, unless he is, he got away a little bit slow, but he is down on the grid. I was looking outside the comp box window, and I saw Kevin Talbot go past, but not Dan Brown for a split second. So Dan Brown is back out there with a rebuilt and sourced, swapped over drive shaft. As for Phil Wright, apparently he has a mystery light in the dash giving him some concern, so watch out for him to see if he can last the race in third on the grid. And Kevin Talbot, who is on the grid, you might have seen the bright green DC5 Integra. It's just coming into the top of the shot on the screen if you're watching on my live stream, just weaving from side to side. There's hopes they've fixed the issue. He's apparently had some left front suspension problems all day long. We understand that potentially the issue that he had was related possibly to that. It was getting worse and worse, and then he pulled off. So that could be something that could be an issue if it continues to develop further and causes him a problem in race number 2. For the Class B victory, well, Sam Lintzner might have a good chance here to get a good start, but we know how quick both Ryan Cunningham and Dan Thackeray are. They've been the 2 pace setters in the championship in Class B for the entire season so far, really. So Dan's only failed to win 1 race all season, so I wouldn't put it past Dan to pick his way through from 4th on the Class B grid. One driver I also want to watch out for as well is Tommy Knight. I think he's got enough pace to get himself up there to potentially challenge for a podium. He had that spin, if you didn't watch earlier on or weren't watching around the circuit, or another part of the circuit around here when you didn't at the start of the first race, end of the first lap. Tommy Knight went into Murray's, locked the rears and spun the car at Murray's corner, dropped right down to the back of the field, 23rd and last position. He was one of the cars to benefit from the red flag that we had, because he got a chance to really pick his way through and got himself quickly up from, I think it was 12th on the grid on the restart to 7th. So he now gets himself a bit of redemption to try and get through from row number 4. This is also a great opportunity for Bob Barron, because he has been on the front row before in a reverse grid race. At the very least, he was on pole for the first reverse grid race. That was race 2 at Cadwell Park, and he led for half the race until he made a mistake, just locked the rears right at the top of the circuit halfway into the race, and then from there he just lost positions and dropped down to the top 3. Now he has his first podium. That certainly will start to unlock the potential that he might well have to score more and more throughout the season, because they do say once you get you first, it almost tends to open the floodgates in theory. So Bob's going to try and get a good start. Now, he was put under pressure by Liam Collins throughout the entire race, the entirety of the restart. So what was becoming a battle for 4th place turned into a battle for the podium when Talbot pulled off with his mechanical issues right here at Brunton Nelson on the escape road when he went straight on. So whether Bob can get a better start, he is not necessarily on the racing line when you see restart, because pole position is on driver's right to the inside of the wall. Now, yes, racing line would dictate that you're on the left-hand side because the first corner is a right-hander at Ritchie's, but some drivers like to hug the pit wall to get the shortest possible run to the line at the end of a lap, which tends to be, particularly with Time Attack here, lots of rubber being laid down more to the inside rather than the outside of the circuit, because you're getting that tighter run, the shortest possible route to the line to get yourself a better lap time. So I wonder if Liam Collins might benefit from better rubber down on the right-hand side of the circuit, and I wonder if he might get a better start because of that. However, if Bob Barron can just grab the bite point of that clutch a little bit quicker and get himself off the line, I wouldn't put it past him trying to win a drag race down towards Ritchie's corner if he can manage it. Of course, the two cars behind are going to be ones that are a threat. Phil Wright in third place, though he has a mystery warning light, which could be an issue. And Will Self from the outside of row 2 is also going to be a threat, as always. He was lapping a lightning getaway on both starts and even led the both of them by at least about 1.5 seconds. So watch him pick his way through if he doesn't get stuck behind the 3 cars in front of him. Other cars to keep an eye on, just in front of Tommy Knight, the 2 white cars in 5th and 6th position, an all white car for 3rd row, which is Dave Buki, who's doing really decent things in that number 51 EK Civic, and then James Kiff, who's only in his 2nd ever car meeting in his Honda Integra DC2. He's been really impressive, scoring all finishes inside the top 7. His best came at Brands Hatch Race 2 with a 5th position. Last couple of cars just coming into place in Class B towards the back, and also 2 cars to watch for. Obviously, are going to be maybe 3 cars towards the back. Going to be James Allen starting 10th, Kevin Talbot starting 12th, and Dan Brown starting 13th. Dan Brown was on qualifying pace towards the end of the first part of that race. We'll see if he's got enough of that to continue. So, remember, it's all calm and quiet until the VTEC kicks in. It's about to do so right now. 5-second board is up, and round 8 of the Racing Hondas Championship for 2025 at a much brighter Snetterton is all set to get underway. Is it going to be Collins or Barron who wins the sprint down towards turn 1? It's a clean start from the front row pair, but as expected, the second row pair get an even better launch. They're going to make it 3 abreast for second down towards Ritchie's. It's Collins to the inside line, but look at it, 3 wide. It's right on the inside. Barron in the middle now. It's 3 wide for the lead. They're going. Barron's caught in the middle and somehow gets squeezed out of it. He drops to 4th. He takes the safe option, slots in behind Self and Wright as they get down towards the Wilson hairpin, not Montreal for the first time, and it is Collins that leads. It's right in 2nd place, side by side for 3rd as Barron bumps his way through and elbows Will Self out wide to take 3rd place back again. It is Buki in 5th position who's held his place. Tommy Knight's got a decent start too. He's chasing after both Kiff and, in fact, no, he's 6th in fact, round the outside with Fraser McNeil to his inside. Not a great start for James Kiff. He's down to about 6th position. And also with great starts, is that James Allen up to about 8th or 9th already. So from the back of the Class A grid, James Allen picking his way through quickly. In there too is somewhere James Orford. There's a lock-up mid-pack somewhere as well. I think that's from Lewis Barker in the Class B ranks. We'll see if we can take a look at what's happening in Class B off the start. It looks like as they pour their way through, is it Thackeray in the lead? No, I think it's still Sam Linton. There's a lock-up from Barron into Oggies for 2nd place, but holds on to the position and remains 3rd. And now Will Self, who hasn't made the most of the start he was hoping for, back in 4th position and chasing after Bob Barron, who's a fellow EG Civic driver. We've got EKs at play in 5th position with Buki under threat from Tommy Knight. And now the Hondas charge down the back straight, the Bentley straight for the first time. DC2 Integra leads EP3 Civic, leads EG Civics 3rd and 4th. And it's the EK Civics 5th and 6th position. Out through Brundle, out through Nelson. Huge thump of the curve from Bob Barron. He is pushing on this opening lap to try and keep up with the leaders here. He wants another podium if he can manage it, but he knows the cars around him are very valuable. He looks like he got a bit of a shaky exit out of the bomb hole. Now this gives him a really tough task to try and defend from Will Self, who had a momentary look up the inside through into the entrance of Coram as he goes side by side for the lead, right up the inside into Murray's corner, picks off the pass, goes round the outside at Coram, and into the lead he goes. Now has this backed up Liam Collins because he's lost a bit of pace. He might have lost the gear. Bob Barron has passing 2nd place. Will Self might get 3rd. Top 4 together as they cross the line. It's side by side for 3rd as Self goes to the outside. Collins holds the inside line. Who's brave enough under brakes and turning in? It's Self round the outside and takes 3rd place. So in the space of literally 2 corners, Collins has lost 3 places. Self sideways over the dirt being thrown upon the exit of Ritchie's corner, but he's chasing after the top 2. In the background, James Allen goes wheel to wheel with Kiff and Kevin Talbot down the outside. It then becomes from 3 wide to 2 by 2 into the hairpin at Wilson hairpin. And actually, in fact, it's Dan Brown, in fact. Brown's got past James Kiff, and he's also got past Fraser McNeil on the exit of Wilson hairpin on top of that, because James Allen is chasing after the 2 EK Civics in 6th and 7th place. leaders down towards the Agostini hairpin for the second time. Another little lock up on the inside front from Barron. Should keep tabs with our Class B and C leaders. It is in Class B at the end of lap number 1. It is a lead for Sammy Linsner. Then it's Ryan Cunningham in second place. Thackeray not in the lead yet. He's up to third. And then it's Barker fourth, Milan fifth, Holloway in sixth, Crassus Menu, and Callum Houchin staying ahead of Matt Rowling at the end of lap number 1. So no real changes in leaders when it comes to, well, apart from the front runners in Class A, but no change in lead for Classes B and C from the grid. But it is now Phil Wright in the lead now in pole position. Little flick of the curb from Tommy Knight. He chases after Dave Buki. Now they make the sprint down the back straight. One couple of cars moving around to try and find Mateau somewhere. Just Phil Wright now becoming under pressure from these two EG Civics, and that is Fraser McNeil pulling up on the back straight. Fraser McNeil with an issue, and his car pulling up onto the edge of the road. I think he's parked it conveniently where it can be pushed back behind the barriers, so it might not be a yellow flag or a safety, or even a safety car. I don't think. They should be able to clear that pretty quickly, I hope. Looking up the inside for second place, Will Self is pushed in the issue. Barron gives him the space. He doesn't want to brave it out around the outside. He might get him back later on. And Barron slots back in behind him now. Self is up to second place. This is almost a repeat of race 1, but it's now roles reversed. It was Wright doing the chasing of Self. Now it's Self chasing Wright for the victory. Just over 10.5 minutes to go. 2 laps in the books now. So Wright, Self and Barron. Top 3 covered by 1.1 seconds. Self is going defensive. He's not comfortable being on the racing line to defend from Barron. He knew that Barron might get him in the tow and come back at him in the slipstream. Still 4th place for Collins, 5th place for Buki, still been chased down by Knight, and he's got 2 very feisty black Civics behind him. That's James Allen and Dan Brown, with Kevin Talbot going with them. He's only 7/10 back as Aaron runs wide on the exit over the AstroTurf at Wilson Hairpin. For Class B, still Sammy Linston leading the way, Cunningham second, then it's Thackeray, Barker and Milan the top 5. And in Class C, it is still Houchin versus ahead of Rowling, gap between them 0.2 of a second. So that might have changed by the next time we see it, or the next time they cross the line. Down to Agostini, challenge on for 5th. This is now Buki defending from Tommy Knight, who will be frustrated trying to get past, but they're stacking up behind them as they go wheel to wheel. Tommy Knight was right there on Buki's right rear wheel, but he's not close enough to pull alongside. Tries to get better traction, forces Buki to try to go to the inside to defend. And here comes Dan Brown thinking, excuse me, you two battling, but can I come through, please? And I think we see a bit more preoccupied to try and get through. And I think Brown thought about making a move to try and just prise the door open, but he had to take 2 bites at the apex to turn in and hold the place. Out of Williams onto the back straight, little bounce around from Knight. That car still bouncing around a bit. He mentioned after practice that the car was hopping around quite a lot. I think, not sure if there's yellow flags or not down the back straight, because the yellow EG Civic of Fraser McNeil that pulled up a lap ago is still there. So they haven't pulled it back, but I wonder if they think it's in a safe enough position in the pits on the back straight. Couldn't see yellow flags, I'm not sure. I'm trying to see if there's anything on the cameras here that might give me an idea. Nothing that I can see, obviously. Battle fit is on. There's been a change as Dan Brown's got past Tommy Knight, so that must have been down the back straight. A little wiggle from Knight exiting Williams certainly favoured Brown's momentum, and now Brown's attacking to try and take a top 5 place from Dave Buki. But Dave won't give it up that easy. He's quite a character, but he's also a very feisty racer on top of that too. He will not let go of that 5th position unless Dan Brown prizes it prizes his hands off the steering wheel and takes it from him by force. End of lap number 3. Gap is now top 3 as Self is on the back end of Phil Wright. There's also nose to tail for 3rd between Barron and Collins. Now this 5-way dance between Dave Buki and Dave Brown. Brown had to look up the inside and thought about it. But Buki now going back to the inside to defend, and Knight's also not comfortable either. He's now got attack from both sides, from both James Allen and from Kevin Talbot. As down the inside, look at that. 3 of them getting past Buki in one go. That's incredible. Dan Brown opened the door into the hairpin. Tommy Knight followed him through. James Allen went to the outside to make it 3 cars passing in one corner. He might want to achieve it now up the inside into Palmer's. But again, Buki holds the outside line, doesn't give it up that easy. They're wheel to wheel on the exit of the corner. Looking on the cameras, we're looking at that fight for 3rd. Another small puff of smoke from Barron and Collins. Huge fight going on behind. Thanks for the camera caught it. There goes Allen up the inside. Buki might have to capitulate and have no choice but to give him the place. And another place lost to Buki. It could be another one if he's not careful, because here comes Kevin Talbot looking back up the inside into Williams. And to Hamilton, excuse me, and he almost makes it. Buki's on the grass. He puts 2 on the grass, breaks the splitter on the EG Civic, the EK Civic. That'll hurt his downforce. But across the Dave, and what did I say? He doesn't give up a place that easy. He's a very feisty racer, is Dave Buki, and he doesn't let a position go unless he absolutely has to. And he defended that right one to the end, but he started with lap in 5th. He's down to 9th. So he's got all sorts to try and make up that, and the damage to the splitter as well after running wide over the curb and the grass won't be helping the handling either. Less than 7 minutes to go. Challenge on for the lead. I think that was Lawson having a little peek up the inside into the bomb hole on this lap. He tried it as they come through Coram. This car just moving around a little bit as he turns in through the first pot. This almost never-ending right-hander. And this is a repeat of what we had in race 1, because Collins was on the back of Barron at the end of race 1, and it turned into the fight for third position after Talbot retired on the final lap. Now Self is lining up right, I'm imagining, for a possible move here down the pit straight to try and challenge him for position. And these two here fighting for third have got to be careful, because Dan Brown's coming along nicely in 5th position. Look at lap times. Last lap for Brown was a 2 minute 6.151. And he's lapping faster than everyone else in front. He was actually the personal best for him. The closest lap times are the cars in the lead in 2nd place. They did a 2 minute 5 for Wright and a 2 minute 6.3. 2 minute 6.5 for Wright, 2 minute 6.3 for Self. And then the two cars battling for third did 2 minute 8. So certainly the cars behind are closing in, and what could be quite a titanic scrap for third if the 3 cars that are charging along get their way. Down to Agostini, less than 6 minutes to go. Self is filling the mirrors of field right here, not giving him any space to relax whatsoever, using all the curb on the exit, all the road that's available to him, and Self is pushing like crazy. And there's 2 cars that have come together at the hairpin. One is Anthony Allett, the other one is Sammy Milam, and Milam gets away. Allett tried to, and it does eventually, but he's dropped behind a few of the Class B cars. There was a tangle between 2 of them then. Into the pit lane has come James Kiff behind me as well, so problems for the Integra. He won't score well, sadly, for this race, I'm afraid. As the fight for third again turns its way through Williams, and now Collins now's got a real chance to sense a move here, but they've got to be careful because Dan Brown might get a run on the pair of them if he gets close enough. Watch for that battle in the background for third place. Here come the leaders into Brundle and Nelson. Phil Knight, again, 2023 champion, proving why he's a champion, holding on to that place as much as he can. They sweep through the shot. What about third, fourth and fifth? They're all thumping the curb, but Barron holds on for the time being. And Tommy Knight's charging along as well. He was just flashed through the shot in the background. He's in 6th position. His last lap was a 2:07.536. He wasn't as quick as Dan Brown, but again, he's still quicker than the cars in 3rd and 4th. And now it's side by side. It's Dan Brown. He's interrupting Collins' battle with Barron. Up the inside he goes through Coram. They're wheel to wheel for 4th place. And now the best of forward defence is attack. Up the inside goes Collins. Forces Barron wide. He's over the curb on the exit. Here comes Dan Brown with a straight line drag race. The 2 EG Civics here are going to be wheel to wheel down the pit straight. And even though Barron has the toe on Collins, it's not enough. They're going to go down the pit straight. Collins throws the block. He's going to make it almost 3 abreast down towards Ritchie's. It is almost 3 abreast. Collins on the inside. Barron in the middle. Brown on the outside. Can he get the undercut? The answer is no. And Barron holds on to the place. Meanwhile, for the leader, change down at Wilson Hairpin. Self up the inside. It's all going. Race number 2 here at Snetterton. Fantastic. Fight for the lead, fight for 3, or fight for 3rd place. Tommy Knight's charging along. So is Kevin Talbot. The cream rises to the top. We shouldn't forget Class B, though. Shouldn't forget them. Class B, Sammy Linster still leads, but Dan Thackeray just half a second behind him in 2nd place in class. Cunningham is up to 3rd, but it's Barker in 4th position. And Sammy Milam, even though he did have that spin, still holds somehow 5th position in class. Class C, I should mention also, is Houchin still ahead of Rowling, and the gap between them is 1.7 seconds. So the newer FN2 Honda Civic holding off the EP3. There goes James Alford. I think we're looking back for our Class B runners to see where they are. It's coming through the shot any moment now. Watch on the screen. They just came through for a second. They're flicking into shot. There they are. Here's our Class B contingent. Now, Dan Thackeray charging after Sam Linster, who was on the class pole since the start of the race. He's helped the race lead since the starting class here. I think for the first proper time he's defending, but Thackeray locking up into Agostini won't help his cause. Tighter exit. Thackeray holds on to the place. Also, as well, I can see that Lewis Barker's giving Ryan Cunningham some headaches here in 3rd place. We'll keep back to that in a second. Now look at this. You've got practically all 6 or 7 cars battling for position. This is the fight for 3rd only. They're going to top 2 through the shot. It's now Collins back up to 3rd. It's now Brown 4th. Barron's dropped back to 5th. Tommy Knight's right behind him in 6th, and also closing up quickly is Kevin Talbot. Out through the bomb hole. How much would Dan Brown love to seal off the winner? Seal off a very difficult weekend, a tricky weekend of ups and downs, with a podium, especially after that quick drive shaft rebuild the team did for him in the last couple of hours. He would love to get a podium. He puts 2 wheels onto the EG Civic, hopping the curb at Murray's. He is pushing like crazy. Down the pit straight they go then. What about the battle for 4th 5th place behind, because Bob Barron, I think, was under big pressure from both Tommy Knight and Kevin Talbot closing in. Watch for the blue Civic in the background. He's looking for position. There was Dan Brown up the inside. Dan Brown was going for 3rd place up the inside at Ritchie's. When you look, there's so much action to look at. There's so much going on, and Brown has got through. So a big dive up the inside into Ritchie's. Brown makes the move. Now you see Tommy Knight attacking Barron. Barron's also coming back at Collins after he must have got out wide. Little tap in the tail. I'm still here for him. Can I come through, please? And he throws the block on Tommy Knight as well, thinking, come on, Bob, give me some room here. He looks up the inside again into Palmer. Oh, sideways again for Bob Barron. Lots of oversteer in that EG Civic, and it's not helping him at all here. Better momentum off the corner for Knight. Barron doesn't go defensive straight away. Here comes Knight again thinking about it. Another lock up all the way into the apex. The corner goes out deep. The car's bouncing around on the exit. Again, 3 wheels, and here comes Knight on the exit now. Is it a drag race? And if there is a drag race, Barron wins it, but only just holds on. Now, I think with lap time left, are we going to get just about one more lap? We might well do. We'll have to wait and see. They crossed the line with, what, 2 minutes, 15 seconds to go. I think they're going to get one more lap, because a lap time, the top lap times here are 2:05s and 2:06s. So I think we're going to see one more as Barron gets very sideways again. He almost loses it. How did he catch that? Tommy Knight had to lift out, and it's 2 places for the price of 1 for Kevin Talbot. That's the easiest overtake he's made all weekend. Barron got very sideways. Knight had to back out of it to not make contact, and Talbot said, cheers, boys. I'm charging straight past. Fantastic. That's 2 for the price of 1, and Kevin Talbot gets a free pass into the top 5. So there he goes, and that's Liam Collins. Liam Collins has got a problem. Maybe that's mechanical or damage, I can't quite see. I don't want to say, has he lost a wheel? Has Liam Collins lost a wheel? He might well have lost a whether he has not, I'm not sure, but the car's pulled up, and it didn't look like there was a wheel on the left front. How very bizarre. It's all kicking off in the last couple of minutes here in Racing Honda. This is why it's one of the best championships in the country, because the action is non-stop and guaranteed from start to finish. So whilst the Class A leaders go through, it's now Dan Brown in 3rd place. Talbot's up to 4th. Tommy Knight is now still 6th behind Bob Barron. He still holds 5th position. Back to Class B, we should mention. Dan Thackeray has taken the lead, so he is now in front of Sammy Linster. He's on course for another class win. Then it's Cunningham 3rd, Barker 4th, and Milam in the top 5. And for Class C, Rowling now ahead of Houchin, and the gap is now just under half a second. Barron really ragged on the exit of Wilson Hairpin, and this gives Knight the opportunity to get through. Meanwhile, the leaders are into Agostini for the final time, and Phil Wright still chasing hard after Will Self. Will Self will take his 3rd victory. Just noting also, seeing out my commentary box window as you watch the battle on screen here, it's tight between, looks like, I think, Cunningham and Barker for, I think it looks like, 3rd in Class B. If we can pick that up on the cameras, that would be pretty decent. Still watching this fight for 5th, though, between Bob Barron and Tommy Knight. As there goes Talbot. There goes, in the foreground, went Dan Brown in 3rd place. He'll be glad of a podium finish. But Will Self, I said to watch for him from the 2nd row of the grid. Both of those cars that were on the 2nd row definitely were the ones to watch after they got the best starts. They managed to almost make it 4 abreast down towards Ritchie's corner for the first time. Just possibly hanging back to see where our Class B cars are on the live stream if you're watching. We're waiting. Something will appear in a second up at Williams' corner. There goes James Allen. Was that James Orford, I think, went through? Yeah, that was Orford in the EK Civic. What about the Class B leaders? They're going to come through shortly, I hope. Yes, there they are. There's Dan Thackeray. That was worth the wait. Dan Thackeray on course then to pick up another Class B victory. There goes Linstner. Meanwhile, to the checkered flag. He waits for 1 victory after his first at Cadwell and 2 come along at once in 1 weekend. It's back to victory circle for Will Self, who takes race win number 3 of the season in round 8 of Racing Honda's 2025. It is 2nd place for Phil Wright, and Dan Brown sets the fastest lap of the race and picks up a podium on his cameo appearance back in the championship. For 4th, it goes to Kevin Talbot. That's a bit of a reprieve after retiring. 5th for Bob Barron, 6th for Tommy Knight. And then James Allen, who scores no points, of course, comes home in 7th place. So those points instead will go to James Orford, who's just making his way out of Murray's now. So we'll see him come across the line in a few moments' time. And then we will see our Class B runners come to take the flag. Here comes Orford to pick up the 8th position, but it'll be 7th in terms of point scorers. There's a charge on for 2nd as Cunningham has... could almost get second place on the run to a line here. It's going to be pretty close. Dan Thackeray will come to the checkered flag, and he will take another Class B victory. To a line for second place. Lintzner, Cunningham to a line. Who got it? It is Lintzner by 0.183 of a second. So Lintzner holds on for a second place finish. And in terms of results, I'm sure that's his best of the season. If I look at his results so far this season for Sammy Lintzner, he has so far, what's his best result? It is his best result. He took a pair of third places so far this season, one at Cadwell and one at Donington Park, but that's his best Class B result of the season. So P2 for Sammy Lintzner, third for Ryan Cunningham. So yes, he has lost some points, but he's still third place. He's got some damage control there. And then it was, in terms of class positions below that, fourth went to Lewis Barker and fifth went to Sammy Milam, despite the contact he had with Nicholas Allett. And for Class C, it's Matt Rowling again victorious. And he comes across the line with a winning margin of 1.9 seconds over Callum Houchin. There are our Class C winners just coming across the line in shot now. Well, talk about entertainment. Racing Hondas delivers yet again, and Will Self is the man on the top step of the podium in Class A and overall, and he wins once again his third win of the season by 1.2 seconds from Phil Wright. And Dan Brown, in his one and only appearance of the season, well, he reminds us all why he's reigning Class A champion. That is third place and a trophy to take home. Kevin Talbot charges through to fourth ahead of Bob Barron, who was all over the place and more in that race, as was Tommy Knight in sixth, and James Allen seventh, but scores no points as a guest entry, and then it's James Alford in 8th. Then Class B saw Dan Thackeray take another win in class to hopefully extend his championship lead. Sam Lintzner with his best Class B result of the season with second. Then it's Ryan Cunningham, Lewis Barker and Sammy Milam after his contact with Anthony Allett in the top 5. And Duncan Holloway takes a top 6 in Class B, 14th overall. Then Luke Crassus-Menu comes next in 15th. Anthony Allett recovered to 16th after the contact with Milam. Then it's Matt Rowling who wins Class C once again by about 2 seconds or so by Callum Houchin in 18th overall. And the cars we lost in that race with Liam Collins, Dave Buki, who must have pitted or had an issue after he ran wide and broke his front splitter. James Kiffey came into the pit lane with issues, and Fraser McNeil, who pulled up on the back straight of the Bentley straight early in the race as well. And breathe. That was quite a day's racing for more ways than one, for so many reasons for the Racing Hondas. And that, incredibly, is the first half of the season done. There is still 4 more meetings left to go in the championship. The next one is coming up at Alton Park, and that's coming up next month in August in just a couple of weeks' time. That is coming up, look at the calendar, 25th of August, rounds 9 and 10. Then we have a double header of meetings in September, the first of which is going to be rounds 11 and 12 back at Brands Hatch for a second visit to Kent. Then we go to rounds 13 and 14 on the 27th of September. That's across the border into Knockhill in Fife in Scotland. So certainly there's going to be plenty of home support for the Kilty K-Swaps drivers. And then the final round of the season for rounds 15 and 16 see us back here in October on the 200 layout at Snetterton to settle, if it hasn't been done already, our class and overall champions in the 2025 Racing Hondas Championship. So, plenty of talking points from that race. Will Self, of course, picking his way through from 4th on the grid to take a victory. Phil Wright coming through from 3rd place to take 2nd on the road, but led for half that race after being passed by Self into the Wilson hairpin. Dan Brown will be pleased with that. He came through from quite deep in the field. He came from quite towards the back, if I'm correct. He was 13th in class, right at the back of the Class A field, and came away 10 places higher, 3rd on the podium, which is pretty extraordinary. So amazing driving from the defending Class A champion, again reminding us why he's Class A champion. 4th going to Kevin Talbot. Again, that's a solid drive from the back of the Class A group. Then it was Bob Barron in 5th. He was on the front row start and was in the mix of the lead, but had to kind of settle for a P5 after his car got a little tail happy more than once throughout that race yet again. One thing he's also mentioned, Dan Brown set the new fastest lap of the race. It won't... This will be tricky. I'm not sure if it's going to be the fastest lapper that we've had, because the key thing's going to be is that Dan Brown did set a 2:04 in the first part of race 1. Whether or not that counts as the fastest lap or not to go into the record books, we'll wait and see. We'll let our statisticians and coordinators work out who's got what. For Class B, again, solid job from Dan Thackeray. He's only lost 1 race all season, and that was when he had a DNF. Every single time he's finished a race, he's finished as class winner. And that's crucial because, of course, remember, you score points towards your class, but how many points you score in class also goes towards where you are in the overall championship. And I'm certain that Dan Thackeray should still be leading by the time, now that we leave Snetterton to go forwards to Alton Park in a few weeks' time, roughly about just over a month's time or so. Sam Lintzner will be delighted with a 2nd place finish. Again, as I mentioned, his best ever finish in Class B. Ryan Cunningham, he might see it as damage limitation. Still third, still a podium, still really good result. Shouldn't be too disappointed with that, I hope. And then Lewis Barker, fourth for Europa Crash Centre, and Sammy Milam, he got away with that one. A little bit of a tangle with Anthony Allett, but managed to still pick up a 5th position and a top 5 place in class. And yet again for Class C, Matt Rowling, once again, getting the best of Callum Houchin, who led early on. But again, the position swapped. He won by almost just about 2 seconds. And in the end, it's another class win for him. So he'll be hoping to keep that momentum up into the second half of the year. Well, of course, for those of you watching, thanks very much for watching. It's not over just yet. We should have the podiums in a little while. We're quite well inside curfew. The curfew is at, we've still got roughly 18 minutes to go. So we should be able to hopefully fit in podiums pretty quickly if we can get them done and round them up down there. I'm sure the coordination teams are going to be hurriedly trying to round up our class winners so that the very lovely Charlie can interview them for post-race interviews for the top class winners in A, B and C. Okay, remember that the next outing that you'll find both Time Attack and Racing Hondas is going to be at Alton Park, and I'm right in saying, I'm sure, unless I'm going to get crucified by this, I believe it's going to be, yes, at Tunafest North. So if you want to be around as part of Tunafest North on Bank Holiday Monday, which is Monday the 25th of August, that's going to be quite fun. Tunafest powered by Lucas Oil. Again, thank you to Lucas Oil for all their support and for making this live stream possible. For those of you who have been watching on the Tegui's channel and also the Lucas Oil channels, thank you for watching. Be sure to subscribe to those respective channels also for Teguiwa and Lucas Oil. Do the same also for Alpha Live, who are our brilliant production partners, and also to the Time Attack channel as well. Be sure to hit subscribe on all 4 of them. Make sure you hit the bell, the notification bell icon, so you get notified in your YouTube inbox when all these live streams go active. And then, of course, on top of that, the rest of the season after that, as we mentioned, we go to Brown Tatch at the beginning of September, then to Knock Hill at the end of September, and then we'll be back here at Snetterton on the 19th of October for the season finale of Racing Hondas. Of course, they'll be on the shorter 200 layout, which means they'll be turning out of the Wilson hairpin, and so instead of going down towards Palmer, the left-hand like they have done, they'll quickly flick left back onto the Bentley Straight, quite unlike the old school Snetterton, where it used to be Ritchie's and Sear, then the Revit Straight, as it used to be called. So that'd be quite fun to watch them battling that one. And of course, being October, you never can tell with the weather. So are we going to get some wet weather? We hope not. It might be cold, but hopefully it'll stay dry for our season finale. And who knows, rain could be the big catalyst. It could be the big game changer when it comes to seeing who's on top in the championship. Thank you to everyone who's been part of the race meeting. Should say thank you, if you haven't already, to all the fantastic Orange Army, the Marshals, of course. Fantastic job for them as well. They all do it voluntarily, mind you, and we can't ever praise Marshals enough because they do it voluntarily for the sport they love. And genuinely, without motorsport, I don't exaggerate when we say this, without Marshals and volunteers and the officials that we have, race events like this genuinely just can't happen full stop. So their efforts are always lauded. Thank you ever so much to every single marshal, volunteer, official, team member of Time Attack and Racing Hondas, everyone that's been part of the event, our production crew, and all of you for watching as well, for supporting Time Attack. If you want to follow everything that happens for Time Attack and Racing Hondas, do follow them on social media. Facebook, I imagine they're all on Facebook, Instagram, X. I'm sure on TikTok are well on top of that as well. And yeah, it should be fun to do. We saw some great action from our hot lappers, if you like, in Time Attack in all 3 of the collectives that were out there today. Again, some fantastic machinery as always in Time Attack. If you get the chance to come to a Time Attack event in the second half of the season, do come and do it in person because it's great access. You can see the cars in the paddock, you can see the back of the garages. You get some great access to talk to the drivers, talk to the teams that run the cars, see them up close, and just to learn about the championships, what Time Attack is, what Racing Hondas is, and how you get involved in these championships and how they all work. So do be sure to come down there as well. So we can find out more about that on the websites, but what we can find out more about now is how our class winners found race number 2. Let's head down to Charlie Harmon down in Park Furby with our class winners for round 8 of Racing Hondas 2025.
Hello, right, we are back fresh off of race 2 and I'm here with Will. Clean sweep today, well done.
Yeah, quite pleased with that, sort of how it should have been a couple of times earlier on in the season probably, but yeah, it was nice to get it done today. Quite difficult really to follow some of those other cars. Phil's car's so big, you're sort of following him and you think this is about where you turn in normally, and you turn in and you miss the apex by a car width, and then you have to get back on the throttle and you just run out of track, and then I got track limits for that, so I had to sort of rein it in a bit. And,
yeah, of course.
Yeah, but got the job done.
Yeah, definitely, and I think Phil held on for quite a while. He definitely made you work for it.
Yeah, he did. I was trying to find out sort of where I had the biggest advantage over him and where it was sort of most likely to come off and stick. But yeah, we got it done in the end.
Oh, amazing. And once you were past him, that was it, you were gone?
Yeah, once I was past him, sort of got my head down, was able to sort of stay within track limits and push on.
Perfect. Perfect. Wow, amazing. Fantastic race. Well done. Congratulations. Thank you. Right, we'll get Dan over. Dan is our Class B winner here. Over he comes. It's all right. Congratulations. Well done. How was that?
Yeah, that was tough.
We worked for that one.
Yeah, I thought it would be, because when I got an okay start, but I didn't really make any progress. And then with Ryan in front, he's never going to be easy to pass. And I think I got a bit lucky. Nice run on the outside of him. But yeah, we had an A-class car stuck in between us, which was a bit of a nightmare because obviously they're just much quicker down the straight. But luckily I did a do or die lunge on him and got up behind Sam.
Sometimes it's got to be done.
Something had to give.
Yeah.
But Sam was really quick around the infield, so I wasn't quite sure how I was going to get it done because I was a bit quicker through the faster stuff. But yeah, he just outbraked himself a little bit, and we both did, to be honest. But I got a bit more lucky, I'd say.
No, definitely. Well, it was a clean sweep today.
Yeah, I didn't expect that, to be fair, but after the mishaps this morning.
Yeah, but still holding on to the championship lead.
Perfect.
Perfect. Amazing. Well, congratulations. Thank you so much. Right, we'll grab Matt over now. Matt's our Class A. 3 for 3. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, not a bad day in the office.
No, definitely not. How was that?
Yeah, really good fun. Really close racing with Callum. So yeah, that was literally caught him on a couple of laps from the end. So yeah, that's just it's what we come
He definitely held on to that as much as he could.
He made me work hard for that. I tell you, it was great fun.
No, perfect. Obviously, heading into the next round at Alton Park, how are we feeling?
Yeah, I love Alton Park.
Yeah.
It's my absolute favourite track. So although I've never been there with a Civic, so we'll
see how it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll just go for it.
Amazing. Well, hopefully hold on to the championship lead.
Let's try.
Fingers crossed. Well, amazing. Thank you so much. Well done for today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, that's everything for us today here at Snetterton. Thank you so much, as always, to Lucas Oil for powering the live stream. Make sure you tune in next time with us at Alton Park.